Welcome to Blueprints. This game is called Blueprints, so prints as in like your blood is purple. But if you say it quickly, it's blueprints, like it's a blueprint of a house. This game has had a bit of a problem within the Discord server where people are split 50-50. One side said it was game of the year, the other side said that it was the most frustrating game that they've ever played. This game is apparently a puzzle game with RNG to it. But the thing that sold me on this game was that it's a puzzle game, and one of the reviews said it's like the first phase of Betrayal at House on the Hill, where you build the mansion. I've been playing Betrayal at House on the Hill for the past several days with my friends, both my real life friends and my online friends. Not to say that there's necessarily a difference, but my real life friends know me, they've smelled me. My online friends have never smelled me once, which is to say you're missing out. And that game, genuinely, is probably one of the best games that I've played, and it's a 2006 online game. 2006 board game, where the first half is you discover a haunted house, the second half is somebody kills somebody. And I've never had so many good, fun stories come from a game like that, except for the better games of its same type. You're in 3 different servers that have been completely taken over by the game. So I think puzzle games have this niche where if a puzzle game is like really good, it appeals to the puzzle person. And the puzzle person is any type of person, because puzzles are meant to be a game type, archetype that can be played by anyone. FPS, you need to be good at moving the mouse. Action RPG, you need to be good at formulating numbers and like formulas, which is different, I think, from puzzles. Puzzles is like understanding the system. RPGs is like being good at manipulating mathematics, even in its basis form, right? Rhythm games are about like timing and like having a good sense of being able to control your own muscles. Fighting games are about reading and like understanding what is happening to you, and games will sort of like mix and match all of these. Dating sim, you need to be good at having nothing to do on a Friday night. You know what? A dating sim is good every day of the week. I would say a dating sim on a Monday is the best way to change your day. And if you want a good dating sim, I have many recommendations. But dating sims and other visual novels also require you to read, which is also a very complicated task. Puzzle games they're weird in that they don't really require much of anything except for your mind. And so in many ways, unless you're a hockey player, you're basically good to play, and that's a callback to what we've been talking about the entire day. But again, this game has RNG elements, and I've heard it explained as you have a set number of steps that you can take, and you get random rolls on the rooms that you enter, which means that you may never be able to finish a run, and that can be frustrating. But at the same time, I like puzzle games, so it's hard for me to step away from a game like this, because I could sit there. I mean, we played multiple puzzle games so far over multiple days, and the viewership has gone down to like 1 or 2 people, and most people fall asleep during it because of the time zone difference. And yet it doesn't bother me, because A, I'm not making money from this anyways, B, I like puzzles. Maybe flip those two so I sound less conceited and like less greedy. So put the fact that I like the puzzle game first, and then you put the like, you know, the like side remark about the not making money thing to like both guilt you, but also make it so that I seem like a better person because I don't care about the money, but like everyone should care about money because money's a part of... Anyways, just give me money. I hadn't even had a sip of my coffee yet. Dogu Bomb presents... Overruled, the court transcript will not be altered. So now the court transcript is just a long overrun sentence where I just keep talking and trying to recover. Who's this guy? Or who was this guy?
I, Herbert S. Sinclair of the Mount Holly Estate at Reddington, do publish
Joe.
and declare this instrument my last will and testament.
Oh, it's his will. Oh, okay.
And hereby revoke all wills and codicils heretofore
What is a
made
codicil?
by me. I give and bequeath to my grandnephew, Simon P. Jones,
Oh.
son of my dear niece, Mary Matthew, all of my right, title, and interest in and to the house and land which I own near Mount Holly.
I wish my grandfather was rich and alive, so he could have
Provision
done this for me.
request is contingent on my aforementioned grandnephew discovering the location of the 46th room of my 45-room estate.
What does that even mean? What?
The location of the room has been kept a secret from all the staff and servants of the manor.
Well, there's a question mark on the blueprints.
That any heir worthy of the Sinclair legacy should have no trouble uncovering its whereabouts within a timely manner. Should my grandnephew fail to uncover this room or provide proof of his discovery to the executors of my will, then this gift shall lapse.
Lapse.
In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand this 18th day of March, 1993.
That was a slightly problematic time period.
S. Sinclair.
I was gonna say, how did he make his money? But now I don't know. Like, I don't want to know how he made his money, given the time period that this is set in. That's a very cool intro. I actually like that. So I know nothing about the game other than the fact that you walk around and you explore homes. Which in a way is just going to the Zillow website and doing that. Like the premise of this game sounds like the same reason why you go to the Zillow website, which is to look at different rooms of different houses. Like really, there's no difference between me playing this game and you going to Zillow.com and looking at different listings for different weird places, right? But that's a cool premise of I'm the grandchild and I can be rich and have a home like this. If only I can find a 47th room in a 46-room home. Which is to say, either my grandfather cannot count, or he really did hide a room and no one could see it. Which I've actually thought about this. How many of you really know all the spaces of your home? I only recently found a cold room in my home. I'm not even kidding you. I had no clue that like the tile could open like that, and that the door could open like that. And I was like, oh, there's like stuff here. And I looked inside and I was like, wow, that's a lot of centipedes. So I boarded it up. I'm never going back inside there. Honestly, a game. Why does every game have to be set in the 90s now? I have noticed that trend of a lot of games being set in ye olden days, and I think it's the same reason why people sort of say the good old days. It's a misconception of the reality of things. Like it's like if you read a news article for what the 90s was, you wouldn't want to go back there. But at the same time, if you've never read a news article and you just see the vibe and you see the fact that they had roller skate like rinks, I think you would go, I'm down for this, right? It's all a matter of how much you engage with the artifacts of that time period. I'm sure a historian could tell you better, but usually most historians take the artifacts. Honestly, a game based around weird Zillow listings would also be a fun game. So we can do that after. How about this? Afterwards, we'll look at weird I'm stuttering. I stutter on Z words. The English language doesn't have many Z words, so I usually never stutter on a Z word. But it's a weird word. Zoo I can do. It's the ZI. Xylophone I can do because it's a ZY. But z, it's like the ZE sound that I can't do. Zebra I can do if I call it zebra. If I say z, if I do the normal pronunciation of the word zebra, I can't do it. Zipper I can do because it's more of an I sound. But okay, so Zillow, we can look at Zillow listings after. This is a nice place. If I got this home, I wouldn't know what to do. Have you ever thought about the mechanics of like how you would keep a large home like this, and really think about what you would do with a large home like this? Like I go to Zillow often to look at homes because I like to imagine, and I sort of wonder, like, imagine the amount of effort that you'd have to go through to maintain something like this, right? Because these cliffs don't come for free, nor do these trees, right? If you want this nice cliffside courtyard, you have to check the condition of your rock, because if the humidity eventually ruins it, you're going to fall and die. Why are there random bowls on the stairs? This is the 90s when they had no electricity. So back in the 90s, they had like, you know, in Lord of the Rings when they light the torches in for the riders of like Rohan to come down. Same concept. These are sconces, torch sconces. I have a built-in cliffside underground. This is the best place. I would love this, but I would struggle to maintain it. I would just love it to stand here to hunt people. You wouldn't. You were house sitting for your parents for the weekend, and you legit got agoraphobia at one point from a house that you had lived in for 26 years. One, can someone please describe to me what agoraphobia is? Because I think I know the meaning, but I don't understand the feeling. Like, describe it to me in the form of a first-person account of the form of feeling and the way that it made you feel. Two, that actually makes sense because yeah, it's. I think especially now that we're like, especially if you're older, right? Like, once you get to a certain age, phobia of being aggro. Obviously, one, it's you mix up the R and the O. 2 plus 2. That's actually pretty good. Agoraphobia is a phobia of empty open spaces. Yeah, like as a child, I didn't care much about the empty open spaces, but when I got older, thalassophobia kicked in, and now I know that there's agoraphobia too, which is interesting because, like, again, as a child, it just didn't bother me one bit. And I think it's because as a child, you don't really notice. Because as a child, you're like focused on the things that you want to do. The specific details of the life that you're living and the context that you're in, that's what you care about as a child. It's only when you're an adult that you're aware of the overwhelming vastness and emptiness that surrounds you. Much like the way that life is. Because life is empty and cold and crushing. And as you get older, you begin to realize it and you begin to lose all hope. Because the fantasy that was given to you as a child can no longer be true. Anyways, I'm very glad that my grandfather died and like gave me this estate. It's a pretty nice place, actually. The idea of being responsible for an entire split level terrified you. You're currently in a studio apartment and you prefer it. So it's my wife and I had this same discussion because my wife is like, if there's a second floor, she doesn't want it. I'm like, what? But like it genuinely makes sense because the amount of effort that you had to go through. This is the private drive. This is the driveway. Like, there's just so much to take care of in your private zone, right? And then it's already a lot of effort, but also it's the idea that if it's out of reach, you don't really know what's there. Who's camping on my property? But, okay, now, you may have agoraphobia, but think about this. Imagine you want to go camping. Right now in your apartment, you have to go, oh, I have to leave the building, leave the city, go somewhere else. If you have a giant property like this, if you want to go camping, just leave your front door. Yeah, it's like, do you need that space? Exactly, yeah. Like, it's like, do you need that space? And when it's out of reach, how can you know that you're secure? But that's just me talking from a place of trauma, given I have a fair amount of trauma of sort of being jumped in my own home in that sense. So maybe it's different for most people. But I feel like there's a fear of the unknown that plays into it too for most people, because it's like, or even think of like a mansion. Like, you see how like some mansions are so large that it takes you a good maybe 20 minutes to walk to one side, right? Imagine how scary that would be that you never know what's going on that side of your home, your space. Like, there's no amount of cameras that would be able to keep you safe. Jumped in my own home by a skeleton in a chest behind the wall. Honestly, like, really think about that, because that Lunacid game, right? That Lunacid Tears of a Kingdom. That castle, we are the court wizard, Calamus. That castle is our castle. We put the skeleton there ourselves, and we got jump scared by it. Think about that. You'd buy an apartment that is easiest to clean. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's so many more benefits to having it be easy. Because, like, look at this. Who is camping here? Who is this? Who is camping on my property? And how often will you find this? Think about this. How often do you leave your home, period, to even go wander your property? I don't even know what's in my backyard, man. Like, the backyard, mind you, this is a family home, so I don't need to care, because my brother can care about it. But still, it's like, it's scary to know that I don't even know what's back there, and I'm one window away from my backyard. Like, anything could be back there. The campsite. Due to the rules set forth in your great-uncle's will, you are not allowed to stay in the estate overnight. Luckily, however, your scouting skills have been put to good use to fabricate a very respectable off-site sleeping quarters. You may call today at any time from the blueprint menu by pressing tab. This can be accessed after picking up the blueprint in the entrance hall, which I never got, so I never actually started the game yet. So this is my blueprint. This is my campsite. I'm homeless on my own property? What? You start the game homeless on your own 10,000 square foot property with a mansion and a cliffside carving hallway. I'm homeless in my own mansion. That's a great title for a story about a broken home. Wait, let me write this down. Obsidian, let me down. Not personal. We'll go over here. Okay, notes. Okay. Story about a broken home, titled "Homeless in My Own Home." Please clap on your end so it sounds, cool. Like it's. I can't hear your clapping, but you can at least participate so you feel like you hear the clapping. I'm a genius. Homeless in my own home. A story about trauma, about a broken home, about the time I didn't feel safe, right? I think that's a great name. You have a balcony, but you can't use it because it was deemed structurally unsound. You didn't clap. Stare. You got me. One, that's crazy that they give you because that's the funny thing about apartments is I remember when I was living in an apartment when I was younger, they also had to fix our balconies, and I was like, we pay for this, but it's like if I knew that it was broken, I wouldn't have bothered to get like a balcony. But at the same time, it's like, how is a balcony? How does it ever become structurally unsound when it's a part of the package deal? It's like buying a PC. And you can't use the video card. Oh, sorry, actually, no, that's okay. It's like buying a PC, but they say, by the way, you can't use 2 of the USB-B ports because they're broken. It's like I bought the PC. It's a package. Well, it's not my house unless I find the 46 room. You're right. So I'm just homeless. You're right. I'm just homeless. It's even sadder than it was before. I'm just homeless. What if I guess this code perfectly, chat? Open. No. So we have 47... So I see a footprint on the top left. I think that's the steps that they were talking about. How you only have a set number of movements to make before the game ends. But I feel like I stepped more than 47 times outside, so I don't know what that means then necessarily. But let's go back to the house because there's nothing left. We see the courtyard. We see there's a lot of things that we can open, and I bet you the 47th room is actually outside. Is it 47 or is it 48? I bet you the 53rd room is actually on the outside and not on the inside, and that's why no one knows about it. You used it for nearly 2 years to dry your laundry. If this was the case when you started renting, it would be different. That is fair. So maybe you got good use out of it. But then you should ask for a discount on your rent. I'd be like, look, if I can't use the balcony, I should get a discount on the rent because I'm paying for the space that I can use, right? But I also like to haggle with my landlord because I hate them. Well, like I used to hate them because my landlord was kind of an asshole, but that's a whole different story. So this is this is a nice home. I think I would like a big home like this, but the key to a home like this, I would only like a home that's this big if I can guarantee that nobody comes to this land. If it was just me and the animals, I think this is like I would love this. If there were strangers walking through it, I think I would have to install turrets or like something. But if I can guarantee that no one will ever bother me, I think I'd be happy. That's a nice mountaintop. Also, I just realized that this game has a very painterly impression. Actually, everything has a very painterly impression. Even the walls. Wow, it's actually very nice. Even the effects, even the fog effect is very painterly. Wow. And it even has the marks, kind of like a real blueprint. The way that, you would sort of sketch out like a rough draft of a blueprint. You're going to move out in a few months, so hey, congratulations. Or if that's a bad thing, I'm sorry for your loss. I don't know. I don't know. Open only in the event of my death. Okay, so one thing I was going to say too, I'm going to make a final will just like that. Like, I'm going to have a will that only executes on my death. Because you could do this. You can go around promising people something in exchange for your home. Like, you can say, fine, give me $1 million and I'll give you the rights to my home when I die. And then, and then you say, but it's only within my will. So you have to wait until I die. And then you have a will that plays on your death that says it invalidates every other will. Can't you just do that? I feel like I should just do that. I should gamble on my own death. I should gamble on my own death. Okay. Where's Obsidian? Where's Obsidian? Open up Obsidian again. Story about gambling. Story about gambling addiction. Titled Gambling on My Own Death. Brilliant. Isn't that how most wills work? Wait, is it really? You don't have to match what you promise other people informally? Well, yes. Yeah. Well, no. Because then it's like, is it a contract? I feel like my contract would still be valid in many ways. And so it's like, but then it's like, could I invalidate the contract with my will? Because it's not like they can enforce it anymore. I'm dead. Unless it was to use my body or something. I don't know. On the other hand, you can't guarantee after death that your will won't be fought in court and rewritten. That's true. I'm no longer there to guarantee that, but I'm no longer alive to care. So does it really matter? Like, does it really matter? It's worth it to do, because if they do it, it's their headache that they have to live with. I'm already done. There's no more headache for me to have to deal with. It's their problem, right? So I'm free from the responsibilities and the consequences of my actions, and they suffer for what could be nothing. And so at that point, then people have to do this like value judgment, and it's like, I don't know. Well, it ruined your extended family, so you may be a bit biased. What's funny is that that's not the only time that I've heard that. The same thing happened to mine. But again, I feel like it'd be funny and worth it, because again, I do think about this a lot, where if my family wasn't so serpentine, let's say, they wouldn't have fallen apart after, basically, is what I'm saying. Like, my brother and I, and my sister, I'm close with my sister, not so with my brother. But even when it comes down to it, if my mom's will says XYZ, we stick with the XYZ. And we won't fight over it. We just split it evenly all three ways. Like, there is no malice with each other. We just don't really get along. But that's just sort of like the way that some sibling relationships sort of pan out, right? But it doesn't mean that I'm going to ruin them. It doesn't mean that I'll be snake-like in my dealings with them. It just means that, you know, we are just less than cordial, because it's just like, it's just a whatever thing, right? And so I always think to myself, if my siblings and I can do that, how come the extended family can't? That's on them. That's why when I die, I'm going to make a will that says everything goes to my wife. But if she's dead, I'll make her write a will that says everything goes to my husband. And then they have to figure it out. And it's like, I don't know. Like, if we're both dead, it's up to somebody.
Simon, welcome to Mount Holly. You may not remember, but I have fond memories of your many visits here as a young boy, and I hope these rooms provide you with as much amusement as it did in those lost summer days. By the time you read this, I'll assume you are fully aware of my last wishes, and all the details of my bequest, of the bequest, because you've been requested, you've been bequested, sequestered. Please do not mistake my intentions in giving you this challenge as a lack of confidence. I assure you, nothing could have been further from my mind when I chose you as my heir. I've seen your streams on Twitch, playing games like the root trees are dead. I know what you're capable of. With that said, there are a few ground rules of this commission covered in the fine print of my will that I feel I should bring to your attention.
No tools items may be brought onto the estate from outside. Tools items found in the estate may not be taken off the estate. You may not stay overnight.
I don't suspect that any of these stipulations should prove an impediment for someone as resourceful as yourself, but it is very important to me that you start fresh each morning and not rely on the successes of the previous day, just as life would expect of you, my boy. Of you. One final word of advice: do not assume the rooms you find today will be the same rooms you find tomorrow. These grounds have provided me a home for the last half-century, and even I am uncertain of which room lies beyond any particular door. Your grandmother used to say, don't go where the path leads. Abandon the path, and go where you want it to lead. With all my love and wishes, best of luck. I hope you can read cursive. Herbert S. Sinclair.
I'm going home. Grandma said I should go where I want to. I'm going back to my studio apartment. No, but for real though, if I think this is a good test. I think I would also test my will bearers. I wouldn't test my wife, because like my wife, like my wife has the privilege of being the only person that I want to give everything to, but for anybody else, it's like if my child wanted stuff and I was going to like die, I'd I'd be like, all right, like a skill check, right, to make sure that they're worthy of it. And I find it interesting because you think about what it means to raise a child, and you think about what it means to prepare someone for life. This is the most that you can do to help them with life. Because life is uncertain, life is unfair, and life is a skill check, and life is a series of unknowns that are thrown at you. And it's a matter of how you can respond to the life that you're taking part in. I feel like this is a puzzle of some kind. You think legally, even if you have kids, your wife gets everything? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because once you're married, it's like you two are tied together. At least where I am, it's like the law is that way. Even common law can like fall into that too. So, but I would make it for sure like she gets everything except for the debts. I would try to write my will in such a way that I confuse the courts and they give my debt away to some random person because I think that's funny. The Mount Holly Blueprint. This will serve as a useful map and inventory log during your adventure. You may access it by pressing tab. Cool, thanks. Wow. Okay. This really is just like betrayal at House Hill. The entrance hall. Past the steps and beyond the grand doors, admission to how Mount Holly is granted by way of a dark and garish lobby suitably called the entrance hall. By the way, the fact that my grandfather doesn't remember the rooms and where they lead to, I think there's a hidden storyline of like my grandfather had Alzheimer's and I'm going to get early onset Alzheimer's, and that's why he gave the home to me, because only an Alzheimer's person could live in this home without going crazy every single day. Does he get the Twitch tattoo? Unfortunately, yes. Be nice when I pass. Treat her well, okay? All right. Be nice to her when she gains custody of your all kids. Okay. From here, each guest adventure begins. However, the 3 doors that proceed onward do not always lead to the same adjoining rooms. Sure. So there's a lot of rooms. 46 rooms. There's some bedrooms, hallways, green rooms, shops, and red rooms. Shops. The antechamber. From its root, meaning the room before, all signs and paths point toward the antechamber. This mysterious sealed room, resting on the 9th rank, may prove, however, quite an initial challenge to even reach, let alone enter. Still, you can't help but draw a connection between this chamber and room 46. What is room 46? I feel like I'm going to call it a day. That's a lot of reading for one day. How about we just call it a day? Day 1, call it a day. You walk into the front door of your new mansion, you look around, you say, yeah, I'm good. Call it a day. Yeah, you're just walking through the kitchen and the next room is a Circle K. Yeah, right. I mean, that would be kind of cool. I've thought about this before. Like, you know how, so there are 2 inspirations for this, okay? I know there's a trade war going on, but I will say I feel like the Pentagon is structured in such a way that it totally makes sense as an office worker's like dream place, okay? Because why do I need to leave the office to go to a McDonald's or whatever food chain to eat? Like, why can't we have it all built into the building? So when the Pentagon has a built-in McDonald's, but my local government's building does not have a built-in Harvey's, I think to myself, I'm missing something from this exchange of staying in Canada versus America, right? Among other things, I gain a lot more actually from staying in Canada compared to like, moving to America. But I digress, for I'm short-sighted, and so therefore I only see the prevalence of fast food that's like close by in a very short walk. If I could have a home that has a built-in Taco Bell, it'd be amazing. Wait until you hear about the path. Okay, we had a whole discussion about the path. I've convinced the rest of chat that Toronto is just a city of mole people because, and I told them you can literally live your life down here. And we did a virtual walkthrough of the path, and I pointed out that there's a doctor's office, there's a food place, there's a laundry place, there's a grocery store, and there's a place where you can go get a phone as well as internet. So you literally don't even need to leave the place, and your office is literally down the path. So you never need to leave the underground hallways of the city. That is to say, in the event of a war with America, Toronto, of all places, is prepared for a long, extended fight. The Torontonians have been practicing by living underground for the majority of their lives, ready for the day when the Americans strike. The trade war is ours to win. Searching the estate can be exhausting. Each time you enter a room, you will lose 1 step. When you no longer have any steps left, you'll be too tired to search. To continue searching the man, I must call it a day. You know what? For now, I don't even care about the fact that we're moving forward. Although now I have 34 steps. So what happened? Wait, does going in and out count as a step? Oh my god, chat, going in and out counts as a step. Look. What? Why? Why is this count as a step? Okay, so you know how I was walking in and out while talking as like a thing that people do? I lost half of my daily steps. We're gonna go over here now. It's too late. Oh, select. Okay, this is exactly like Betrayal at House on the Hill, but with a lot less fanfare and maybe with a lot less like screaming and yelling. Because I've been playing with my real life friends, and I'm gonna tell you right now, chat. The mod, your resident mod, is incredibly toxic to me. She's incredibly mean to me. The things that she does to me inside that house. I walk around and she's like, wow, you get so many items. I wish I could get some too. It's like, buddy, you should have maybe stayed on the ground floor instead of going to the upper floor. That's your fault. And she keeps following me around as Ox bellows, waiting to kill me. You also started at 48. I started at 48, really? And even walking around the grounds dropped me down to 38. What a successful day one that I spent the entire day just going around. But look, we can get things. Oh wait, items. There's a closet. What's the items? Honestly, already, I think the home actually makes sense. Excuse me, so when I enter and I leave the room, it counts as a step too. I feel like the flimsiness of the steps hurts the game in a way. Like, I feel like there should be a much more discrete boundary between walking back and forth. Because what if you go here and your finger slips and you go, oh, oops, and or like your cat steps on the keyboard and you go back and forth. I feel like there should be a much more discrete boundary, but I get why they don't, because it feels nicer to be able to walk around, like almost like an open world game. Anyways, I'm down to 14 steps, but I feel like this is the best layout for this house, because you walk into the house, you go to the left side closet, and you drop off your shovel. Is a dice. A single ivory die. While drafting, you may use one dice to roll new floor plans. You got no further to room 46, but you got a lot of fresh air. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've just been enjoying my time. Like, what's the point? Think about this. I'm gonna take a sip of my coffee, and I want you to really think about this. Okay? Have you thought about it? Sorry, I didn't even say it. What's the point of having a big house if you can't even enjoy it piece by piece, right? You don't think that I even began the game. Let's take that back, because now I have a shovel. The steps mechanic is maybe the main reason why you weren't enthused about the game. I can see why, yeah. This is useful for digging. I'm not sure why, but I can see why it would be annoying. Because it's like, because you have to plan your moves out ahead of time in a way, and you have to remember the map, at least for the outside courtyard. Like, I think when we get to this portion of the game, I'll be annoyed of it. Because you need to move perfectly, because you can't backtrack around to find where you're going. In here, it's easy because you have the map. Out there, I don't know what to do. You have to remember that the apple farm is down the hill beside your tent. You have to remember that there's like a little doorway to some courtyard garden with some, you know, in cliff hallway to your right. Like this, I can see it being annoying. Here, it's a bit more forgivable, but it still is annoying because it feels limiting for a puzzle game. But at the same time, I get why they did it. A nook with a key, and there's a parlor with a piece. What is a piece? Dad? I mean, grandpa? Wait, so if I'm the son of his niece, am I don't think he's my grandfather, no? Like, what? Like, I don't look at my niece. If my niece had a child, I'd just be like, you don't even exist to me. Like, if my niece had a child, I'm not even gonna like really think about his existence. Like, he doesn't really mean anything to me. He's now like a side branch. You know what I mean? Like you have a main branch of the family, and then you have like the side branches. Like, that's a side branch now, right? Not to say that I don't love my niece, right? She is a baby to me too, but her baby is not my baby, and her baby doesn't even really like matter in the grand scheme of things. I also wonder if these windows matter. Depending on what you see out the window, it must matter. So we should traverse the edge of the room. We should edge the mansion. If we edge the mansion and we see what's around the place, it'd be good. He's my great uncle. What? Really? I memory hold grandfather. I will waste a step to read this. Really? You may remember that with all my love and best with about. Are you sure he's my grandfather? I don't think it. What? Really? He's not my grandfather? What's wrong with me? Okay, well, I guess he's not my grandfather. There are 3 things here. There are 3 boxes in this room. 2 boxes in this room are empty. This box is one of the 2 empty boxes. Oh, this is a math problem. Dear Herbert, forget the math problem. Read this. Dear Herbert, it was a great honor receiving the invitation to dine at your estate with the Oldhams this past Thursday. For a second, I read that as the Obamas, and I was like, holy shit, this is a very topical game. But at the same time, I was like, wasn't Obama, like, I don't know, like 5 years old in the 90s? I don't think he was very young. I was like, with the Obamas? Really? This Thursday in the 90s? As far as like 5 years old. If I'm being frank, it had been quite a while since we'd been seen in decent society, and we were beginning to worry that my wife's wit had lost its charm. We have no delusions that my company is rival to hers. This is somebody whose head is up their ass. This is someone who believes that they're so cool about the world, and such a beautiful and witty and like very, very refined person that whatever it is that they say is basically a masterpiece, and that they are the ones that are above society and that society is beneath them, instead of realizing that they've always been the dirt of the sewers. If I can refresh your memory, we both spent much of that evening discussing our mutual love of games and puzzles, and I'd mentioned to you a rather singular parlor game I played some years back. Where's my volume setting? I needed to be max volume. Involving 3 boxes of 3 different colors. You had pressed me to write with the particulars of this game when I found the time, and I've included with this letter all the details you would need to share with the guest should you be inclined to play this confounding game. Always your friend, M. Lowry. Barack Obama was about 30 at this time, not yet a senator. Holy shit. Actually, that is true. You know what, to be fair, I also memory hold the fact that he's like a grandfather. Like, I memory hold the fact that he's old now. But yeah, that's crazy to think about, that people were alive in the 90s. My existence started, at some point in like time. There will always be at least one box which displays only true statements. There will always be at least one box which displays only false statements. Only one box has a prize within, the other 2 are always empty. And I get this piece, whatever this is. A rather curious wind-up key, a component of the parlor game, which I think you use to open the box. So it's a matter of figuring out which one is true, which one is false, and I'm assuming nothing else in the room matters, but let's just check around the room. Does anything else in the room matter in terms of what we need to know? I don't think so, because it's just 3 boxes. Let me have a seat in my very fancy lounging chair. This is mine now, by the way. Basically mine. While I'm solving the puzzle, it's mine. When I get evicted every night, it's no longer mine. But also, think about this. Nobody is in the house to watch me do this. So why does my character willingly leave the home every night? Why? If my uncle told me to leave the home, I would just take over his home. One box tells the truth, one box tells a lie, and one of them is always on. And one of them always has something. There are 3 boxes in this room. 2 boxes in this room are empty. This box is one of the 2 empty boxes. This is the box that tells the truth, because one box tells the truth, one box tells a lie. There are 3 boxes in this room. That much we know of, because it's literally a game called 3 boxes. So this box is the true statement, which leaves us with the box that has the item, as well as the box that's lying, right? But also, any box can have a prize. So even the box that tells the truth or the lie can also have the prize within the box. So it only leaves the question of these 2. 2 boxes in this room are empty. That's also true. This box is one of the 2 empty boxes. It could be. But the only 2 guaranteed true statements is this and this. And if both of these are true, and there's always one liar box, then this box has the item. Because this is true. And what are the rules of the game? There's 3 boxes. One box has the truth, one box has a lie, and at least one of the boxes has the item. Okay? One box has an item. This is true. There's 3 boxes. So this is true. 2 boxes in this room are empty. This is also true based on the rules of the game, because one box has a prize. which means that this has to be the lie. Because if these two are true, and there must be one lying box, this is the lying box. This box is one of the two empty boxes. This box has the item, right? Hey, I got it. That was easy. Pantry corridor is always left unlocked. What does that mean? I'm gonna go to the pantry. I'm kind of hungry. I like that puzzle because it's a puzzle of reading and understanding the words and thinking about the implications based on the state of the game and the context of like everything that's going on. That's a cool little piece. I like that. The music is also so quiet, and I feel like the music could be higher. What? Right click when you're done. Okay, graphics? What about graphics? FPS limit 120. So this is for the good viewing experience. It has a switch monitor button. This is the best game I've ever played in my life. Most games don't even let you switch monitor, let alone do they start on the right monitor. So what was this one? Coins, right? This one just says coins. It's a nice pantry. We have coffee. Coffee. Okay. We have coffee, flour, sugar. I don't understand people who just keep flour around. Because how often do you bake things or cook things like that? Lux coffee, that's like Starbucks, sure. Coins. Bridget, please pick up some more fruit before Friday, as we have just been informed that we may have an extra guest exploring the house next week. 50 steps should be more than enough. So I think an even spread would be ideal. 5 apples, 5 bananas, 5 oranges. The enclosed amount should cover expenses, but please bring back any change from the order and leave it in the pantry. What? This is a puzzle. Please pick up some more fruit before Friday, as we've just been informed that we may have an extra guest exploring the house next week, which is me. And apparently there's multiple people in this house. So there are literally people inside the walls, okay? 50 steps should be more than enough, so I think an even spread would be ideal. 5 apples, 5 bananas, 5 oranges. To win the game, you need at least 50 steps. 50 steps should be more than enough, which is implying... Okay, this is weird though. The enclosed amount should cover... Okay, where? What does this mean? What do we know about the game as a whole? I guess like because there's the overarching puzzle of the room itself, right? Only my grandfather knows. I'm gonna call him my grandfather, even though I know he's only my grandfather knows about the secret room. So who is Bridget and how does she know? But who is writing this letter? Because this is after my grandfather's death, because we may have an extra guest exploring the house next week, implies that we have people going into the house to figure out if they should be the heir. But at the same time, my grandfather wrote the letter to me. So who are the other guests that are inside the house, if not family members who are trying to take a piece of the fortune? So the subject of who wrote this is in question. If it's my grandfather, though, it has an implication. He's saying that you only need 50 steps to win the game, but you need 50 steps to win the game. Well, or like, should be more than enough. He's also saying you need 5 apples, 5 bananas, 5 oranges, which is interesting because not only do we have a shop with items around the map. Oh, that's what it means. Oh. So I take back everything that I said. I take back everything that I said. It's just introducing the fact that the bananas and the apples and the oranges allow you to walk around the home and give you more steps. So everything I said was a lie, but maybe it's still kind of true that we only need about 50 steps, which then says something because we have an apple farm actually on the left side by my tent. And I'm assuming that apple farm may be handy to get this. But this means we should look to buy some fruits. Storeroom for 1 key, 1 gem, 1 money. Lavatory to take a shit. I need to take a shit. I know I'm not playing this game the way you should be. Like, I choose rooms based on the feeling of my personage and not, like, the point of the game. But I think it's funny that you can just take a shit. This is just the Root Tree stream all over again. I mean, look, the game gives you the option to go take a shit, and you're not gonna go take a shit, and you're not gonna, like, extrapolate. Like, I feel like I should... The whole point of existence is extrapolation. Your life is a series of extrapolations that you make in the hopes that you're right, and maybe you're not wrong. And it's just a series of these that you make. We extrapolate about the trajectory of our careers. So we take on roles in the belief that it'll stay within that, only to find out that a career is meaningless in the face of a stock market that is dropping, that affects the Canadian one because everybody holds US bonds. HSS, Herman S. Sinclair. What does the S stand for? And look very carefully at this, actually. I would even look very carefully at this. So, Herman S. Sinclair. H and S are rendered normally. The S is rendered fancy. This could be just a matter of signature, but I think this actually plays a much deeper role in terms of it's the S in his name that matters. R, train. And this is an interesting detail here, too. That the lavatory is falling apart. You're spiraling again. I'm spiraling. I'm crashing out. Look, I'm just saying these are key. This is a puzzle game. I'm going to examine every single detail. Look, see that? That's for waffle stomping. I think this is a genuinely important piece of detail. One, the house is falling apart. It's being unmaintained. It's been unmaintained for some time. But two, the walls are actually not normal walls. If you look carefully, it has the markings of wood, but it has the lines of a blueprint. Herbert S. Sinclair. I had to allow this message, and I wonder why. The S stands for slutty. Okay, I see why. I see why Twitch blocked it. Okay, so I permitted the term slutty in this channel from now on. So now all of you can type the word slutty, and nothing will happen. Type slutty in chat now. You sultry soul sluts. I had permitted the term slutty. Yeah, I think the S does stand for slutty. But that's not true, though, because he only gave the house to me. Let me see his letter. How did he sign his signature? Same way. Maybe he is just fancy. But it also looks like a bass clef. Or like a treble clef, the way that you see in the notes and stuff. Also, you can get into a dead end. I realize you can get into a very easy dead end. Chapel. Whenever you enter the chapel, lose $1. That sounds funny. So why would I want to enter? The layout doesn't make any sense. It is a triangular roof in this part of the home with open wood, so therefore the rain would come inside. How come every single chapel is rendered the same way, where the rooftop has a hole in it? Because I've never been inside of a church and gotten wet. Well, for the wrong reasons. You were the only one of his family who could match his nasty. So true. But then is that problematic? Because I'm a child. I don't know about this grandfather guy anymore. I don't know about this like grandfather business anymore. I don't know if I want to be a part of his family anymore. And he's a church, and he's saying that I'm matching his nasty. This is just writing its own storyline, right? Nice sconce, bro. Oh, dude, nice sconce, bro. Damn, 6 sconce, brother. Oh my god. Do you know what that is? That's the mountain. See? What did I say? Every detail is important. Remember the mountain that we stared at outside, and I said that mountain looks like it'd be important? Look here. The core motif of this church is the mountain. And what does the mountain have? 3 things inside of it. It's the mountain itself that matters. It's why he built the home where it is. And I would even argue to look at this. What does this look like? That looks like a bit of like the mansion. As if to say on the other side you'd be staring at it. And what did we revere? It's the mountain. I'm picking up what my grandfather put down before he died. He saw my Playboys. Whenever you enter this room, gain 2 steps into the bedroom, hallway, storeroom. I'm gonna go. If I do storeroom, does it end? Because there's no more ways to go. So now look at the map. Storeroom has no exit. There's no exits. So is it over? Does the day just end? I guess you have to think about how you draft your rooms then, heavily. Spiral staircase. That's interesting. That implies that there's a second floor, which actually I didn't even think about this. A mansion usually has more than one floor, unless you're, kind of like the high ceiling type person, right? The stairway implies that my grandfather knows about stairs. So he's seen a stairway in his lifetime, but he never installed a stairway in his home. Why? Curious. Grandfather, you know what a stairway is, but you never installed one. Why? Where is the basement? Is it here? You have to end my day. Well, I don't want to. I'm going to dig this hole. Coins can be spent in shop rooms. So, what about this? What does this represent? 4 stars. At nighttime, I'm going to see if there's a way to look at the stars. This feels like an early blueprint of the house. Or some version of the house. Chess piece. As if we're pawns. As if I'm a pawn in a larger game. I'm picking up what my grandfather is putting down. There's a blue bird. What? Oh, this is the image that I drew as a child for my grandfather. Like I'm a bird in a birdhouse. Like I'm a bird in a birdhouse. And why do we keep birds in cages? To stare at them. To enjoy their presence, but they're never truly free. Maybe the whole game is about us learning the life's truest lesson, which is not to live by someone else's design, but to live free, as we want to be, just as my grandmother said so. By the way, I'm slowly going into the wall. I think you can just run, and you will eventually clip through things. Never mind, stopped. Dear liberals, you say you know what staircases are, yet you live in a bungalow. Curious. You do the writing of that dude too well. Like, it's making me suspicious now. But that is something that I could read as a piece of the like memory behind that entire movement. And then you have toilet paper USA on the bottom right. This mountain. The building, the church, the time. What time is it? 2:05. It's 2:05? Wow, that's actually pretty early. 2:05. Well, it's pretty early. 2:05. The mountain on this side, the shape of the mountain, and the 4 stars in the sky, and the images of the blue birds. You used to love toilet paper USA. Well, now you're free. Now you're free from it, and you can be a better person. I think I know what this game is about. Fundamentally, sure, room 46 matters for room 47, but 5 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 45 tile spaces. So there is no room 46. So read this again. Still, you can't help but draw a connection between this chamber and room 46. So maybe we get here and it takes us to room 46. But there's only 45 tiles that could make up the space of this house in the square. But I think the way that you orient your rooms itself matters. I think the way that you design your rooms matters to help you figure out what the overarching mystery of the game is. Because why would the church have the motif of the mountain, and then why would it have that sort of symbolism there if it didn't matter? And why would some rooms have windows to look out of on the edges of the room, but some room types don't even have windows like the church? The church has, like, stained glass. I think it does matter that you need to sort of look at the rooms that you have available and place them down. Which then, if that is true, then this might be one of the worst games ever. Because there's something terrifying about a game that relies so heavily on RNG that you need to have the perfect draws on a RNG tile-based system just to be able to progress as well. I don't even need to end my day normally. I can end my day by going back to the camp. Oh, I just passed out. You've used all your steps and must now call it a day. You push yourself to the very edge of exhaustion and must now return to your campsite to get some rest. You can continue your search tomorrow, however the house might be a little different. I hope so, because that layout sucked. Sometimes the curtains are just blue. That's a cop out. That is a literary cop out. Sometimes the curtains are not just blue. Sometimes there's more. I want you to go to your washroom and look at the water that's in your toilet, okay? Is it brown? That's because you just took a shit, right? It's not just because the water's brown. You're missing the fact that there's a dookie in the inside of your toilet that's staining the water. I'm looking at the shit in the water. You're looking at the water and you're just going, it's just brown. I'm looking at it and I'm going, how come you do... Why... I'm going, A, why didn't you flush? And B, you need more fiber. I'm the genius, not you. I know what's going on. But you're right. Sometimes the curtains are just blue. But think about it. Why would we find a picture of a little blue bird if it didn't matter? And now that I'm on day 2, do you think anybody's ever beaten the game in one day? Because it counts your days. And I wonder if it's possible to beat the game in a single day. Mr. My water is crystal clear, says a chat member. I like how you started that by saying Mr. And why is why? And then why is your first thought shit water, says another chatter. I don't know, and I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, what else do we have that's like a shared experience? Do we have a shared experience besides shit water? I don't think so. All we have as a shared experience is shit water. Spare room. I want to go straight ahead to maximize the width of this home. By the way, this is like those puzzles, right? So we have to use up every floor. So we should go like this, and we use up every single line. That way, there's no leftovers. So we go like this, and then we enter that way. Streamer is projecting. His water is brown. Why do you think I left to get coffee? Tell me, is the curtain blue here? No. Do you know what this symbolizes? This is not just a spare room. Why would there be a spare room in a home like this with these broken little walls and this like painter's tape? In fact, why would there even be painter's tape in a room with nothing in it? And why is it being painted blue? Because the curtains are not just blue. This is to symbolize that there's more behind the walls than you can imagine. There's more behind these walls than we can even see. Your coffee is your water? Well, the bluebird picture might matter. The slightly peeled wallpaper in a lavatory is definitely not a clue. This room is related conceptually to the lavatory. This room and the lavatory both belong to the same taxonomy of room, right? It's a bit like an SCP. Like, you know, like the SCP stuff, and how there's like a room that you step in and you get stuck in there, and it's like the potato room. This is the same taxonomy as the washroom. It is the cracking facade that we're staring at that says to us that there's more than meets the eye. Blueprint map. How do I go out? I had to select one. I wanted to check my inventory. What's in my inventory? So I have no money, so we can't go to the kitchen. Food for sale is nice, but we can't do that. So maybe I should end it off here. If I take a lavatory now, it might be better. But there's a guest bedroom that I've never been in before. Basically, I need to end off certain places in the right way so that I can keep on going. You know that SCP stuff? Not by choice. This is to symbolize that the streamer had more rooms than he knew what to do with because he was rich. I do say that I make 6 figures as a programmer. So I don't lie to you. I'm actually extremely transparent to you. Sometimes, at various points in my life, I've had more rooms that I never knew what to do with. And my wife and I have talked about the fact that, like, the money, like, we're not really made for money. Like, me and my wife are not made for money. We just happen to make money because I make money, but, like, we're not really made for that life. Like, we don't really need, like, I stay indoors all day long. All I care about is that I eat every day. And I eat, like, something new every day. And that's it. This is the anchor. Okay, so I want you to think about this. Guest bedroom. Nautical theme. Oh... Is that a flan? I fucking love flan. I love flan. It's my favorite dessert. Okay, so guest room, favorite dessert, flan. Okay, whoever sits here, whoever sleeps in this bed, you're a snack. Whoever sleeps in this bed, you're never getting pussy. Try as a dessert. Over here, this is the captain. That's why they're a snack. They're the captain. They're the pussy haver. Okay? This is the desert, the dry desert by the anchor. They are weighing their partner down. So this person sleeping on this bed dry as a desert. Do you know why? Because they're weighing their partner down over here who drives the captainship, aka they do everything inside the relationship. They take care of everything. And because they know that they're a snack, they don't reciprocate because the love is gone. And do you know how the love is gone? Because it's two different beds, separated by empty space. And the only thing between is a boat out of water. Please clap. I'm honestly a genius. I'm a genius. Like you just don't recognize it, chat. I'm a genius. The narratives in my mind. Never let me into any of your bedrooms because I'm gonna expound upon the fact that you never get pussy or dick. They weren't dry as a desert. They wouldn't be in damn, you beat me to it. See, exactly. Different beds. Sinclair, just wanted to write you a quick note thanking you for the weekend. I had a thrilling time on the hunt with Lloyd Evanson, whose peculiar personality somewhat made up for your absence. I also got to appreciate your new game in the billiard room. It's been ages since I've seen the billiard room in the house. I was beginning to suspect you retired the floor plan. It was well worth the wait, though, as I always enjoy your mathematical puzzles and appreciate that I didn't need to know the rules of darts to play your variation. Hoping your health improves shortly. I can't read that. Credit card. Chicken jockey. An electronic keycard. Opens electrically powered security doors like the one outside. Was it the one in the courtyard? Probably, right? Now, do I get to keep the items? No. So I need to remember what's outside. Okay, the next day, day 3, what we're going to do is we're going to go outside and memorize every single thing that's outside. I will start a note and I will put it on the website so you can keep track of my progress, okay? Also, note the chair facing the beds. It's not for a third person. No sex happens here. You're right. I missed the cuck chair. Well, so it's no longer a cuck chair because they don't have sex. It's the chair of disappointment. So I can't have this because I'm 2 spaces away. It needs to be 2 spaces out. So I need a space that can go straight, but there's no space that goes straight. So that bottom left corner is now empty. So in which case, I might as well just do a utility closet because it's the same level of disappointment that I'd have anyways. And now I see the frustration. I can never finish this corner because of the room cards that I got. That's fucked. Paperclip in the tree. Why is there a paperclip in the tree here? What? Keycard entry system. On, off. On. VAC indicators. Danger! Toggling your breaker switch may result in unexpected loss of floor plan functionality. Please call DC Power if you require assistance. Cabinet. Random question, but have I heard of ISO monitors? No, but they sound cool. Garage. On the outside. Dark room has a keycard entry as well. So gymnasium. VAC indicators. Red? Purple. What? Each of these rooms has something for the utility box. The garage is probably the one outside. There's a cabinet with a key card as well that's missing a switch. So you need a key card for the cabinet switch. You need a switch for the cabinet key card. Gymnasium and dark room has something as well. I'm going to go to the garage now because I hate my layout. And I need to memorize the outside anyways. In the meantime, explain to me what an ISO monitor is because it sounds sick. In fact, it reminds me of a sort of like a very high quality color graded monitor that you can look at and it has the perfect color. And it's like, ooh, ah, the reds are so red today. And the greens are so green today. And the whites are so white today. And like the blues are so blue today. There's pipes to these torches. This arrow says you must stand here. Oh, I get it. I get this. You go here. The church says that it's for tracking your ISOs. The church has the depiction of the mountain. This is the best place to stare at the mountain, to be one with the mountain. And then you turn on the fire so that you can look at the mountain at nighttime to see the stars. The 4 stars in the sky. How many stars were there? The stars of David and like the alchemists going to see Jesus? How many stars did he have? Was it 4 or was it 3? Is this a religious theme game or is it just happenstance? I need to know. It's supposed to be good for color accuracy, made in Japan, but you're a bit confused why they're so expensive. They're 3 to 4 times the price of the monitors with the same specs. Have you ever had Coca-Cola in your entire life? Because that's the kind of question that I would expect someone who's never had Coca-Cola in their entire life. Like, you know that hermit guy, the hermit priest who's like never seen a woman in his entire life? It's you, but with Coca-Cola and like branding. Like, you buy your t-shirts on those side shops on the streets that have the like clothing on those like weird models outside. So you have like the really tight tights as well as like the very basic sort of looking shirts and like stuff outside. You don't go into brand name store shops. Like you don't even know what like a mall is, because if you knew, you would know the power of branding for pricing. And yet you know what Apple is. This particular chatter talks to me about Mac OS machines. Dude out here sounding like Dan Brown writing the Da Vinci Code. I'm just saying, I feel like I'm seeing things that no one else has seen before. I need to sit. This is why I can't be outside, actually, because I spend too much time thinking about things. I very often will miss my stop on the bus just like thinking or reading a book, because I'll just be like sitting there absorbed in my own thoughts. It's why I do things like playing games and stuff, to prevent my mind from wandering. Because when my mind wanders, there's no telling where it goes. And I fear what I don't know, or what I seem to know, but I've never known it before the moment that I knew it. And that's the weird part about me. I've never known these things until the moment that I know it, and yet it bubbles up and wells in my mind like a wellspring of knowledge. Or curse, I'm not really sure. Here's one thing: the price is high because they don't sell for regular consumers as much, and instead do more B2B. You know what, that's also a good point, yeah. But I wonder, I would almost count that as part of like the branding deal in a way, because it's like, to me, it's like the same thing as like a branding deal, because it's like only if you own a business do you know about it. It's like how HP has like an entire enterprise line besides their consumer stuff, and it's like, yeah, you would only know about it if you own a business, aka you would only know about it if you knew the brand. Which is a bit funny to think about. Is this the door? Nay, I need a screwdriver. So I need to draw a map. Obsidian. Okay, I'm going to draw a map in Obsidian. Oh, okay. A real map of this place, because I need to keep track of it, and I'm going to show you the map. So first off, notes, blueprints, courtyard map, and then we'll do like an everything thing here. New canvas? Should I do a canvas? Can I draw on a canvas? I don't think so. Add media from vault. No, but this is good to organize things. Okay, so blueprints. Okay, so let me just show it to you, because we need to catalog what this place looks like, because I'm going to be lost. You mean you daydream a lot, so you get it. Yes, but you don't understand. I have no need to daydream. I've made it in terms of life in general. I have a wife. I have money. I feel like I'm good in life. So why do I daydream? Seeing things that no one has seen before. You mean hallucinations? Since they don't make the panels and instead buy them from other companies. You know what? That's a good point. Yeah, especially because they pay so much for it. Maybe there's something specific about the way that maybe it's like the software. It could be it could be as you say, because there's also like the support aspect. Maybe they support it so well that it's the best way to like do things, right? Planet Square. One of these images is not good. One of these images is like sexy. It's fucking hot. Okay, cinema drawing time. Video game. Oh, sorry, video game drawing time. Exactly. So we'll do new drawing. Here we go. So don't do this. Maybe delete this then. Yeah, sure. Blueprints courtyard map. How do I change this to dark mode? It's so bright it hurts my eyes. No. I would like for you to be dark mode so my eyes don't hurt anymore. There we go. No, I don't need this. I can just draw. Okay. So, let me orient myself. So the building, let's say, okay, so this is the building over here. So what's my default zoom? So this is the home. This is the courtyard home, roughly. So this is the courtyard home. I'll even do like the blueprint style, like sketch marks on it, so it looks the same, right? So this is the court. This is the home. Okay, this is the mansion. Get the mansion over here. Why do you need to daydream? You don't mean that you fantasize about being more fulfilled. That's sad. You mean shit like daydream about tiny guy dating sim. Tiny guy dating sim. Holy shit. Okay, write that down. Tiny guy dating sim visual novel. Kind of like Seiko. Giantess dating sim. And I know it's suspect that I know the name of that dating sim by heart, but just know that it's but primarily about you being normal dating tiny guy. And maybe not that tiny, but maybe that tiny. Think of how there's the fantasy of taking a petite woman and, well, this sounds problematic, of like being in a loving relationship with a petite woman among the male demographic. Right? Like, I'm pretty sure that's like a fantasy, right? Is it? I've heard this before, but I've never had this, so maybe no. So, okay, so you have the mansion. You have the mansion over here. This courtyard, which I wish I could do the minimizing thing easily, but we'll just do it like this. Wait, we can. If I just choose to minimize it like so. So don't full screen, and just choose to minimize it. This is wasting steps, but we need to do this because I'm not going to remember every single permutation of this place. You have the stairs down, and the stairs sort of look like this with a fountain. This is all very important stuff, okay? You got stairs down. So stairs down. How do you draw on this again? Oh, you stairs down, so it's like this. Took 2 lines before I put my foot in my mouth. You know what? It's easy to say problematic things. Like they don't call them dog whistles because they're easy to see, right? Like they call them dog whistles because they're very difficult to see until you say it, and then you realize, wait, that's not a good thing to like say, right? Like it's by their nature that they are the way that they are, right? So round circle sconce over here. It doesn't have to be this detailed, but I like doing it this detailed. You go like this. These are the stairs downwards. It's a little bit slanted, but that's fine. It's an older house. We can fix it later. But these are the stairs inside the home. This is then the courtyard of the home. So now we're in the courtyard. The courtyard has a bit of a weird shape. It's more of an oval with a square facing where the mansion is, going into like a semicircle. It's a semicircle. Actually, what does it look like from up here? Oh, hold up. You're playing Blueprint. Have I just started the game? You don't see why else you would do this drawing. Yeah, I just started. So I'm trying to figure out, because I have no good memory, so I'm trying to figure out how to like immortalize the house so I can remember what's on the outside. It is a semicircle, but it's like a cut-off semicircle. And then look at this. I didn't realize this pattern with this thing here, but look at these lines. Does it remind you of something? This is a puzzle. There's a puzzle here, chat. There's a puzzle here. Do you know why? Why is this tile in particular weird? There's a puzzle here. Why is this tile in particular weird? Because it's a part of the puzzle. And look. It's not the only one. Maybe it's shading, actually. Oh, you don't see the game. Oh, oops, sorry. Okay, wait. So here, look. Okay, look. This tile, it's weird and shaped. It's like shaded in. Okay, you get the fountain, and you have these like color tiles. I'm pretty sure there's a puzzle here. And look at the size of these square insets. Some of them are longer. Some of them are shorter. And look at the mountain. There, it has a reflection of the mountain too, which we know is probably important in some way, given the motif of the church. I need to think about this. So you have to actually try sometimes to come up with cursed things to say here. That's because you can't beat me. Like, I am the curse. So fountain's over here, but I think the fountain actually has a very important piece to it all. So fountain's like this. And then it has a bit of a square shape to the outside. So this is just a courtyard. And look at this new feature that I found called canvas. So I didn't know about this, but canvas seems sick. So basically, you can drag anything that you want inside the canvas, and you can just make it a part of the thing. And then you can be like, okay, well, this section is for the map itself. And then over here, you do the notes on the game. Yeah, it's probably a puzzle. What are the odds I can solve it right now? 0%? Don't believe that you and I share the same IQ, though we come from the same place. Don't believe that you and I are the same. My IQ is particularly high compared to your IQ. My IQs are way more quotient than yours, okay? My IQ is significantly more quotient than yours. That line is too long. Some of you think you have IQ. Some of you just have Q, like questions. I have Q, quotients. My quotient is very quotient. 99% of people fail this test. What's in the water? Okay, so we have this. We now do a semicircle across the entire thing. And this semicircle is interesting because it's not just a semicircle. There's a doorway right here that begins, that leads into a whole other section, which I don't really know about, but I see that there's a bit of a bridge here. So you go here. And we say that this is like a door. So I'll do like a, I don't know, what's like a door drawing? What's a good drawing of a door? I'll draw the door as if it's actually, as if we're actually looking at it. That way we know that it's there. So that way it's like, I can't be fooled. And then it sort of like goes into like here, which I don't really know. This is sort of like question mark here. What is this place? And then we do, here. So semicircle around the courtyard. Which goes all the way around the fountain. A bit of a failure on my semicircle. I'm not an artist. I'm barely even a programmer, let alone an artist. So don't quote me on this. Have I stepped into the mansion at all? So what's funny is that the first day, I didn't know how the step mechanic worked. So I wasted 30 steps walking around outside. And then when I stepped into the mansion, I kept going back and forth. In and out of doors. So when we started with a room, we were down to I think 10 steps. I solved the 3 boxes puzzle because that was easy. It was just a word question, so I solved it. Yeah, and then I soft locked the room on day 1 with only 7 rooms. So it's been a hard time. It's been a very hard time. This is the driveway, so we can go driveway. This door is like this. This door is like this. And then there's these steps down here. So these steps, just a bunch of rocks, but we can basically assume the shape of it would go like this. This day, he got the guest bedroom and has already wasted all the steps he gained. No, I got the guest bedroom. Okay, so the guest bedroom, we learned the story of how the guests in the home aren't having sex. Because of the anchor and like the dry desert, right? And then we got the spare room, which says to me that there's things behind the wall. We got the utility closet. This is where I went a little crazy because I have a key card and I got the utility closet. And so now I'm on this like, you know, trail of finding the garage. This game soft locks you even if you play it well though. See? So it's not a me problem. It's the game itself being... is it good or is it bad? I can't tell. What should my opinion be at this point? Chat, I need help. What's my opinion now? That deletes the whole line? What's the point? Why is this not like a raster drawing tool? Vibe gaming. He's still in the playing based on vibe space. It's not vibe. I solved the puzzle. I solved the puzzle where others probably failed, chat. I solved a pretty mean puzzle by myself. How many people do you know of can beat that puzzle? Are you smart enough to pass the test? So then these are stairs to go down this way. And then I just need to, oops. And I need to look at this. It goes down here and it goes straight to 90 degree. Okay, so it's like this. 90 degree, like so. Okay, there's more stairs over here. Good. Sconce. But yeah, a game is shit. Okay, good. Okay, I'll keep that. I'll use that opinion. But yeah, I can see already how frustrating it can be, because soft locking is sort of like a weird mechanic. It counts down the days, which sort of makes it feel worse, and you get random rooms, so it's kind of hard to think about the way that you can, like you won't be able to use every tile. So it is frustrating in that sense. I already felt it with this bottom right tile that I can no longer fill now. You'll go write thesis, have fun, good luck, GG with the stream. No worries, have fun. Good luck with your thesis. I hope you pass. If you don't want to pass, then I hope you fail. You'll see box puzzles get meaner. As in like, it starts to insult me? Or like what? Like, how does it get meaner? I hope it starts to insult me, because I think that's like funnier, right? So this is a weird entrance over here. So I'll do like this. This is a bit of a weird entrance. So this is like, it's like a boarded up entrance over here. Wood boards, let's say. I need to map all this out just so we know what the hell is going on. So this is the wood board section. Yes. Wood boards. We'll do like this. Oops, not images. Wooden boards. Blocking what looks like cave. Why this writing is made for ants. What looks like cave entrance to cliffside hallway. Wooden boards, yep, blocking what looks like cave cliff entrance to woodside hallway. Okay. This whole section is very important, and this is the most important piece. So this is, I believe, related to the mountain, but maybe the waterfall too. But I think it's primarily related to the motif of the mountain that we saw within the church, which should be important because the mountain also shows up in the reflection. And these are gas-powered sconces, which is kind of crazy. You have sconces that are gas-powered because that's like gas is pretty expensive, and I would just do wood. But anyways, you stand here, you look at the mountain. I'm pretty sure this is a stand here, and you look and you pray to the mountain type of deal. So go here, you just then dead end into this, which is, it looks literally like this, but it's kind of offset centered to the thing, so it's more like this. Yeah, it's kind of like this. So yeah, so this, and then the arrow. So it's like this arrow, this arrow, this arrow, this arrow. The other box contains a gold piece. The other box contains a jewel. Are you sick, or do you always look like that? I hope it is like that, because that would be funny. It's like the boxes have become sentient in their own way, and it's like, it's demeaning you. This is why your grandfather in the game, who are learned is not your grandfather, but it's actually your great uncle, is having you do this. He's building character. As all old people say when they demean you. All old people say that it builds character as they insult you. That's what grandpa is. Grandpa, I don't feel so good anymore, grandpa. This is flames. I'm assuming these are flames based on sort of the shape that is. And then over here is the mountain itself, which is one majestic son of a gun. I won't even draw it, because to draw the mountain would demean it. To draw the mountain would be to demean it. I simply insert. It's okay, these puzzles aren't for everyone. So this is sort of the view of the mountain from this side. So, view of the mountain, you get to view the mountain. Okay, so, oh, I almost dropped my coffee, sorry. This thing. So we'll do, okay. Weird standing platform where you can view the mountain. Related to the church? See notes on canvas. See notes on the canvas. RE church mountain. And then, seems like gas-powered pipes to fire sconces. Looks so cool. Looks so cool. I know there's an arrow too, but I like to draw my own arrows. It builds character. Everything is about building character in this lifestyle. There's also these bird pods, which I do need to think about too, actually. I should take a screenshot of this after. So, just because I think the shape of these matters. Because why would my grandfather put these like this if it didn't matter? This has to matter. Okay, we'll just think about this. So it then goes down into a mountain path with a bench. Another bench. It's a bit of a weird bench. I need to sneeze. So it goes down like so, over here, like so. And there's a little bit of a fountain thing going on over here. So if I go like this, take a screenshot of this thing's for sure a puzzle. 100% it's a puzzle. Pop it into my handy dandy notebook. Right there. It's too obvious not to be a puzzle. With a bench over here. So for benches, I'll just draw like this. That's a nice bench. I need like a legend somewhere that tells me what these drawings look like, because they all look like shit. My drawings are so shit that I need like a legend to help guide me. And this thing is a tunnel that leads underneath the driving. There's a seam right there. There's a seam that you can look through to see the rest of the world. But we need this to be able to see through. So this leads under the right underneath the driveway. Which I'm kind of overshooting the drawing, so I need to think about this. So, sure. We'll move it back here. I want it to be a biblically accurate drawing of the space. If it isn't biblically accurate, I don't want to have it. So you go down into this like cave section, which I don't really know what this is. So this is actually independent from the above. So independent from the above. And it's like, sort of a dark tunnel. Dark tunnel. I don't know what this is for. What is the dark tunnel for, exactly? Because it's not the garage. I thought this thing would be the garage, but because it makes sense to put it here, but at the same time it doesn't, because it's a courtyard. So it wouldn't make sense to put the garage here, because it's a whole courtyard zone. And I also need to specify under driveway. It's under the driveway. So this is now the underneath level. So if I draw like this and like this, there we go. That should make it clear. Okay. What's inside here? It's very dark. Covered with boxes. Surrounded by boxes. Boxes blocking the way. Blocked by boxes. These notes are going to come in handy, because at some point everything's going to come back to like being outside. Maybe that's the real lesson of my grandfather that he's like giving me. I think my grandfather gave me this lesson to think about the fact that I need to go touch grass. Because my grandfather probably spent his entire life making puzzles, and then he died. He died a lonely, sad man who apparently was married, but you clearly by the guest bedroom they were not having sex, right? And so it makes you wonder, maybe his lesson is don't be stuck in this home. Don't believe that there's something here for you. Life is what you make of it for yourself, and there's more to the world than video games. Fuck you, Grandpa. I'll play whatever games I want. You can't tell me what to do. You're dead! You wonder if the demo had these areas because you did not see them. Yeah, these are probably all new. Because I don't remember seeing it from your demo playthrough either. But I feel like the demo playthrough that we saw together was just you inside the house most of the time. Trying to figure out what was going on inside the house. Because I was genuinely confused by the house. Also, I need to draw this important detail. The waterfall. So, waterfall over here. Waterfall over here. Very important waterfall. As well as cliffside hallways. Like my 3DS drawing. Such a good 3D drawing. So cool. Cliffside hallways. So cliff side hallways carved into mountain. Waterfall visible from here, so sort of visible from this angle. You sort of see it all from here. That's what you see on that viewpoint. So we have this path, and then we have this little door over here, which leads somewhere. I don't really know what this is, but there's a bit of a weird door here. Metal door. I'll do like a metal door symbol. Well, just a door symbol, then I'll explain that it's a metal door. Metal door. Screws on edges maybe can open. So I'm gonna, in fact, I'll even take a screenshot of this because it's better to just have a photo is worth, a picture is worth 1,000 words, especially if your artist is me and they suck at drawing. Like that is, you really want a picture compared to what your artist can make if it's me. Super important. You go down, you then do a bit of a winding path. I won't draw the winding path. I think it's fine to just go straight in a straight line. We get to the end of the driveway, which leads off to this side. So, end of the driveway leads off to this side. So that goes off here, and then this would go here, and then here. This is the campsite now. We go like here into this. So, driveway, this is the blocked exit, which I'll just draw here. Let's take a screenshot of this. This could open up, I'm not really sure, but I feel like this probably not going to open up. How do I set the default font size? Large. Extra large. Most likely locked for good. Exit out of driveway to society. Parentheses ew. Parentheses ew, just so you know where I stand on mingling with the people. The hoi polloi. Over here is the campsite. So this is the campsite area. So you go out here, and you go back to your campsite, which is where you sleep. There's another bird thing over here, which is very... I need to keep track of these because there's a motif of birds, and I'm assuming birds within cages and like the drawing of the blue bird. I feel like the bird matters. You love hate parentheses. So there's another bird feeder here. And beside the bird feeder is my campsite because I'm homeless in my own home. A novel about broken homes coming to a theater near you. So then I don't know how this looks like, but let's assume it looks like this for now. But because it seems to path off like this. Homeless in my own home. A novel. By my name. This does, however, have a hint of civilization here, which is interesting. And there's a cut down tree. Why is there a cut down tree? Did I do that? For the fire? But then it would have been this one, right? You have 2 computers in your apartment. Does your apartment have a computer motif? Yes. Your home has a computer motif at this moment. Fuck this tree in particular, right? Because like this is the tree that became the sitting log and also the firewood. So that other tree just died for no reason. Look, there's even a dead tree here for free. That tree just died for no reason. So okay, so this area has a dead tree motif going on, which is very important. I feel like this is a part of a puzzle. I know it seems like I'm reading into things, but I feel like this is a part of a very important puzzle. So it's like over here. So this is, and then too obvious not to be a puzzle. It's like my famous phrase, too obvious not to be a secret. Same feelings. So here, basically just kind of ends off here and then sort of loops back around this way. It's kind of weird in that way. Have I already fucked up the drawing? Can you see the mansion from this angle? Fuck, you can. Wait a minute. 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 I need to redraw this. So technically, this actually goes down like here. You can actually like see the mansion from the side, like so. And then you'd actually be going up this way, even. Technically, like this. It looks almost like a distended asshole. The way that it is, it looks like a distended asshole. Too obvious not to be a puzzle, and then your campsite is over here. You would take 5 hours to do a single run in Balatro. So if you see the Balatro VODs, it's actually just a series of me failing to try to trim my deck down to just be aces. So actually, the Balatro runs go very quickly because I'm stupid and I'm stubborn with the way that I want to play a single playstyle. It's only games like this that invite to curiosity that make me go, there's something here. Like, look, there's a fire motif in this house. There's a motif of being homeless and sexless throughout this entire game. So far, no one's having sex and like no one's sleeping well. Putzel. A putzel. Here, right there. We'll do... I want to label this appropriately. Home. Because I'm homeless, get it? There's a quote in our stream that goes, everything's a puzzle if you're an idiot. You wound me and yet you're not wrong. You wound me and yet you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Is this the one with the key card? No. But this is important to know about. So this one's here, and it's actually like off to the campsite. But the campsite has two different ways you can go. One is to a farm area. So go back to here. So up here is like this doorway. But then over here, it's actually like a weird little farm zone. So fairly accurate. The striped... I want to say this is like the striped security door. Striped security door. I'll leave my notes on the canvas itself. Buys new puzzle game. Spends 2 hours drawing a map of the edition area. Leaves thumbs down review when does the sex start. You know what's crazy? People like try to sponsor me. You know, I got an email today actually about someone who wants to like sponsor my stream and like, you know, like, and they want me to play their game. Hey, we sent you a few indie titles recently. Our aim is to keep content creators up to date with the latest and highest quality titles. With that in mind, we're pleased to introduce Yao Guai Hunter, which is a unique roguelike builder inspired by ancient Chinese folklore, developed by a small Chinese studio. It launches on April 17th. If you'd like to play the game with you and your friends, please let us know. People genuinely are searching me out to give me these games. But then it's like imagine, what do they see in me? You know what I mean? It's like imagine your friend is dating someone who's genuinely awful, and you ask them what you see in him, but it's like me, but then me to advertisers, and so I say to the advertisers, what do you see in me that makes you want to like give me the game and help you advertise for it? Like, do you see what my chat is? Like, I've cultivated a chat that's entirely about sex, feet, and like disappointment. In that order. Bleh. Bleh. SpongeBob math email. Bleh. What do you see in me? Apple Farm. Apple Farm. They see a warm body generating views. A warm body generating views. I like how you could say that about anything, and that is like the quintessence of marketing. To quote the manager from Walter Mitty, to quote the manager from The Secret Life of Walter Mitty movie, this is the quintessence of marketing. is they just need a warm body to generate views. I was promised feet, and all I got was defeat. It's good. It's really good. And there's also this thing. These numbers for the padlock. So there's a padlock here as well. Has a padlock. Very important to know. Has a padlock on the door itself. So, Apple Farm striped security door. Metal screw door. We'll call this the metal screw door. Because I need names to refer to back here. Just climb over the fence. No, no, no. Grandfather said I must learn. I refuse to... He's not even my grandfather. The mountain viewing pad. So the mountain viewing pad. Right, so with the mountain viewing pad, we have the courtyard itself. The courtyard. These are all very important places. And then I need to go back and take a screenshot of the tunnel of these boards, because I realized drawing is stupid. We're on a computer with the ability to take screenshots, and I should just do that, right? So boarded doorway. I should call this the boarded doorway. Boarded, actually not here. Do it here. Boarded doorway. Dark tunnel. Because I need to refer to these afterwards with notes on what I did, so that I remember, so that I don't waste time again coming back out here. Because I'm gonna do that every single time, and it's gonna bother me. And basically, trying to figure out what to do is gonna be a measure of things that I think will work and things that don't work. So now that I have the key card and it doesn't open any of these, I know that the key card is useless. But I won't remember that when we inevitably revisit the game 6 months later, because I get like a dopamine hit from playing other games, and I will forget. So it's important for me to write down now before it's too late. These tiles matter. So these tiles matter in their own way, which is kind of interesting, the way that they look. These tiles matter, kind of. And the inset on the... See that? Because each one has a different size. This has to matter. This is too obvious not to be a puzzle. It's just too obvious not to be a puzzle. Too obvious not to be a puzzle. Grandpa! Grandpa! Why did you leave me a home with no home? Where's the keys, grandfather? And by the way, does my voice sound okay ever since we did that stupid thing with the voice changing thing? Because my fear is that my voice doesn't sound right, because I don't remember what setting my microphone was on before I did the joke with the screaming into the microphone. So I sure hope it is good. You get the impression that I'll pick this game up and come back out here to take these notes a second time. There's a very good chance that I will, but that's why I'll show you my new note-taking system. So I've learned that taking notes is in its own way a very important skill to have, because I'm the type of kid in school who would just highlight every single thing, right? Within a textbook, which was a bit of a problem. And then I'll do this as like, I don't know. Is it Trius door? Trius door? Trius door? Tress door. I think that's the word. Tress door? I think that's the word. I don't know. There's like a specific word for this like pattern of shape. Tress door? Tress door. Triest door? Tress pattern. Tress pattern. Is it tress pattern? Tress wood pattern. Tresses. Yeah, it is a tress door. There you go. Tresses. There you go. Tress door. I'm so good at words. So this is the tress door down here. Courtyard. Okay, good. We'll take a screenshot of that thing. Okay. But yeah, I'll show you my new system, because there's a skill to taking notes that I've now learned. Voice acting so much he doesn't even know what he actually sounds like. Honestly, when I talked to my wife, she was like, you sound different. And I was like, what? Because she says, you sound different from when you're on stream. She was like, you have a certain pattern of talking on stream. And I was like, oh no. Because what that means is that I've accidentally built a stream voice. I need to go to like a vocal coach who, when he hears me doing like a YouTube voice, I'll basically like I need them to punch me, but like not in like a sexual way. Trustor, is it Trustor? Trustor Italian fingers emote. What's that? Italian hands emote. Okay, Trustor, same difference, right? You've no idea. Okay, well, thank you for almost throwing me. Thank you for causing me to Google it once again. That was good. That was a +2 moment. God, you get so triggered by classmates doing that. They're not studying. They're just LARPing someone who studies. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for hurting you the way that I hurt you. I mean, that's the thing though, right? It's like, I need to figure out how to do it well. Because if I don't do it well, then you never have anything. But like, that's the thing about the highlighting is like, it's funny because I think of highlighting as like, if you highlight everything, that's a signal to you, a visual signal. But in schools, at least here, when they teach highlighting, they just say don't highlight everything. But they don't say why. Like, they don't say why you shouldn't highlight everything. You have to sort of intuit the reason. And the reason is that if you highlight everything and you think everything is important, then nothing is important. And so you have to actually understand what you're reading to form a real important opinion about what you're reading. Otherwise, it's basically meaningless. But they don't tell you that in school. They just tell you to highlight, but don't highlight everything. And I never was one to study because I'm a genius. So I just kind of said, okay, well, I don't really need to study. So I highlight everything, and then I stopped highlighting for years, and then I just went up, and then I just lived my life as a genius. So good. Highlighting doesn't work because you don't know what they want you to learn. Exactly. Yeah. Like it's weird how like counterintuitive the technique is. Like, it makes sense once you kind of know, but you don't really know. Especially in school, you're learning these for the first time, so you never really know what you're learning. But it's like, it's different from now, when I'm like, I need an algorithm to solve this particular problem, and I know it's something about graphs, like a directed acyclical graph, but I don't know what exactly it is, but at least then I can know what to highlight. But if it's my first time learning about geometric algebra, I have no clue. If it's my first time learning about quantum mechanics, I have no clue what's like real or like not. I don't even know if it's real or not. How do I know what's important? So there's an interesting problem there. Chess store Italian hands. You didn't see that I wrote it. You know what? To be fair, you're right. And this I can see over here. So no more shitty drawing of a waterfall. I can just have a real nice drawing of a waterfall. So nice, some would say it's a photo. So, cliffside halls, I'll call this the cliffside halls, just so I know what to refer to it as. It's like off in the distance too. Punch, but not in a sexual way. Wait, who the hell would need that disclaimer? Well, because it's like kind of hot. You know what I mean? I've been reading this manhwa called "Tears of a Withered Flower" because my wife read it, and it's literally just smut and sex. And I realized something. There is something fundamentally hot about being like a dominated person, because I think of myself doing like a dominating action to my wife, but not like violently. And I think to myself, that's like kind of hot, right? We had classes like that in high school, where they legit talked to flip the info. One teacher told the class to use highlights, the other one told the class specifically not to use them and underline things in the set. Yeah, like it's fascinating how many different methods there are that no one is ever really, I don't know, like, and then but then it's like, it's funny too, because it's like the thing that you describe is exactly the problem, where they just say the method but they don't say why, and there's no real explanation of why, and it's only later when you realize why. Fruit punch, but not in a sexual way. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you almost never highlighted anything, and you only underline headings. Well, so that's the thing, right? Is like, because then it's like, okay, well, if the only thing that I'm taking away from something is the heading, isn't that the same as just taking away the entire page? And if so, do I really know anything? Anyways, this is my note-taking system. So this is my new note-taking system. Welcome to the canvas, the blueprints canvas, okay? So we have the courtyard map over here, which I can refer to at any given moment. And I need to put these images elsewhere. Okay, that's a bit of a problem. I'll fix that later. And then you have the notes themselves, aka the cards. So you might say, okay, what do we know about certain things? Well, key card, like the key card, for instance. Let's do like the key card over here. is useless. The key card doesn't do anything for us. It literally isn't important for like anything. So no door, no outside door needs this. And then I would just go on and on and on as I discover what this is, and I'll sort of tie it together within this system just so I know what the hell is happening. No outside door needs this. So then I tie it to this. So I tie it to this, but then I draw a little X if I can draw an X. But you know what I mean? It's like no outside door needs this, and then I can just keep on going. So it's like, okay, I might have like a map elsewhere. This is like the ship log in Outer Wilds, PogChamp. Exactly. Like this is I'm going for like a log theming where I'm like trying to figure out, okay, I'm like trying things. I can correlate it to like different things, and I can sort of see where it goes. So now I know it doesn't have any link to the outside. I can just take that off, and I can say, okay, the key card is not important, but there is a room where it is important, which is the utility closet. If you didn't write down something important, you went down with the fucking ship. Yeah, that is fair. Because then it's like, it's better to not risk losing something. I actually do understand your point. So you have the utility closet itself, which is actually related to this. So which is interesting. It's in the breaker box. I need to figure out how to do the file name thing after. I'll just figure that out after. So then we got to go inside here. I'm wasting a step to do this because I forgot to take a screenshot here, but I don't know what any of these are for. So this is this, which leads into this thing. So the outside is now basically its own thing, but this is how it goes. And this can go over here for now. This is the outside map. I don't know what this is. All I know is that these things matter and that it's missing a single whatchamacallit here. So it's missing a add card. Missing a cabinet switch. Which is, that's not up to code, basically. So this thing isn't up to code. If I was like your local OSHA, I would mark this home for a demolition, because this is not up to code. You can't read your own writing anyway, so note-taking is pointless. So true, my handwriting sucks, and I don't know how people have good handwriting. Mine is pharmacist script, like doctor script, but I don't know the script itself, and so my words are meaningless. It's painful how much you relate to that. It degenerates into a bit of a reverse engineering problem more often than not. Yeah, exactly. It's why I stopped taking paper. Like, paper notes to me don't matter anymore. Like, I don't look at a paper note and go, I want to do paper notes. Now I do like a digital note because it's better for my sanity. Like and it feels more convenient too because I don't need to sit there, let my hand cramp. Like I can just keep on going at it and just write the whole thing perfectly, if that makes sense. 2 cans of paint. So one time in university, your calculus professor did an entire April 1st lecture as a prank. It was supposed to be super hard and irrelevant, but you felt like for once you finally understood something. You barely passed that course. I mean, I would hate that. I would hate that because if you pay for something and they do that to you, I'd be like, I want a discount. Because school isn't free for us in North America. And I'd be like, thank you for making me feel this way. I want a discount so I can feel better about myself. 1 degree, please. I feel like this is important. I feel like this thing is very important. 2 cans of paint. What does this mean? So, by the way, I forgot. This is what inspired me to start the notes because I felt like this was a sign. When do you ever use these? To keep related documents together, to pin them together. So I'm gonna pin them out. And also there's a tree. Where are there trees, chat? Outside. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this as if it's some revelatory thing, and I'm going like, where are there trees? Outside. What's outside your front door? Find out next time on The Outside. So, bit of a weird thing over here. It's like strange the way that this is. The tree motif reminds me of maybe the outside? Maybe related to outside? Because it might be something, maybe something attached to tree. and there are many trees on the outside. What's outside that you may not know? Find out next time on Going Outside. Yeah, digital notes are just superior in a way. Yes, you can also search through them. Yes, back them in several spaces. Yes, and other things. Yes. The only thing that I wish. Okay, so this is the one use case of AI that I think is actually really good. AI that you train on your own material that then classifies your notes. Because I want to go into my AI and say, bring me to the utility closet, which is a word on a screenshot, but also bring me to the fuse box for the keycard system, and it would take me to this section of my notes. That's the only reason that I would ever want to use AI. Otherwise, it's like it doesn't make sense. Like, if I can train it into a tool of my own, which you could with your own things, then it'd be useful, like genuinely useful, versus like useless as it is now. You barely passed that quiz. You did. Oh, you did. And you were pissed. Good. Yes. He also wasted half an hour of another lecture bitching about Ben Carson. Oh man, that is like, yeah, like I would, like, no matter which way you think of a particular person, it's like you really just want to get the value out of your course, and you want them to like teach you something, you know, like it's kind of hard to feel like that's worth it, because every minute counts, really. It vaguely reminds you of the introduction to mathematics course you needed before the actual first semester started. The professor was just writing super badly on purpose on the blackboard to prank the new kids. That's awful. Yeah, I don't get why some people do this idea of like this like weird hazing thing, or like this idea of like, a 60% pass rate is a good pass rate. It's like, no, man. If people aren't passing your class, like, what's the point of paying for it? Like, if someone is putting in commensurate effort and they still won't necessarily get something good out of it, what's the point? But that's, granted, that is a big if on like if the people are doing well within it and are actually trying their like best to like interface with the class. If they are, then I think to myself, like, this, you know, like I feel like they should get more. You're right. So maybe instead of the note like this, we'll do the note like this. So we'll go like this. Key card. No outside door needs this. So key card item. Oh, I know. Even better, I don't need this note. There's a better way of doing this. This screenshot right here is enough to tell us everything. We just take it. Just take a screen. Pressing tab closes things, but my screenshot hotkey is pressing tab. Fuck. Anybody know how to take a screenshot without pressing tab? For context, I don't have a print screen button. I'm gonna take a photo with my phone. Guys, I can't take a screenshot. I want to take a photo with my phone and just put it into my digital notes. The classic online screenshot problem. Est-ce que c'est? Oh, good. The tree motif reminds me maybe of the outside. Guys, he's cooked, maybe. Maybe, I know. Quotes and maybe. Like, maybe it reminds me of the outside? I don't know. Guys, he's cooked. He doesn't know what he's doing. Okay, but you knew. Like, you knew that I was cooked the moment I started this whole train of, like, writing things. You knew that I was cooked at this point. No door outside needs this. There we go. Beautiful. Now we have a train of thoughts. Control Shift S. Yeah, so... Oh, it's Control Shift S? Oh, I disabled that hotkey. Because I use Windows Shift S. Hold up, let him cook. Oh yeah, your theoretical computer science professor was the type of person who would like to have everything below an A as a failed grade if he had the power to decide that. That's interesting, but... Yeah, because it's like, because then what's the point of having the course? What's the point of even doing all of that, right? It feels a bit absurd in the way that you do it, because then it's like, what's the point of having the grading system if it's pass or fail? And what's the point of having that system of gradually getting up to a passing grade? Because I feel like the point of having that gradual step up and down is to help the student denote to them where they are in terms of the standards of the thing that they're trying to learn and that they're getting into. That is to say, helping them, the students, adjust and help decide whether or not, this is for them, or maybe they need to put more time and effort into it into a different way. Like, I feel like that should be a tool as an instructor to like use it to help you figure out how to like best adjust for someone. Granted, you can't really do that in like a 50 to 100 to 500 person lecture for like larger schools. But still, I feel like there's, okay, POV, this is me when I talk to and I think about stuff. I like pace around or like table and just walk around it, okay? But I feel like that's a thing that should be like done instead of just thinking of it as a hard pass fail and then just sort of like making you suffer and just saying like, if you're not an A, then you're worthless. It's weird. Like, it's weird that like they just go, oh, like you don't have an A, then you're worthless. Wait, you Americanize it by saying A, but you don't even know how it is in Canada. Same thing. Basically, this is the same thing. And although in Ontario, we used to have a grade 13 for many years, and then it was funny because the year after my siblings finished high school, they got rid of grade 13. So my siblings were both like, well, what the fuck, man? Like, we stayed in high school for an extra year for no reason. Cook. Lots of professors don't understand or care about students. They just want to write papers or some shit. I mean, to be fair, it's kind of cool to write papers, right? I'm doing the equivalent of what a tenured professor does on a paper, but I'm doing it in live video form to an audience. Think about that. There's no difference between me and a tenured professor. Both of us just want to write papers. We're just here to yap, you know what I mean? Like, we're just here to enjoy the moment. Oh my god, there's a real puzzle. I'm going in. The parlor. It's the same puzzle. It's the same thing again with the three. Maybe the note changed. But yeah, it's funny too because I have no semblance of understanding of like the university life because I never went. For me, I never went. I just skipped it and I went straight to like the open MIT thing to do my comp sci thing for free. Which was also new because I was thinking in my head, I could go to school, but then I'd be in crippling debt for many years. And so is it really worth it? But I also didn't know that I was actually poor enough to go to school for free. Had I known that I was poor enough to go to school, I think I would have just done it. But sadly, I didn't get the chance. So now I know. And that is to say, well, it is what it is. To be fair, they can have constant pressure on improving the necessity of their job position. That is true. That is true. There is absolutely a difference, but okay, well, true. The key difference between a professor and me is that I'm changing the world. I'm saying things that mean something. There are 4 boxes in this room. This is the lie. There's only 1 box in the room. That's also a lie. The gems are in the true box. Okay, this is a whole different game. You did 4 years of university and then 3 years of college. I commend you. If you hated it, then I feel sorry for you. If you liked it, I commend you. If you hated it, I feel sorry for you. Which one is it? Parlor. Drafted 2 times. This cozy lounge. Wait, they all have flavor text. This cozy lounge furnished with couches and armchairs serves as the perfect social setting for receptions and after parties. Consequently, this was one of the most popular rooms for entertaining, and the late H.S. St. Clair was known to supply a myriad of parlor games to encourage his guests to think and conversate. So I'm taking a screenshot of this because it is actually important to figure out what this is. Because this room in particular has a window. It's a very different room from the other rooms in that you can actually get a view of the outside world. But if it's on a space that doesn't have any outside portion of it, then it simply stays blank. Which is interesting to think about because it's like we could actually lead to can show view of outside if placed correctly on edge tile. Because it could be that there's more outside of the map around. So this could be a thing that I can do. You also did core programs, so you had student jobs in your chosen field that help pay school. Oh, that's really good. Yeah. Because the student jobs, my friends are going through it. They have no co-op jobs and they're suffering at the moment, and it sucks because they're in like they're in the tech field as well as the engineering fields, and they're like, man, these are like the younger family friends but they're not like super young. They're like 23 and 24. Like they're old as shit. but like they're younger than me, so they're like children. But basically, and they go like, oh yeah, like we didn't really do co-op, so there's no way for us to like. And then when they apply for things, they're up against people who like did like multiple co-ops and like multiple real life jobs doing real life things. And like, damn, this actually sucks. Just like Betrayal at House No. Exactly. I was just talking about Betrayal the entire time, saying this is the best game ever. So these puzzles change every time, so there's no point writing down the answer, but this is important to think about with the window. You hated the second half of university and you liked the college material, but hated doing it in quarantine. You legit started college in September 2019 with at least I'll never have to do e-learning again. That's funny. Yeah, because like that's when it all happened. Yeah, I mean, what's funny is that I actually like e-learning more than I do real in-class learning because Open MIT's like thing of like their comp sci class doing it all online. I found it so much better because at the time I was working a full-time restaurant job. So I was like 12 hours and then I had 4 hours for like classes. So I would just rush to go through it all. But because I could do it at my own pace on the days that I had extra time, but wasn't during normal class times, at like 4 a.m., I could go and like do that. And so it's like, it's that ability to bounce back and forth that I found very helpful during my high school years. Because I was like, it's either this or like nothing. Like there's not really much of a choice because even the night classes for the community college were at a really, really bad time when it's like the rush hour at like the place that they had to work. So it was kind of bad. But sorry. I'm eating a bagel. Give me a second. Actually, give me a second. I need to wash my hands. It's all saucy. Okay. E-learning to me is a bit like e-dating, but all the best parts and none of the worst parts. Because in e-dating, you can't see your partner. In this case, I don't give a shit about my professor, nor do I give a shit about the people who are in my class. So, unlike e-dating, you get the best portion of the online section where you just get to be there and you just get to take in the best parts of it, which is like the conversation and like the doing the thing. You wasn't working. Sorry, you wasn't working. That's what happens when I just replace words, just very statically, almost like a shitty AI. You weren't working. You also couldn't find a co-op job after the first year because all the jobs you wanted were desk jobs that disappeared in March. Very true. I forgot about that. That is true. Now, chat remind me that you still need to do an online course on AI usage for work. What? Wait, do they force you to do an online continuing education thing? Because I thought that was only a thing for doctors. But also, I like how they do it for like AI, because it sounds more like a safety course of, be sure you're talking to a real person. Do not feed the AI chatbot company secrets, because you are liable for leaking our information. Which apparently happens more often than you think. Again, to remind everyone, I had a friend who had to ask ChatGPT whether or not she should be offended at another friend's Tinder date saying something. And she changed her opinion when the bot said that yes, it was a rude statement. She didn't listen to her human friends who told her that yes, that was a rude statement. She had to wait for the AI to tell her. So if that happens, for sure, there's people out there who leaks their company secrets to ask it questions, not realizing that they're leaking private data. Yeah, you think it's something along the lines of complying with EU's AI Act. Okay, yeah. That makes sense, son. Yeah, if e-learning continued for 2 to 3 more years, you would have actually finished your second pseudo-university thing. But the second that you need to go outside, you quit. Yeah, exactly. Like, I actually prefer e-learning because of that. Like this, because it's, at least for me, the school portion of it there was just so much inane social aspects. Not to say that like the social aspect is not an important skill to have. But for me, I was already fully socialized. Like, I would rather, like, it's like, I already have the social skills, and I didn't need more of it from continued like learning within college. I was more socially adept than most people within their 3rd or 4th year of like college or university. So the fact that I could skip all of that to get only the good parts and then socialize on my own terms with my own people, way better for me. The worst part of college was having to do a project management assignment where you had to build a popsicle stick bridge. What? But you did it over Cisco WebEx. What? That sounds awful. And this chat has said awful, awful, awful 3 times with a period after everything but the final third time. So wait, what? So your project management course had you build a popsicle stick bridge like an engineering course, and you did it over Cisco WebEx, which is a web platform for interactive experiences, akin to Flash, but not nearly as cool. You had to figure out how to divide the task among 4 people when only one of them had the materials and was doing it on his bedroom floor. That sounds like satire. Yeah, it sounds like satire. Holy shit. We had to figure out how to divide the task among 4 people when only one of them had the materials and was doing it on the bedroom floor. It's like a comedy sketch making fun of remote learning during quarantine. Yeah, I was just thinking that. This is literally just a YouTuber comedy video about what learning was like during quarantine. To fool the kids of the future in a post-quarantine world. Like, that is... Holy shit, that's Silicon Valley levels of comedy. Where they take a real thing and it sounds so absurd that it couldn't be real, but it's real. And you just don't know that it's basically a documentary. Like, if I put that in a video and I made that, if I emailed Smosh and I said, now that you're back alive and you make this like video to tell the youngins about what life was like, people would say that this is fake. Like, people wouldn't even believe you that this is a true story. You could put the words based on a true story at the beginning and people would think that it's just there for show. Holy hell, that's good. That's actually hilarious. Jesus. Thank you for sharing that. I'm going to keep that in mind for the rest of my life. I'm going to keep that in mind for the rest of my life. It was so real. Because, like, it reminds me of, like, a professor who has no clue what to do in terms of the pandemic. Because, to be fair, it is, like, a new thing for everyone, right? And so he's like, okay. Or like, the professor is like, okay, this is how we're just going to try to make it work to make it, like, basically approximate what we've been doing. But in the context, it just doesn't really make sense. That's actually, like, genuinely funny. Also, I think I got Cisco WebEx wrong. I think WebEx is their Teams thing, where it's just like Microsoft Teams, but like worse. I think the flashlight thing is called Web something else. Your job was managing the Gantt charts. Hey, the other 3 can cheer on the person with the materials over Skype. Pandemic working. Someone else's was timing how long it took to do each component. Wait, you each had jobs. Holy shit, this is the best thing. I don't even want to solve these like boxes. I just want to sit here and just like think about this. I just want to sit here and think about this. Wow. Wow. Wait, so basically your course was a course on how to micromanage. This is impressive. Again, when I went to school and I was eligible for like the advanced learning, I think I started 2 years earlier. Because I started a university course in high school in grade 10 when I was 15. So when I was 15, I did a university course. And then 16 was when I was like, fuck it, this high school thing is taking a while. So I just kind of like sped ran it and then left like as soon as I could. So I sped ran all the like necessary stuff and then I just left after. Not doing any, because they have these like elective credits which are not elective, but you have to do them, so they're technically compulsory to like complete your high school degree. And I was like, fuck it, I'll just do my normal ones all in 1 year and leave. And then I'll do my electives by just living life. Like if I want to learn about art and stuff, I'll just do it on my own time because I like learning. And then when I was doing the schooling thing, I was 16, 17. I think it was 17 because I started the restaurant thing for a while then. And it's funny to think that like my e-learning experience for the comp sci thing was way better, because not only were the courses just something that you could do on your own, but it was also just the fact that there was no need to try to, like, it's as if they understood how to convert the learning into a virtual experience, which was just take a video recording of the entire thing, run like an AI transcription tool, or maybe it was like a manual one at that time, and just have them both up for download, and then have the solutions as well as the assignments. And then you either grade yourself or you pay $500 to have them graded for you. But I was a broke kid, so like it's. I feel like the method was already there, and then they just kept on making it harder and harder. To be fair, though, comp sci, like a lot of it is a very solitary learning experience. Like a lot of it is just, do you understand things? And I feel like the most socialization that I had was for like a weird Reddit. I think it was either a subreddit or like a weird forum that I found of like people like from the thing where you match up with like fellow people who are taking it during your time period, and then you guys can have discussions on the things. But that was the only time, and I only used it to help ask for what the people use in the industry and stuff. But other than that, it wasn't really helpful beyond because I didn't need to talk to people. So maybe it's like different for different fields. Yeah, you were in a college engineering class. Half of us would go on to be a project foreman or something. I'm gonna call my project manager that. Next time I go into like a meeting, I'm gonna look at my project manager and call them the project foreman, and I'm their and I'm their software subcontractor. Oh, wait, they're my project Dommy Mommy, and I'm the software subby wubby. I need to sit down in this chair and just really think about this. Sorry. So what's the puzzle? It was a great honor receiving the invitation with the Obamas. Okay, but you impressed me to the right particularly to the game. There will always be at least one box which displays only true statements. There will be at least one box which displays at least only false statements. Only one box is a prize within. The other two are always empty. So at least one and at least one. There's always at least one and at least one for both a truth and a lie. This is a lie because there's only 3 boxes. This is a lie because there is not only one box in the room. So this must be the true. And so, because there's at least one box that tells the truth and one box that tells the lie, if this is a lie because there's 3 boxes, but it says that there are 4 boxes, and this is a lie because it says that there's only one box, even though there are 3 boxes, then this one must be the true box because there's at least one true box and at least one lie box, and both these are lies, so therefore this must be true. The gems are in the true box, which is right here. No, you meant it literal construction sites. Oh! Holy shit. Okay, sorry. I was like, wait, what? Okay. I thought you were making a joke. Okay, so you actually went into the portion of it. Well, okay, how much of an overlap? Okay, this is a good place to ask it. Because the one project manager that I really liked that knew what they were doing left the company after he realized that no one knows what they're doing. Like, when he left, because he knew that no other person on the project management team knew what they were doing, I felt like I lost a kindred spirit who could tell me more about this. How much is the overlap in project management between, like, say, the physical and the non-physical industries? Like, in the construction industry, or like in like other projects, I'm assuming that I've always assumed that there's a lot of overlap to the point where you're basically doing the same roles but with a different artifact of like work, right? But I never got the confirmation of that because the only good project manager that I ever truly liked left me alone in life and made me sad and cold and alone. What happens if you do a door to a room that has no door? I do have gems, so let's see what happens. This is a courtyard. Let me read these actually. Spare room. An unfurnished, unfinished, and otherwise unremarkably empty room. If there had been if there had at some point been plans for the spare room, it would seem those designs are now long forgotten. And you were the odd one out for wanting to go white collar. See, that's interesting to me because then it's like maybe project management, because like a lot of software stuff is sort of derived from construction and sort of engineering things that were there before. Like a lot of what the project management, I guess, like ethos and like the cycle of how you do things within software engineering comes from the physical world, both from construction as well as like actual manufacturing, right? That is just, but there's a long discussion of like, okay, it's not really the same word, but still, like there's something there in terms of like an overlap, and so maybe it does make sense why it's sort of that you were the odd one out, because it's like really there are projects everywhere. Like when I wake up and I need to think about what I want to eat, that's a project. Me when I try to relate to my project manager because neither of us. I don't know. There's a joke there, and I don't know what to go for. The white collar people all went to university for engineering. You thought your science degree was enough. Well, so I would imagine that it maybe would have been, but I guess the specialization stuff is a bit hard to do. But I've also heard that engineering has a lot of different things about it, in particular with mathematics, that I've only gotten a glimpse at. Because my buddy is a civil engineer, and he was like, yeah, you guys have the easy in like comp sci. And then I showed him like the hard parts of it, and he was like, I'm not doing that. So it's like every part has their own hard side, but the fact that it's different probably is why it leans into a different specialization. Like it's all hard. It's just a different specialization, is what I'm trying to say. A small bedroom maintained and kept available for accommodating weekend guests and impromptu visitors who find themselves compelled to stay the night. What? Drafted one time. Okay, good. Utility closet. One benefit of the restoration of old buildings is that it allows the owners to update and add modern amenities. The utility closet and circuit breaker box within was set up when gas-powered lighting was retired and replaced by a more fashionable home electrical system. Dead end type mechanical. There's actually types to this. It's like your main buddy in college was only there because his mom forced him to do post-secondary. And when you graduated with him, he said he was going to take over a truck driving business. That's interesting. I mean, I've also heard that too, though, of like a lot of people really do go to school just to like get the degree as a requirement. I knew someone who was rich. She went to school. She was like she literally told me, she was like, I'm only going to school just to like appease the parents, but it was always pegged that she would take over the family construction business. And it's not just like any construction business, it's like the construction company in like Vietnam. And she was like, I don't know why I'm here really doing the school stuff when I should be learning like the management side as well as the construction side. But she recognized that there was at least some value to finishing high school, at least. But I think she was accurate in saying that for the post-secondary, if it's no longer more of a general learning system and it's more of a specialized learning system, she wasn't sure why her parents insisted on her going into like another field entirely. Other than to maybe make sure that she doesn't like that she has like a backup. College diplomas are faster and cheaper. I should have gotten on it. Courtyard. A charming spot granting guests a bit of fresh air and open skies within the privacy of the manor walls. Now, this doorway is closed off. So it's just like Betrayal at House on the Hill. It's just like Betrayal at House on the Hill. God damn it. I don't have the shovel. Oh, but this is good to know, though. This is good to know that there's shovel spots. Okay, this is very, very good to know. Or are shovel spots always available? I don't know. Until I confirm that, I'll just remember that this has a shovel spot. Because if it's a different shovel spot every time, then maybe it doesn't matter. Although maybe I should just write it down now. You had a friend in uni who seemed like a person who was just there to fulfill family demands, so to speak. And then you introduced them to Dota 2. Oh, no. It's over. It's over. How could you do such a thing to such a young, promising man's future? A young, promising student's life. Honestly, though, yeah, like it's like if you want to be successful in life, don't do what I'm doing right now. Do it after you've gained success. I spent the first 9 years of my life building up success to do this. Because I knew that it wouldn't lead anywhere. Like I knew. Like I was like, I don't know if it's really going to be good for me. Rooms. How do I increase font size? How do you I guess you can't. I guess you can't do font size. All right, I guess you can't do font size. We'll do this over here. So we'll do rooms over here. No, it's useless then. I can just see where the rooms begin. But courtyard. This has an interesting play with the patches of dirt on the floor. Sees a door with caution tape on it. This is just like Betrayal House on the... Listen. I've been playing that game for the last several days with multiple groups of friends. You don't understand how addicted I am to that game, that everything feels like Betrayal at House on the Hill. I walk into my front door and I think to myself, oh, this house doesn't look like the way that it used to, just because it's been cleaned like a tiny bit, and I go, this is just like Betrayal at a House on the Hill. On the positive side, the super open spectate feature meant that you had something interesting to spectate whenever you were bored. Was this before or after Twitch, right? Because I don't know how old some of you are. You could be 50 for all I know. You sometimes, you know what it is? You have this like, okay, so this chatter in particular, who also streams, they have this particular air about them that says it's like they're either 15 or they're 50. I don't really know which one they are. But I always feel like, you know, some of you are much older than you let on, but you just don't say it because you want to be hip and cool. But I also don't know if it's just because you're way smarter than I am. Because you could just be way smarter than I am. And so therefore you sound older. Because smarter people sound older even if they're younger. I don't really know. But I feel like if you knew about Twitch, you may have... Actually, to be fair, how many good streamers were there before, right? Metal detector. Greater chance of finding keys and money. Oh. Because it's like, I didn't really get into watching streamers until I started streaming. Before I started streaming, I maybe watched like 1 or 2 clips of Jermer and of Northern Lion. But beyond that, it's like I'm not really going to watch people do things. Like I'm just sort of busy with life, doing my own things. And then I started streaming and it was like, okay, well, yeah, like maybe I can watch it. And now I kind of get it, right? So this goes over here. I need to somehow get down to the bottom right corner because it bothers me. So I do want a hallway. It's too hard. We'll save the den for later. Now, it was not before Twitch, but watching a person you personally know play in a very janky way because they knew is isn't thing. That is true. The personal aspect adds a certain sense of comedy to it, especially when they're bad. I actually do agree. When they're bad, it's way better. You've only heard of the game because you know Smosh is a betrayal. What? What do you mean Smosh? What? YouTube.com. Update available. Don't update. Smosh Betrayal at House on the Hill. Wow. They actually did do it. 1 year ago. Also, I didn't know that there's a legacy version of it. I need to play the legacy version because I feel like the legacy version of that game could be very cool and very fun. Legacy being like you carry over certain attributes of your gameplay. You got into it because there was a time before Discord screen share and Steam spectating, where streaming on Twitch was legit a viable option to just share live gameplay with friends. That is true. Actually, yeah, that is true. Yeah, because before Discord, we just had TeamSpeak and Skype. And Skype, I don't even know if Skype had a screen share. I remember using Skype for like webcam stuff. I'm not gonna talk about what they are, but like for like webcam stuff. And it's like you're just talking to like people. And so it's like, yeah, you just use Twitch to go on there, like Justin TV, or like any real life site. Own 3D like TV or something. That one too. Huh. That's a good point. And even when Discord popped up, it did not have screen share in the beginning. I didn't know that. I've never used Discord until later in my life. After it came out, I wasn't really using it at the beginning. I only really used it when it got popular. Hallway. One of the many nondescript hallways snaking throughout the estate and providing elegant causeways between the more noteworthy destinations that the house has to offer. I'm actually curious about sort of the evolution of Discord, how it got so popular so quickly. Because one would expect it not to be so popular all of a sudden, given that we had stuff like TeamSpeak. And if it didn't have screen sharing, what was the differentiator in the early days? If it didn't have anything like screen sharing, because to me the main differentiator now from Skype is the screen sharing. But it's like Skype are like everyone uses it, including my like family, so it's easy to like use. Like it's like it'd be weird to move to Discord. The differentiator was that you could have a big group voice chat for free. That is true. TeamSpeak does have a license for a certain number of people. I didn't know that it was free from day one. That's pretty good. Money does make the move. Doors in the west wing are more likely to be locked. Okay, doors in the west wing are more likely to be locked. Where is west relative to here? Is it north, south, east, west? I'm assuming it's north, south, east, west, like literally on the map based on the cardinality on here. But I don't know. So I'm going to go over here and just see what happens. You made yours in 2016. Oh, with dedicated servers. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, because TeamSpeak had it, but it was like super paid. Yeah, that's true. You made yours 2016, don't remember why, but you never had TeamSpeak. For you, it was different subreddits having Discord servers. Oh yeah, the subreddits got pretty popular with this stuff. That's true. You know about license with TeamSpeak, but you need a server, either host it yourself or rent somewhere. It's a bit of a barrier to entry to people who just want to hang out. That is true. Yeah. So yeah, it was a bit of both. So it's like you have to have the server, but then you have to pay for the license to like get more slots, because the version that you download for free has less capabilities, and so you have to buy the license. But it's weird because like my friends and I, we were fine with the technicality, but that makes sense for most people, because it is annoying to have to set up your own thing. And then you could also like rent from a third party place, but then it's like, why bother when Discord's free? That's a very good point. In early 2017, help you survive a winter co-op term in some nowhere town near Windsor. And by the way, Windsor is a nowhere city in Canada, and that's when you met your best friend. Wow, that's actually cool. Skype was also a thing, but the calls and they were always dedicated in the sense that you had to actively call people instead of hopping into a channel. That is true. Yeah, that is true. But then I guess like that's the weird part though. It's because my friends and I, we don't even go into like a random voice call. And I would argue that most of the Discord usage has been effectively like a group texting thing. Of which, like, I felt like the Skype thing did work fairly well for like group texting, or even like Facebook Messenger at the time. I do see the appeal of having it all in one go, but I even think of how the way that I use Discord now, we don't even go into random calls, and my friends and I will just like, we'll go on when someone else starts something. By the way, I'm gonna have a child. Wah! Sorry. Where am I? When the few rooms you vividly remember from your visits here in your youth. Though even at that time, you remember feeling a little old for the activities provided here. The twin cribs found in this room might suggest that at one point in time there'd be some hopeful expectations of a sudden growth in the family tree. Son, why are you making that noise? You're 30 years old. Rest in pieces, Skype, by the way. Yeah, it's gone. But so what's funny is that Skype as it is now sucks, and then they rebranded the good version of Skype to Microsoft Teams Voice or something. The activities provided here. Oh. Well, I'm pretty sure it's not those activities, right? There's a bit of a card theme going on here. There's a bit of a chess theme going on. Chat? There's a bit of a chess theme going on. You didn't notice the room that I picked, and you thought that I had actually made an announcement. Could you imagine? I casually dropped that I nutted in my wife. I would put some more fanfare into nutting into my wife. I think it wouldn't be so casual. Oh, that's how the metal detector works. It makes a noise. Now this is interesting. See what I mean by looking outside? And look. What do we remember about the home? There's a church room. And what does the church room have? The church room has stained glasses of figure statues. Statues all or like figures doing different things. What does that figure have? That figure has a book in their hand. I can see a hint of a book. And it's facing a certain direction. And I guarantee you, if I map out properly the position of those statues in relation to the mountain, using the church as a guiding point, as the way to put the rooms with the windows, I could figure this out. I guarantee you that matters. The nursery has a baby motif. That is true. 2 babies, but I was the only one who survived. No casual nutting here, folks. Baby batter. I like to call it baby batter. So my friends and I had this discussion of like when you announce that you're pregnant, right? You basically just announce that you nutted inside of someone. And like, you know, it's not meant to be like super vulgar, but it is like the implication is like we're all adults and we're all aware of it. So let me think about this. Nursery has windows, so this is a good thing to know. Or do the windows appear as part of the development of it? Because look, the image has no windows. Does Parlor? Parlor's image has windows. Nursery doesn't. So maybe sometimes you might just get a room with a window, or like if a room doesn't have a window, it'll add windows. But either way, there's a statue over here. So if I'm correct, there's a bit of a statue outside on this wing of the house over here. So maybe roughly around here. So let's take a screenshot of this. Empty blueprint. There's something involving the statues from the church. So this is all the church angle. So I need to remember. I need to get. I need to find the church room after, because this is a much larger piece. You mean just seeing people with a kid is kind of an implication? That is true. Yeah. I mean, maybe they just found the kid or stole it. That is true. They might have just found the kid or stole it. Throwing a party because you nutted in your partner is straight privilege. So true, though. Twitch's autofilter is homophobic. I mean, that's the thing, right? But like, yeah, it's like the yeah, you're right. Imagine not being able to celebrate a good nut. I celebrate after a very good nut every time. Okay. Presumably, statue with a book, like over here. So, like, kinda here. But I need to draw something so I know. Statue with book on the outside. So it's gonna be kinda like this. Okay, this is good. I can't place it directly there, but at least I'll somewhat know that it's here. Okay? But this is important for the church. So the church had the motif of the mountain. If I can line it up with whatever this statue is, if it is a book statue, I can probably use that to figure out the larger piece of the puzzle with the like mountain. Time to go to sleep. Off for real now? No worries. What is that? What is that emote? Oh, the sleepy monkey! Oh, you found my sleepy monkey emote. Look at the sleepy monkey. Look at him. He's like wearing a t-shirt and he gets a pat on the back and then he's like, "Oh, I'm sleepy." I like Sleepy Monkey. Good night and thanks for showing up. I'm sorry for what you had to hear. So kitchen requires a gem, and I need money too, so let's not bother. Bedroom would go towards the upper, but I don't want that. Lavatory would lock me off. Let's go bedroom for now. I need to figure out how to like loop back around to go properly. Because I do want to fill out every single space, and I'm getting a lot of steps now. Greetings from Reddington. Reddington? What? Huh? Reddington. Okay, there's like multiple layers. This is a good puzzle game. Because the puzzle game has layers. There's an RNG aspect, which does make it annoying, because you may not be able to solve, oh my god, you were seeing this thing there. It is a good puzzle game, because there's different layers, and you might be able to see different things. And it is annoying, because it's like some layers you may not see because of RNG. But because it has layers, it's good. It's like an onion, it has layers. Ogres are like onions. They stink? No. They got little hairs growing on them. No! This room in particular is important. A familiar room that you may have slept in at some prior visit in the past. Like most bedrooms of the estate, these quarters offer you a little rest and recuperation during your long days exploring the surrounding rooms. This is interesting. Because this bedroom has some key bits of information which is unique to this room with the Reddington thing. As if it's either to place where the room is, or as if to say that that's an important piece of detail from something else that you may care about in the future. So we'll put the room map over here because I kind of want to map out what that is. We'll do the bedroom towel over here. I need to figure out how to put more labels on this, and when I do, it's over. Particularly the font size. So I feel like the font size needs to be higher because my screenshots are kind of massive, but we'll see how it goes. The bedroom has two pieces of information. Greetings from Reddington. A card that I'm going to probably need to refer back to at some point. Also, I hate how the music stops when you go into a room. I feel like the music should always play because I can't handle the silence. Like, the silence to me gets a little annoying. Is there a way to play the music at all times? No, I guess not. I guess people need silence to think, but like I have ADHD, I think. So I need noise to think. There's something here. It's a perspective puzzle. Is it? Maybe it is. These markings seem like they're a part of it, but I don't really know. But there's something here. There's a picture of grandma. There's a subreddit called Old School Cool? I mean, sometimes I go on like the Reddit homepage and it gives me like a thing about like the Old School Cool subreddit. And I think to myself, people are just posting pictures of hot people who are now old. And I sort of wonder to myself, like it makes sense, right? Because like, think about this. Everyone here was born at some point in your life. I don't know when, but all of you were born at some point in your life. Probably at the beginning, okay? Which implies that your parents were hot enough to have sex. Because the world is unkind to ugly people, and so therefore it makes sense that your parents were hot at some point. But it's weird to think about because they're like grandmothers now. Like it's weird to think of like your like grandmama being like a hot lady. But then you see the photos on like Old School Cool, and it's like that's not my grandma. But like if I was like if I could Marty McFly my way back in time to be your grandfather, I would. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean, guys? Anyway, so like, but like that subreddit, every time I see it, I just sort of think to myself, like, yeah, people are just posting this stuff, and it's weird to think of the implications of like what that means involving sort of the state of the world and like how ugly people have no chance. This closet is interesting. This closet has something kind of cool about it. If I go like this, I save this, and it has this piece down here as if to imply that there's something inside the closet. So, implies that there's something here. Implies something either dragging in or out of closet. And then you have grandmama over here. Moon pendant. So she has like a moon pendant. Moon pendant. I need to find the church towel again. That church towel had so many different things about the moon and the sky, and the stars. Like there's a lot. This thing is a bit of a button that I can't seem to press. I don't know why. There's a bed. This is where I was made. The trunk is locked. This dice. A pair of ivory dice you use to roll new floor plans. This game, especially with the dice mechanic, I hope that there's a way to get like a meta progression to get more things that you can carry in. But at the same time, the rules seem very static about you can't bring things in. Because the dice seem to really change how you would be able to lay things out. Like right now, this corner is empty because I couldn't do this. But if I could have saved it for later, that would have been nice. If only I knew how to draw a blueprint. A magic hat. Pull a rabbit out of a hat, I guess? I'm not really sure what this means. There's a bit of a rabbit theme. Oh! Do you get it? Bedroom. Rabbits. What do rabbits do? They breed. This is a breeding room. I get it. I'm picking up what Grandmama's putting down. You freak. You fucking freak. Okay. Chapel. Commissary items for sale. No need. I want to visit the chapel. This is a very important place. Okay. Chapel. Super important. A private sacristy. As ornate as the most lavish rooms of the estate, is watched over by 8 Ajarian angels depicted in stained glass. This room was more a tribute to your uncle's vanity than to his faith. Fair. And in particular, I didn't realize too that the rooms have a color to them too. Which actually... Rooms have colors. And that's Canadian spelling. Does that correspond with this? So rooms have colors. Does it correspond with this? And what does VAC mean? What does VAC mean besides Valve anti-cheat? because this is not Valve anti-cheat. That's important to know. The church. Now, this is all related to this. VAC means vacuum. You're not wrong. You're not wrong in a vacuum. What's funny? Okay, you're not wrong in a vacuum, but here in context, you are. That's a very like multi-layered linguistical thing of like, okay, you're not wrong in a vacuum. It's because in a vacuum, I'm not gonna explain it. If you don't get it, you don't belong in my stream. Okay, like I don't even get it. Chapel. So this one has the Aegirian angels. I'll take a picture of this. Watched over by 8 Aegirian angels, which is technically these thingamabobs. So this is the Aegirian angel, and this is the house. Color vomit. Color with a U. Color with a U, capitalized only on the U. Vomit emoji. This chat is Mensa without the weird racial undertones. Yeah, I want to ask a Mensa person, because I've never been inside Mensa, but I do wonder about what's the point of Mensa. Because why do you want to be with people that are like you? Like, don't you get bored of life? Wouldn't you want to be with people who aren't like you so you could like expose yourself to more things and like live a fuller, more satisfied life? And also like, imagine how annoying it would be to talk to me every day. Like, think about this, right? I noticed this about the chat in general, is that the more I stream, the less happy everyone is. But when I come back after a long time, everyone's happy again. Because they don't have to deal, because they had a moment of reprieve from who I was. You mean you kinda can? Well, you can! The point of Mentor, as far as I know, is to amuse each other with puzzles. That is, honestly, maybe I should join. like, sure, it's a little bit racist, but it does seem kind of fun. Kidding. These are the angels. Okay, actually, I need to orient this perfectly. So, mountain over here. Otherwise, it kind of sounds like a horror place full of smug people who brag about the IQ. That's the thing, right? Yeah, because at least here, like, because the truth is, you can talk to me every day. Because here, it's like I was gonna say like a community or like a collective, but it's more of a zoo. Here is like the zoo. Like this is where all the zoo children go, and like, you know, this is like the room that you place like children in for all of you to sort of like live your life and do your own things. Because it's the way that it is. There's just something funny about the way that we all are here, right? And I think it's important to recognize that, because in recognizing that, I see how this is. Because it means that you all in some way enjoy what you are getting here, even though I don't really know why you enjoy it, what you're getting here, because it's not like this is a very good place, but it does mean that you can sort of also keep yourselves entertained with each other too, right? If I fail, because sometimes, listen, there are up days and there are down days, right? I'm not going to be a top tier comedic machine every day. Today, in particular, is a bit of a really good day. Feel free to talk to me as long as you don't catch feelings. Yeah, exactly, yeah. So these are the mountains. So this is a mountain, which is interesting because this is actually underpinning the entire room. The mountain underpins the entire room. So now you get a piece of everything. So the blueprint's courtyard map. Now you see why I did what I did with this thing here. Now you see why I did what I did. So I need to move all this over here. We're going to collect all of this information and just really think about this. Mountain. Because this is over here. And then this is over here. Like, if you want to know more about the mountain, look at the bottom left corner to the mountain. Feelings are a social construct. This is the thing, right? There's a society out there that had a documentary done, so this is how I know about it, where they practice polygamy all the way through. And the way that they do it is because they've just been accustomed to never having a single partner. And so maybe feelings are a social construct. But I will say this, if it's a social construct, I will still abide by it. because feelings are nice to have for a single person, and I really can't see myself with anyone but my wife. So it's kind of like, sure, it's a social construct, but I feel like it's also like the only thing that really works, like for at least my particular type of personality. Because I can't imagine, that visual novel that we tried to write, where there was like, oh Jesus, I need to fix this after, where there was like a bunch of people who were dating this one dude, and he tried to take them all to a date in the same place. Like, think about how difficult that is. You slash my tires. This anger you're feeling is just a social construct. A Buddhist would tell you so. A Buddhist who has reached enlightenment and Zen would say that you're on the right track, actually. They would be like, you get it! You get it! They get it! You understand? Okay, so 8 Agerian angels will go one after the other. The mountain motif is the first one, and it starts over here in this corner with this farmer. So, farmer? Well, I want to take a good screenshot, so like this. Perspective corrected, like so. There we go. Oh, oops, I messed up. Me to an enlightened Buddhist, is this a bit? Banned. Can you imagine saying that? And it's like, what do you mean? Okay, I guess we'll order by number for now, and we'll figure out how this goes. But eventually the numbers will have to give way to positions. But I feel like this is actually correlated to the position of the map itself. So you have the rooms themselves, which each have their own thing. Over here. So every single room has its own sort of like piece. And then you have this. Oh god, I'm gonna have to. I really have to. I'm gonna have to think about this. This game is getting more and more complicated. And the thing is that I know that my memory is fractured, so it's better for me to write it down. But doing so, I recognize the complexity of like keeping all of this. So like this. The numbers will give way to positions, in quotes. 2 math majors getting horny. The numbers will give way to positions. 69, honey, 69. Hey, babe, you ever hear about 69? Fuck! That's number 4! Where's 2? What? 1, 2, 3, 4. What the fuck? Oh, this is weird. Think about this as I go pee. I'll be right back. Nice piss. It just goes clockwise around the room, starting from the back left corner. Wait, does it? No, it doesn't. Okay, so this is why it was weird. Because look, 1 is over here, right? If it does go clockwise, starting from the back left corner, this would be 2. Or even clockwise this way. Like, this should be 2, but this is actually 5. So it's like 1, 5... Because 2 is over here, and then 3 is over here. It makes this weird jump across. So it jumps across this way, and then this is 3, but this isn't 4. V is just 2 on an angle. No, but this is 2 though. This is 2 on an angle. Or like this is 2 as this. Because if V was just a 2 on an angle, then this would be something else. And then this wouldn't be the Roman 3. I think it is a Roman numeral, and then the V is actually 5. Because otherwise, why is everything else correctly numeral sort of thing, right? If he cared about his faith, they would be in order. No, but what I'm saying is, there's a puzzle here. Because look, number 8, or number 7, is that 7? I can't see that far. Number 7 is at the top, and the mountain's over here on this side. And there's actually one over here behind the altar that I can't really see. But I'm assuming they don't matter, but let's assume that they're the sun. Because because he doesn't care about his faith, this is blocking that. Right? I think the order is specifically a puzzle. I'm just going to say that this is a puzzle, because I feel like there's no other way that it's too obvious not to be a puzzle. Which means I need to reorient this whole thing. I was going to do it in like a categorical taxonomy thing, but now I realize I need to do it in like the order that it appears. So let me think about this. Okay, choose a side for the mountain. We'll choose a side for the mountain. So, mountain here. Mountain text explaining what the mountain is over there. So, mountain here, and I can sort of point it towards the blueprint's outside map. And then it doesn't matter how far the arrows are. I can just use the arrows to go super far. It doesn't really matter. But anyways, this is the mountain. And then this can lead over to whatever that thing is. So then I gotta go all the way here. There we go. So that's a diagram of the mountain. Number 1 is across the mountain to the left. So look across the mountain to the left. So bottom right from the mountain. So number 1 is actually over here. So let's get the two, I guess, sides, the two opposite sides of the table here, which is 7 and the mountain. And what's interesting is that if the implication is that he doesn't care about his faith, and so he's willing to block one of the main things about the church, which is the stained glass behind this thing, which probably is a person, but maybe it also represents a concept, because I don't really see a person, but I see doves on the side, so maybe it does matter. I'm not really sure. Then there's the implication that he cares about the mountain more, and maybe it's like he cares about the way that he can carve through the mountain to make his own opulence more than he cares about whoever this deity is that's on the same level as the rest. But then the mountain is higher than the angel, so maybe the mountain is that, and then this thing is just like a motif of like doves. Can't really tell. It's blocked, so it's just hard to see. But there's like different ways that maybe we can read this that maybe get more over time. Psychology is not the answer to everything. This is puzzle gaming. I can tell that none of you have ever tried to figure out I don't know, what's like a daily puzzle? Like what's a daily life puzzle? Let me eat my beef jerky and let's just think about this. Well, what's a daily life puzzle that we do every day to try and survive in this cold, hard world? It's like, how often does a puzzle come up in life? It's a bit like math. Most of us do not do math beyond addition and subtraction. Multiplication is just addition with less steps, okay? So for the most part, we just do math in subtraction and addition in our daily lives. Same with puzzles. What's the puzzle? Remembering to eat. I know all of you have this universal shit experience, but maybe not, because none of you go outside. You have you have many keys on your keychain from every place that you've ever lived that you never got rid of because they never asked for the key back. And so you just keep a bunch of keys. And because you're too lazy to do it, because you never really use your key, you just keep it on there. I have 70 roughly keys on my keychain. I only use one. One of them is for an office building that I shouldn't have anymore, but they never took it back. So you're beside number 1. No, you always return keys because when you finally because you want the finality when you move out of a place. Okay, you know what? That is also fair. But that just means that you have better self-control than I do. Because I keep the keys like a hunting trophy. The way that like people would keep hunting trophies. Like I used to live here. And what's funny is that most of these keys are still functional. So I could probably still walk into these buildings. Which says something about, which is really a commentary on the fact that like modern day security is more theatrics than it is actual real security. And yes, I learned that phrase from my CIO, my chief information officer, who lamented the fact that most people failed the IT test of like don't click on the scam link. Security psyop. It's a security. This is looking more and more like a JRPG class selection screen, and I don't know what to feel about this. Like, you could hear, like, generic JRPG music. Dun, 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 dun. And then it's like, who will you be in your fate? Dun, 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 dun. And it's like, will you be the hunter? Will you be the farmer? Will you be the warrior? Dun, 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 dun. You know what I mean? Like it's like feels like this is for a different game entirely. Just like that pop-up that told you to update. Will you be the gooner? Holy fuck, that's good. Oh man, we need more like gooning sense, like more gooning sense. So you know, Project Melody is coming out with her visual novel, right? Or like that like porn game. I'm really hoping it's a JRPG where you can choose classes, because then you could have the class of the gooner. I need to. I don't want to emo people. Like it's weird. I don't know. Because I don't know these people. I feel like email is a very intimate thing. You know, it's a bit like a letter. Like sending a letter to somebody that you don't know is akin to spam. And so, you know what? I won't email them. I will simply hope that one of you will forward that clip of us talking about JRPG Gooner classes to the relevant parties so that it can get developed into their game. And I don't even want royalties because I don't want people to know that I am a Gooner. Just leave that. Keep my name out of your mouth. I don't want people to know. You already are a gooner. Hell yeah, chatter. We're gooning every day. You know what's crazy to me is that gooner became such a popular turn of phrase. Because it's like it's a thing that the world had before, but that no one wanted to admit. And all of a sudden, there was like a shift. There was like a shift in the way that people saw goonerism. Goonerism was no longer seen as like a decrepit thing to be afraid of. Now goonerism is a way of life that in many ways it feels like it's being celebrated. Central to my essay is the subreddit Goon Cave, r/Goon Caves, banned unfairly, unjustly. I actually don't know why it was banned. One day it was there, and then the other day, so the day that I looked at it, Goon Cave was still there and alive and apparently thriving. There was a lot of Goon Caves. The next day it was gone, so I never really understood why it was there and why it was not. I just got to see the beginning and the end of his life. You think it's a countercultural uprising against the sterilization of pop culture? Actually, yeah, what's like the pop song? We'll say, wait, but isn't Sabrina Carpenter is a massive pop icon at the moment? And I feel like her videos are more risque than the ones from like the 90s. Right? I think you saying that is indicative of you being a gooner. Give me a moment and I will explain. If you teleported somebody from the 80s to the 90s until now, and you showed them a Sabrina Carpenter music video, who is a top pop star and a really good singer of today, they would go, this is heretical. This is simply too much. This is basically on par with smuts. I'd see this in Playboy, not on my television. And I think the fact that you think it's a counterculture against sterilization of pop says to me that you're an advanced gooner, because you lack, or like you've become so desensitized to the gooning that like straight up full up, you know, just like bare legs, ass cheeks, and like, you know, top boob, under boob, side boob is nothing to you now. Like someone could show penis in vagina to you, well, penis in penis to you, and then you would be like, okay, like this is so tame. But in reality, you're seeing porn. It's the gooner mindset that like you've now been like subjected to so much goonery that you no longer see it for what it is. Sabrina is not worse than the stuff that Madonna has done. That is a great counter argument. But I would say that every generation has their sort of like their rebel, right? Like my generation has me. Like so their generation had their generation had Madonna. My generation has me. Sabrina Carpenter's generation has her. Miley Cyrus has hers, right? So like, you know what I mean? Like it's everybody has their sort of like their quote unquote like, you know, they're like rebel, so to speak. All this to say, yeah, we're all gooners. Now let me see this. So two of these people are the exact same, but this is the order which it appears in. Everybody goons. Everybody goons. If you don't goon or you're really enjoying life, I don't know. Well, yes, don't answer that. Don't answer that. So this is the church. It's oriented perfectly, actually. So we do like this, and we also do this to here, because that's where the mountain is. And then the 8 Ajuran angels are these. So angel, 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 angel. These are the 8 Ajuran angels. Everybody goons the tune of Everybody Hurts. Okay, I need to listen to that song so I can do it, okay? YouTube.com. Everybody Hurts with lyrics. REM. Is it REM? Yes. 17 years ago, 10 million views by Kelsey. Love this song, so thought I'd share with the rest of the world, smiley face. Remember that through every dark night, there's a brighter day after that. Okay, yeah. Uh-huh. Okay, this is 100%, like, this is a perfect substitution. When the day is long and the night is yours alone, everybody goons. When the day is long and the night alone is yours alone. Wait. Okay, and then, it's so fucking slow! Am I speed brained? I think I might be speed brained because I look at that song and I go, dear God, it takes so long to get to the good parts. And I don't know if that's just me being speed brained, but I'm like, it just takes so long. I don't even want to like sit there and listen to it. That's an off stream thing. Okay, that's an off stream thing. I'll think of a parody song. Which of these angels is this thing? It's a slow moving song. It's a slow morose song, but you're also ADHD brain. See, like this. I don't know what to do. Potentially, so this is potentially an angel. Statue with book might be an Ajuran angel. And what is an Ajuran angel? What is Ajira? Because I know Ajira, the project management tool, sadly, but I don't know what Ajira the angels are. But I will leave this link the way that it is. That way we have a good link to everything. So now we have the ultimate linkage. We have the map. We have the rooms. We're beginning to build an understanding of the world around us. Now I can finish this room. Now we can move on and I can finish this room and we can get off the topic of gooning. Again, think about this. People want me to play their games. So they send me emails. And they're like, please play our games. Please, we'd love you to play our games. And there's a bishop in this room. And I think to myself, like, are you sure you want me to play these rooms? Like, this is just pure... this is a Goonie chat. Also, there's a bishop in the church, but there were pawns in different rooms. Does that matter? I don't know. A den! A den seems kind of cool. We get 1 gem. Perhaps love is just a euphemism for gooning. So 99% of songs were actually always about gooning. You're onto something here. You're on something here. You're onto something here. I think you're correct. Swans at 2:10. Every clock in the home is set to the same time. 2:20. Every clock in the home, is that moving? Is that real time? Chat, we started the day at 2:10. We're the goon society. Okay, but honestly though, right? Because sex sells. But why does sex sell? Because we all love sex. The thing about it is that the demonization of sex has led to a generation that believes that, and I'm saying this out of my ass, like I'm pulling this out of my ass, and so I'm blaming an entire faceless, nameless, even like people-less generation to say that, like, they're repressed and they seek goonerism in r/goon caves because the world has made them believe that to be horny is to be evil. But that's just life, bro. Like, that's just life, dude. Like, just sorry, man. Sex is normal. It used to be more normal, and now, and then all of a sudden it's a problem. Like, no, man. Everybody has sex. Well, not all of you, but not all of you have sex, but security. View inventory of all items currently in house. Sure, okay. You missed like 2 minutes because Twitch ads suck ass. So that's what you get for whoa, yeah, wait. What's this? What's going on? Hello? Grandpa. What, Grandpa, what were you doing inside the camera room, Grandpa? Granddad! Grandpa, why was there a camera inside the washroom? Grandpa? What were you doing, Grandpa? One beautiful way that they did the pointing, because did you see how the character pointed to the screen and then the security camera updated frame by frame? Really good. It had just the right slow-mo for that type of thing too. That was actually really good. 2, why is this room in particular so full of fanfare? The security room. There's an implication that your grandpa was watching you. But what does that matter necessarily? And also the fact that there's a recorder going on means that they're listening in on everything. And there's a white recorder and a blue recorder. Sex is a social construct anyway, so you don't need it. Some might say that's goonerism advanced, but I say that's copium at the minimum. Okay, but seriously though, like what? What is the implication in this room? There's 2 blue recorders, actually. There's a telephone. C-can tape. What's a C-can tape? Blue memos equal true. Red memos equal lies. What? Memos. C-cam tape. Camera tape. Camera tape. Blue memos equal true. Red memos equals lies. I know what to do. First, we take a screenshot. Control room with state-of-the-art surveillance equipment, inventory system, and access control via an electronic computer terminal. This room is where the state's patrol guards kick up their feet and thank their stars that they're living in the modern era. The what? Oh, so the place does come with security. Okay, so I don't have to look at the place by myself. But it also tells you where all the items currently are. So 1 came with a cutscene. So we'll say came with a cutscene. All the rooms go over here. Came with a cutscene, and then we simply explore the room and take note of everything that we have here. Staff notice. Effective the first week of December, payroll for all live-out and seasonal staff will be managed electronically. As your attendance will no longer be registered at a morning roll call, it's doubly important that you do not fail to clock in and out at one of the electronic computer terminals on the estate. 2 of these terminals can be found at security, where the punch clock used to be, and in the laboratory. Any questions or concerns regarding this process should be directed, as always, to our house manager, Mrs. Babbage, with the terminal password that's crossed out. But you might be able to like reverse the password if you take some time for it. So maybe we can do that, but let's see if it's necessary first. That it might not be necessary to reverse the password from that, and it may not even matter. Like, because you see how you can see certain markings, you can get basically you can use this as a cipher to see what the letter weights are and like how the lines shape up. You can use that to try to figure out which one is most likely which letter. Because it looks like it's spelling out splendid or smidgen. Like a smidgen of salt or something. Or a smidge of salt. Until further notice. Okay, wait, first off, also there's this. So, blue memos are true, red memos are lies. Does this change every run? I don't know, but I'll take a screenshot of it for now. Might change every run. I'll just make a note of this. Might change every run. Might change every run. Could figure out password manually in Paint. Or in GIMP. GIMP gang! In GIMP. We could do it in inside GIMP. We just run like a filter on it or something. Or like just like look at the things and try to guess what letter it is. So blue memo true, red memo lie. So red is a lie. Gimp gang, Gimp gang, 10 cool. Matara can 10 cool emote. Until further notice, the antechamber has been unlocked, and access levers are no longer required to grant entry. So this is saying that the antechamber is locked, right? So this is this. It's also this and this at the same time. So it both comes from the room and is a part of this memo. So this is locked, and levers are required. So, is locked, need levers. So, is locked, need levers. Lie, is locked, need levers. The blue statement over here is, this is the truth. Keycard access security doors are more likely to appear in the higher ranks of the estate, which I have a keycard. Likewise, as a redundant security measure, normal doors in the estate will also be more likely to be locked as you progress north. So this is just a way to tell you how the game is going to flow. Okay, that's good. So I should put both of these up here, actually. I can order these any which way I want. You go here. You go here. Instead of doing it like this and like this, you go over here. You go here. You go here. You go here. You need to go over here. Came with a cutscene. Very important cutscene. So like this, like this, like this. Could figure out the password manually. This way I could put this over here into this and this. So this is telling us how to play the game. What was the guy's name from the Lunacid game? Read manual type shit. Oh man, read manual type shit. That might be the worst sentence I've ever written in my entire life. I need to drink some coffee because I'm starting to. It's read manual type shit. Microwave. This is a coffee motif room. There's something about the coffee machine. Blue tape reader. The white tape reader. 2 blues. Camera tapes all around. Knight. A knight figure. Time is progressing. It's almost 3 or 4. Does time itself matter? Out of context, that's a great question. Does time itself matter? Telephone I can't use. Oh, I actually see my character moving. I can look at myself. No, I can't. It's a little wonky. But no one's in that room. No one's in that room. No one's in any of these rooms. There's a lot of rooms here. I'm assuming all of these rooms have an item. In fact, Why does a spare room have a camera? Welcome to Mount Holly Security. View estate inventory. Keycard system. Log into network. The following is a detailed list of items currently in the house that have yet to be collected. This list will be updated as new rooms are added. Okay, how about we go to keycard system. Security doors within the estate can only be unlocked with an electronic keycard. The keycard system is currently operational. Keycard security system settings. Set security level. Change offline mode. This mode determines the default setting of the security doors will be set to if power is lost during a blackout, for example. As a general safety rule, offline mode should be set to unlocked if any staff are working on the estate. So, unlocked. What do you mean safety? This isn't a horror game, right? The security level determines the amount of keycard security doors that will be deployed in your estate. E.g., you should expect to see 1 or 2 security doors with a low setting and 5 or 6 with a high setting. What? Oh, as in how many rooms have these doors that you would like to know about? Basically, how often do you roll a locked door and whether or not they're locked even if you're open, so in case you need the keycard. Okay? There's a password for this thing, which we do need eventually. And you know my rule, chat. Again, I want to reiterate, I do make 6 figures. I don't really like it again. My rule will stay the same. Please do take care of yourself first before you give money to me, because I can make money in other ways. It's fine. But my rule stays the same. It's thanks regardless. It's appreciated. But just, again, you gotta remind yourself, I don't need it. It's fine. Trust me on this. This is in the room. So this is the security terminal. And actually, this is important for this. Okay, I think this is good. But I don't know how effective this will be if we use this. Because it's like, do I really need... Do I need the keycard, and do I need to even enter this if I have the keycard? Basically, this room feels like it's only useful if you had very bad luck, and you found this before the keycard, which is RNG, right? So maybe this is saying that you have different possibilities, right? Now you can goon without limits. Exactly. Not your money, not your problem. That is fair. That is true. What is the password to this thing then? I mean, what could this password be? No, we'll figure it out. What's up with like thousands of people named Maddo Cloiking on Twitch though? Yeah, is it like a very well-known name? Is it like a reference to something? Are there any repeat images of rooms? Why do these rooms in particular matter? There is. There's 2 images of a vault door, so maybe these room pictures don't matter. This is a red herring, because there's 2 vault pictures, and I don't know why you would need 2 separate vault pictures. But also, the vault is open. That's weird. Yours is not a reference to anything but your name. I inserted the name thing because I just assume it's your name. But that makes sense. No G's, but now there's only one. You're confused. Oh, you know what? I've been dealing with the search issues. I think it's just a Twitch thing. Because when I search for names too, it doesn't really work. It gets all like weird and like broken. Closet, 2 items, yes. Oh, it's random. It's not always a shovel? Oh. Key. Golden key, and what's this? Sleep mask. The first time you enter each bedroom with the sleep mask, gain 5 steps. Okay, well... So sometimes it's a shovel, sometimes it's a sleep mask. Maybe it's just random every single time. You get a consumable item and then a non-consumable. It's because Twitch is a mess. Yeah, it's only as big as it is because all the alternatives are free speech places. Wait, what? Oh, as in like why it's all broken? Yeah. Yeah, and then all the other places are like, yeah, not as good. Yeah, because like, okay, so if you type the word kick, you get the word cuck. And I put that there because I look at that place and I go, this is like a den of like scum. Open. As you go north, doors are more likely to be locked. I could go past this way, but the nook is better. The storeroom does give me a lot, though, and I can continue from the chapel. I say we continue from the chapel. We get a key refresh as well as some gems. Get the coins. Money goes up. This is a chart. This is a chart of the Canadian stock market. One bird. One gem. Again, a pawn. I feel like the pawn matters a lot. That's a pawn. Key. There's no dirt, which means the dirt holes on the floor must be random. Because last time there was one here, but now there isn't. Which also makes sense because, like, it doesn't make sense that there's dirt holes inside of a wooden floor basement. Or just a wooden floor room, because it would imply that the house is leaking. Okay. A dining room is a great way to move around. We get the multiple different ways. A boudoir. Each day, a meal in the dining room is served after rank 8 has been reached. What is rank 8? What is rank? It is a den of cucks. If your hook is you can be transphobic, your customer base is going to suck. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's like, that's the thing that sucks about it, is that it's not even like a thing that you can isolate to a particular piece of the community or the audience, right? Because, like, you'll always find shitholes somewhere, and there's probably some shitholes in my community too. They're just not open about it. It's the fact that it's top down. It's literally just that. And I'm like, I don't know if it's a good place if it's that the entire way. It seems awful. Every time you let 3, earn an additional 1 in interest. Woohoo! Finance, baby. Same with certain fields too. Certain things too. If it's so prevalent that you almost can't ignore it, it sort of makes you wonder, maybe it is just that as a whole now. The Den of Cucks. I also like the moniker of the Den of Cucks because of the cuck chair thing. So, again, this is not to say that cucks are bad. This is not to say that, like, cucks are that. But you know what? Yeah, it's mean of me to use the cuck as like a thing to, like, put shade onto them. It's not like cuckoldry is bad. It's just a different flavor for different things. What is this? 1 star each time you've drafted 1 star. There was a little image of 4 stars. So each time we draft this, we get 1 star. What's the star do? Yeah, you first heard the word cuck out loud from a TA university complaining about gender-neutral bathrooms on campus. What does that even mean? Oh, as in, like, they were using that to sort of, like, denote that if you want that, then you're a cuck, right? Yeah, like, I need to stop doing that because it's a bit of it's really, you give me the cuck pass. Like, this is the thing, right? You may give me it, but still, it does reinforce it. Like, I do recognize, it's the same way that they call you all cocksuckers, right? It makes it seem like cocksucker is a bad thing. Or, like, it's the way that society used to say, like, oh, you're gay as, like, a joke or like, as, like, an insult. It makes us feel like being gay is bad. It's like, I recognize that. But then I need a new insult that isn't cuck or cocksucker. And I don't know what to do. The problem is that I'm not creative enough to make a... You know what? You're all Mentor members. You're all Mentor members. Members of a Mentor society. Housing an impressively large telescope, Mount Hawley's observatory is a window to the world above and beyond the clouds and sky. Through its mirrored lens, even a novice stargazer will be able to distinctly appreciate the wonder, signs, and constellations that punctuate the tapestry of lights. This room is interesting. So, sometimes you can get, like, a little painting that has, or like an image that has, like, 4 stars on it, and that, I think that matters in terms of the pattern you're supposed to see. Cancel him! As soon as I bring out the Mensa, everyone's up in arms. Mensa, oh, how dare you! The fixed stars. The stargazer is a companion to constellations. Drop this in my blueprints. Chat is like 10 seconds too fast for you, so you were wondering why we were canceling, and then you heard Mensa. How dare? How dare you compare me to a Mentor member? Yeah, I mean, that's why. Like, but exactly that too. Like, because the way that your TA probably said that as a way to use the word cuckoldry and like to call someone a cuck to make it seem like a bad thing. I need to move away from that because I don't want to do that. Because you see how it's used for hate by someone who's like hateful against the idea of like a gender neutral bathroom. It's the same elements of danger and like it's that same element that like leads to that. The problem is that calling someone a corporate cuck feels fine because everybody's had that person who's like a very corporate cuck type of person who's like sucking off the business too much and giving them too much leeway, right? So I'm like, for some cases it's fine, but others it's not. But then you realize something. Respect and rights for all cucks is respect and rights for all people. For the lowliest of the lowest cuck is still a person like you and I. And so therefore, yes, cuck, okay, that's... I need to explain the message that I'm going to read. There's a pattern of typing where you put the mood of what you're saying into parentheses to denote like a certain sort of like vibe of what you're saying. So because over text it's hard to know what you mean by a phrase. So the sentence is cuck parentheses affectionate, mensa parentheses derogatory. The Fixed Stars, the Stargater's Companion to Constellations by Richard Witt, very witty. Fen Aries Bird and Sons Publishing, 1809. This is 100 years ago. But corporate cuck, I think, still does work very well. But I need to think of a new way of saying it. Oh. The boss's office chair. You are the boss's office chair. Is that good? I don't know. We'll workshop this over a couple days, okay? Preface. This book contains a complete starbase, a list of constellations, and the observed effects that accompany the appearance of each one. Too long. That's the thing, right? Cuck is such a good word. Like, cuck is short and sweet, and it gets to the point. Calling someone a corporate cuck is a two-line banger. Is a two-word banger. You're a corporate cuck. Everybody knows what that means. Maybe you just need to be told what is a cuck, but once you learn what a cuck is, it's over. Simply and easily, it is over. What's funny is that actually, you know, Sweet Destination, she didn't know what a cuck was. So when I called her a corporate cuck, because she was talking about something about her work, she was like, "What's a cuck?" And I was like, "I'm gonna tell you what a cuck is." It was such a fun moment to like have to enlighten somebody on the word cuck. Bottoming for the C class, yo, that's pretty good. Well, but then it implies that again, respect for the lowest of the low is rights and respect for all people. And bottoming, if you're a bottom, you deserve just as much, if not more, respect than a top, because a top has it easy. They get pleasure, and then they get to like, and they get to have fun with it. A bottom has to endure. A bottom is, the weakest bottom is stronger than the strongest top. Think about that. The weakest bottom is stronger than the strongest top. Even the weakest bottom must climb a mountain higher than any than any top ever will in their entire life. Cuck is insurmountable in its greatness. It really is a very good word. Like, it's such a good, short, easy word to just throw out there. But actually, maybe the cucks would want that though, right? Like, if you're a cuck, wouldn't you want to be demeaned in that way? And then it's like hot for you. You know what I mean? Like, it's hot for you to be like demeaned in that way, to be used as like the punching bag insult, right? So maybe it's fine. Okay, so maybe cucks. Okay, if a cuck likes it, if any of you are a cuck, please let me know, and I'll just keep using cuck. Depending on the number of stars that can be seen in the sky on any given day, different constellations of various sizes may be visible. Sometimes more than one on a single day. What? This book, a solid base for astronomy, will help you easily identify these constellations, impress your friends, and discover the joys of stargazing. Gay guy, brave taking anal. When he come, that's a volcano. Cupcake. Is that like a real like phrase that somebody said before? Is that a real song? Gay guy, brave taking anal. When he come, that's a volcano. Gay guy, brave taking anal. When he come, that's a volcano. Cupcake. Cupcake crayons. What? This is a real song. Wait, Cupcake Crayons is an LGBT anthem from the self-released third studio album Ephoras by Chicago rapper Elizabeth Eden Harris, known professionally as Cupcake. Is her name Cupcake and it's not Cupcake? Like, because like it's two K's like Bukake. Man got a man, that's what's up, that's what's up. Love is love, who give a fuck, give a fuck. Girl on girl, they like yep, but when it's a man on man, they like yuck. Motherfuckers need to be go on with that shit. Bitch, we ain't playing along, ain't no skits. Drag shows be so bomb and so lit. Throwing wigs in the air, ping pong and that shit. You know what's crazy too is that like, I feel like the drag shows are really popular, but still the acceptance of people who go on those shows are sort of seen down in terms of like how much people would actually sort of support that in their real life. Like, I feel like I know a fair number of people who would watch those shows who enjoy them, but they enjoy it for the raw entertainment value. But then when they think about like somebody that they know doing it, they would feel almost like ooh, like they would feel kind of like yucky about it, which this song actually does point out. That's actually bravo. Hey, that's the same person who wrote CPR. What? CPR? Cupcake. Can somebody please tell me how to pronounce their name? They did write Cupcake. Deux, tres, quatre. No quick head in my bed. I can't have that. I want that long neck. Not talking giraffe neck. Ain't no laying down, man. We about to have late fun. I'm about to make your balls stick up like 6 months. Oh, holy shit! That's a good line. That's a good line. I'm about to make your balls stick up like space buns. Want your dick soaked? Place it down my throat. Tongue tickle your dick, but not telling a joke. Pedal in this pussy, that's how you rock a boat. They get live in this pussy. I'm not talking Periscope. Yeah, I don't know CPR. No weighing. I don't know CPR. What? You gotta listen to it. Maybe not on the stream. No, we'll like listen to it on the stream. Yep, CPR Deep Throat Discounts. These are all songs. Okay, nobody here has corrected me on how I'm saying that name. Is it Cupcake or is it Cupcake? It's pronounced however the money's pronounced, according to her in another song. However the money. Oh, like the money shot. As in like the money shot, as in the cum in the Bukake. So it is Cupcake. I get it. North Star, 1 gold. How do we even like recover? How do I even recover? North Star, 1 gold. Okay, POV. You sit down at a conference, okay? And you know how like conferences, before the speaker comes up, they play songs? And so they played that song. And it's like and so you hear the lyrics, and then the speaker comes online and says, this is a North Star. And it's like, how do you even how do you even continue from that? So it's either Cupcake or Cupcake, it doesn't matter. Well, so is there cupcake money? I don't get the point. So what's funny is that like Cupcake, I don't see the relation to money. But the money with Cupcake, I can see it because it's like the money shot. And then what do you do in a Bukake? You just give money shots the entire time. It's like 5 dudes. It's like 10 dudes. It's like 30 dudes giving like a single person like a money glazing. You know what I mean? And so it's like however the money's pronounced makes sense to me because then it's like, oh, like that's the money. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, every bakery runs on a loss. I don't know a single bakery that actually makes money except for one tangentially friend person of mine. Except for an acquaintance of mine who runs her own bakery from her home. Otherwise, every other baker is basically poor, and so I don't think it's Cupcake. If you're not a baker, then you just don't know. If you know, then you know. If you're not a baker, then you just don't know. She's saying it doesn't matter what you call her as long as you stream her music / pay for her songs. Oh, however the money's pronounced. Oh, see if okay, I would have needed the rest of the song to figure that out. Because in the context of just itself, I just look at that and I go, oh, whatever the like wordplay is. Because it's like, I don't know how far the wordplay goes, and so it's like, do I take the wordplay at face value? Which I feel like is like the good default way of doing it, where it's like, you take it at face value and you sort of try to examine it as it is, or do you take it within the context, but then you need the context to know, it's like, is it a face value statement, or is it not a face value statement? You know what I mean? It's like how if I listen to a song from Kendrick Lamar, I need to do a lot of like reading up on like what these different things mean and like what the context of like all of this is. Or if I'm listening to a song by this is not my house song. No, or if I listen to a Talking Heads song with Once in a Lifetime, then I need to think about, okay, like what is the sort of like what is the inspiration of this, and like what are they trying to say based on that like context, right? So I'm gonna put her in that same category, where it's like I need to think hard about what she's saying. Yeah, some of her wordplay goes deep, but that one was a one-off bar to close the song. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, sorry, and go back to the game. But I like that. That's a great way of like saying it, because she is right. Like it doesn't matter what you call me, just pay me. You could call me an idiot as long as you pay me, and it's fine. Diamond is... I just realized that, how am I going to see these? So these just give me things for free? I just look at it and it gives me things? Sorry, I don't know how to recover. How do you recover? I need to, like, it's a bit like heckling in a comedy club, but it's not like you're heckling me because you hate me. But it's the same feeling of like, how do you even begin to come back into whatever it was that you were doing? I genuinely don't know. How do I go from whatever we just like read and heard about to the stars? The fault in our stars. Farmer's apple. Apples are extra delicious today. Imagine if the stars could change how good an apple tastes like. I would love that. But that seems absurd to the point of magical. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. 7? There's no 6. Why is there no 6? 8? 11. What? Huh. Wait. I haven't discovered certain mechanics. Because I've never seen an apple, but it tells me about apples are being more delicious. But I've discovered food. I'm assuming if I never found a dead-end room, I would have never seen this. So, what is 6? It's the thing that ate 7. Sorry. Sorry. That was stupid. Sorry. That was lame. Sorry. That was lame. Sorry. 6 missing. 6 is missing. Presumably these appear when we unlock more mechanics. So I'm assuming this is a mechanic-based thing, where the more that you know about the house, the more of these things you can learn about. Because the way it is now, 6 is gone. And so it doesn't really even deserve to be attached to the book, but I might as well. 6 is missing. 6 is missing, like this, like this. Okay, so 7 is there. We have 8. Oops. It's a good thing that I screenshot the number as well, because I would not have noticed that otherwise, I don't think. If I... Also, by the way, if I do the screenshot thing, tell me if you still hear me, okay? 1, 2, 3, go. I need you all to type, I don't know, Poggies, like Poggies in the chat if you still hear me. Did you still hear me? Type the word if you still heard me, because I don't know if the screenshot thing pauses my audio. Because I need to make sure that it's set up properly. And I didn't really test. It did. Okay, but did you type that because you wanted to? or did you type that because you know who I am? Was it a fluke or was that skill? Okay. Next, okay, if you hear this, post a picture of your feet. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Please don't do that. Diamond is major. Page 11. So, some pages are missing again. So 8, 9, 9, 10, 9, 10 missing. 9, 10 are missing. My grandfather can't keep track of the rooms, nor can he keep track of the pages. I'm surprised he even kept track of the fact that he was even married. That was a very weird 20 seconds of not knowing why you would type poggies. Yeah, yeah, tell me if there's any stream delay too, because I don't know if my settings for stream delay reset. Like, as soon as you hear me say this phrase, I want you to say yes, okay? Type yes. Delay for you is 3 seconds. Well, what about for the other chatter? Not being within 5 seconds is excruciating. Maybe that's why you hate online learning. Because for me, it's like, I'm fine with email. Like, if you email me and I get back to you within like a month, that's a good that's a good month. That's a good month for you, right? Probably less. You weren't prepared. You're not prepared to do the thing that I tell you to do at any moment. Are you really a cuck? Are you really a cuck? You come into my chat every day and you say that you're a cuck. Are you really a cuck? Yes. You are 2 minutes behind. You're 2 minutes. You are 2 minutes. Fine. Okay, well, don't type yes again because now they're confused. Now you're going to confuse your fellow chatter because you typed yes again. And yes was the keyword. We need a more generic or less. We need a less generic keyword. Oh, they're gonna be confused. Stop typing yes. You're gonna freak them out. Stop it. You're gonna freak them out. Sale. Everything is on. Oh, it's a sale. I get it. 50% off today. Okay, this is good to just see, to refer back to. Not that I'll ever need to, but these patterns might be useful later. Until I can prove that they're not useful, I'll keep them. 13, 14 are missing. It also helps me catalog exactly which pages that I'm missing too, which is nice to know. So, Florealis, Bloom of the Sky, great name. Like the Aurora Florealis. Green rooms are more likely to spawn. That's page 20. No. No. So, I guess green rooms are associated with nature in some way. 16 to 19 are missing. Okay, that's gonna bother me. That on one note, I use set notation. On the other, I use a tuple notation. That's going to trip me up, I think. Okay, the book is done. So, organize my thoughts over here. Good book. Look at this. Look at how beautiful this is for playing puzzle games. Everything's organized. I catalog the most important things. I ignore the not important things. I leave clues for myself of like different things. I'll even leave like a hint about the chess pieces at some point. That maybe that matters. But where is page 69? That's on my adult streams. That's like later. It's not here yet, but it might be here later. So I would need to look at the sky by going like so. Okay. Beery. I thought my brother was dying because he was screaming. It turns out he's just playing with my niece. And I like how the fact that everyone who plays with like children to keep them entertained, as any parent does, or like as any uncle does, the go-to comedy and the go-to humor is to either reference a kids movie that they really enjoy, or to scream. And it seems to be like the go-to tactic to like make a kid's like time happy. Wait, this isn't the adult stream? Sadly, no. Twitch doesn't allow that yet. But when they do, it's over. How the hell do you use this? Okay, so now we're looking outside. What do I see? 1 star, North Star. Nice. Gained 1. So what's the point of making it go up and down? Really? Like, it's cool, but if it's just a bonus room, it does make me kind of feel like, do I need to look through the eye every single time? What was that noise? Like, in a way, I'd rather just have it always point that way, and I could just look into it. But I guess the point is to be immersive, and I forget that storytelling is an art that goes beyond the base concerns of, like, efficiency. Now, I need to think about these things. Okay, so there's a knight symbol here. Some rooms have a little symbol, or have a chess piece, and I don't really know why they're here, but I'll start cataloging these just in case. Because I feel like these are important in some way, and then I can link it to different rooms as such. Some rooms have chess pieces. Curious. Some rooms have chess pieces. Curious. I don't know why. You know, does any other streamer do this with their game? Or how many other streamers do you know of that play this game? And do they raw dog this? Are they raw dogging this game, chat? I don't have any gems. West Wing Hall is a good save, so I can get more entries. And there's a window to the outside. A boarded up window. Weird. The west wing of the estate has been closed since the death of Lady Epson. It is unsurprising, therefore, that this hallway in its neglected state features boarded windows and dust-smothered furniture. You know that there are other streamers playing this game. You refuse to acknowledge my other terminology. What? That they're raw dogging the game? I feel like raw dogging is such a versatile phrase to say. Like, you know, like I raw dogged League of Legends today, or I raw dogged like a game of Scrabble. Well, like I raw dogged this like puzzle game with like no help. But what's funny is that I don't use it for my wife and I. Like I treat my wife and I as like a certain level of like care and like sacredness. But like the act of raw dogging anything, I think can just be used with the word raw dogging. Staff, notice. Out of respect for the late Lady Clara Epson, the west wing will be closed until further notice. While the floor plans associated with this wing have not been removed from the pool. From the pool? That's an interesting phrase, which means that they drafted themselves. We ask the staff members refrain from drafting them during this period of mourning. Likewise, any staff member may draft souls. I bet you that means souls. I need to think about this. Okay, this room is important for lore. And I know who Lady Epson is. Lady Epson is the one being raw dogged by my grandpa, right? And we know that she was raw dogged because it eventually became us. This song, by the way, there's a cover by Numi, culturally significant in the VTubers community. Who is Numi? Akuma Nimune. I've never heard this person in my life. Certified church classic. Can I just listen to this for like 5 seconds? Well, DMC hit me.
Dos, tres, cuatro. Oh, yeah.
I don't know what I expected.
Cream pie.
I don't know what I expected.
Quick head in my bed, I can have that. I want the long neck, not talking giraffe neck.
I can't have that. Okay. Thank you. You showed me a new person that I've never heard of that person in my life, but considering that she has a lot of views, I imagine she's incredibly significant. I want to have a conversation with these people to think like, I just want to like listen to them. This is heretical. They whitewash CPR. To be fair, I think covers have to do something. It's either your cover that is musically different, or or you're a cover that's or you're a cover that's lyrically different. Sadly, the point of the cover is the lyrics and how raunchy it is. So maybe lyrically is the worst way to cover it, but the way that she says things makes me feel uncomfortable. Like the way that she says things, it's not bad, but I definitely feel the sense of like I shouldn't be listening to this in like public. Like I should be listening to this with like, you know, like noise canceling headphones. Like the house is empty. Like I don't know if I should listen to it. But that was good. Thank you. I'm gonna listen to the rest of it after the stream. Actually, we can listen to it as the ending song of the stream. And really, I wonder how culturally relevant it is, because what's funny is that I'm a dude who's in this community, and I used to have a shitty VTuber model, and I'm still fixing it. Sorry, I'm making a better one actually that you'll like once it's done. I've been busy now that I've been free. I've been busier on things that I wanted to like do, so it's nice. And I wonder how culturally significant is goonerism within the VTuber community, because like you're all gooners. You come in here and you raw dog chat every single day. Like every single one of your raw dogs chat every single day in my chat. There isn't a single day where the chat has not been raw dogged, tossed around like a little dumpster. By the way, this is Lady Clara Epson. So out of respect for Lady Clara Epson, this is who she is. She was raw dogged by my grandpa, and it made me. Gooning is foundational in the VTubing. These aren't God-fearing sentences. God fears me for the kind of for the kind of goonerism that I put numbers up. You don't understand how much sperm I've had to reproduce to cover for how much gooning that I've done. Let's go to the boudoir. To the boudoir. Wait, so rank 8? Oh. Your rank is how far you get. So the kitchen is actually in the worst place. Each day a meal is served in the dining room after rank 8 is reached. If you put it too far from rank 8, it doesn't have much power. You have to go backwards. Whereas it'd be better further up. An intimate and warm room with a large dining table boasting a serving tray with a silver dome cover. Then you serve here each evening. So, also, another thing. So this notice implies two things, right? One, the employees draft cards. Okay? So draft room cards. So they are the ones who change the room layout. This is not a cosmic magical thing. So this is not a magical house, but a manufactured one, right? This is not a home, this is a house. AKA, this is not a home, this is a house. Because I don't understand the point of having somebody, like a stranger working for you in your home, and they like see you doing everything. Like, it's weird. Two, the bottom section says something about soul, S-O-U. Bottom cut off section seems to imply draft souls. Or seems to imply draft souls, which seems very mystical. So there's two sides to this. Like it's like on the one hand you have the potential mystical angle, on the other you have the potential normal angle. I don't know which one to think of. I got a raw dog thinking about this later. I need a raw dog thinking about this later. I'm gonna raw dog self-thought. Yes, God is afraid of us Goonies. Did I read it already? Maybe I have. She's dead. So, from drafting them during this period of mourning, 1980... What? When does the game take place? When does the game take place? No, I haven't. Okay, good. Do you keep track of everything that I say? If you say yes, that's parasocial. The game takes place in the 90s. Let's see. Okay, so game takes place in the 90s. Game takes place in the 90s. So they both recently died. Both Gramps and Granny died recently. R.I.P. Okay, so they both died recently. That's a very good thing to know about. This probably has ties to the security room as well then. Okay. I mean, like spiritually. Do you know what I mean? What's a boudoir? A private salon with a plethora of fainting couches and chaise lounges. Longuez? Is that longueurs? Longueurs. Longueurs? It's translating from French to English. Rest in puzzles. Okay, lounges. And chaise longue. Chaise longue. Oh wait, no, long chairs. Chaise, like, because chaise is like chair. It's like the seats. It's like the long chairs. So like, and long chairs, but it's like said in French because like boudoir. It's a boudoir. It's like a French thing. It's a very, fainting couches. You go on, you sleep, right? Okay, yeah. At first, I was like, is it the misspelling of lounges? But it's longest. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, chaise long ass chair. Yeah, exactly. It's a Canadian thing. It served both as a dressing room for her ladyship in the mornings and a cozy sitting room for her in the evenings. I am going to call my bed the fainting bed. Or like my sofa, the fainting sofa. Because every time I go on it, I close my eyes and I wake up, it's 2 hours later. I'm like, holy shit, where am I? Son of a gun. They practice Christmas. The nerve. Also, they have very little presents for practicing Christmas. One would expect that they would have more presents for Christmas, given that they're rich. Which says to me that this house actually has no money. There is a certain idea of like, there's a chance that they lost all of their money and the house is going to be foreclosed on. Because we get the home, but we don't really know if the home is going to be, if it's going to last, right? We just got the home and my grandpa is like that. And he's not even my grandfather. So, her ladyship is her. Really clear. There's a safe. What the fuck? There's a safe. Wait, okay, so there's a safe in here as well, which is weird. This is in this room. There's a safe in the corner. Let me look at this closely. Safe in the corner. Wait, they unwrapped the safe? This is like a TF2 screenshot. Let's look here. Look. TF2 comic. TF2 comic. TF2 comic. Where's the last one? The very final one. The days have worn away. I gotta find like the very last one. Okay, just keep on going. Okay, just keep on going. Spam. Is there not like an easier way to go through the entire comic? Is it really just gonna be page by page? I have to like spam this like button? Is there really no catalog version of the entire comic? I have to go through every single page one by one until I get to the exact scene, which is like where the funny thing happens. Where's the one scene in a TF2 comic that fits this image perfectly? Why is it not like webtoons where you can just look at, or like pirated manga where you can look at like each frame in like a preview thumbnail version? Why do I need to go through each and every single one by myself? Jesus Christ, this comic has 200 pages. I read this. When did I read this? How did I read this? I read through 200 pages without being bored? Really? Wow. Sorry, still trying to find it. There's a single frame in the TF2 comic that has the same vibe as this. Still going for it. Just give me a moment. I have to get to the post time skip when they're sort of in their like goodbye era. Here we go. Okay, I'm at the final birthday party when he gives her the little thing. It's the same vibe. Side by side, it's the same vibe. There's actually no difference. There's just something funny about this being like this could be a page out of the TF2 comic with the exact same story beats of like they just unwrap a safe and the safe feels like it belongs to the spy. There's something funny about that. Ugh. Comedy. The number of presents probably matters as well as the ribbons on them, but let's see if that's true. The key is that there was a safe and that there is a safe, which I assume, which is funny because, or like interesting because the safe is a part of the boudoir. And now look at the room. We actually see a bit past this side. That's past the bridge. So this is past the bridge area where we can get to. There's a ballerina. There's a dancing box, or a music box, sorry. Dancing Queen, Lightning McQueen. Okay, so you get changed behind these, right? And whoever's waiting on you waits outside. But like, there's little gaps in between where you can see a flash of nipple. Is this not, this is meant to look sexy. Oh shit, this is the safe. Oh shit, okay, wait. Music player, fainting lounge, grandma was Cinderella, but tried to be. That is the same fucking symbol on the outside stone. What did I say, chat? What did I say about the importance of the courtyard? It's the same fucking symbol as on the courtyard. This thing. Same symbol. If only I took a screenshot. I'm a fool. How do I go to the backlinks? I go here? No. Select an element that contains... how do I go to the backlinks? I don't remember. Actually, I shouldn't do it because I have a whole bunch of other links I needed to hide. So this is probably important. This feels like it's the same as the symbol on the mountain viewing pad. So where are you? Where's the boudoir? Where's the room where grandma got like funky with it? Here we go. Granny, why don't you pop that pussy for me? Same symbol as mountain viewing pad. There's a new emote actually called Bad. I think it's there. Is it bad? Oh wait, no. I need to change that. I need to go. Okay, 7 TV. I need to change bad back to bad. 7 TV is now down again. God damn it. Well, that was a failure. Maybe it's like, I don't know, good? This ice cream's so good. Granny cream, hot butter ice cream. I wish I was streaming back then because that game was a trip. Like this, and it's an experience that you can only get back once, right? Like you can't do it again. Every experience is a one-time thing. Sans sex. Well, that's unless you're really bad, then maybe. Granny cream, hot butter ice cream. You take the hot butter and you put it in the microwave and put it on your ice cream. Hot butter ice cream. Granny cream, hot butter ice cream. You're working on a content expansion mod right now. You'll have to let me know when it's ready to play. You're working on a content expansion mod for the game Hypnospace Out. I don't know why it took so long. Hypnospace Outlaw. And I wonder what that means because I didn't even know that game allowed you to mod things. Also, holy shit. I think I just discovered something incredibly important. Everyone, look at the Superman S. This S is the same S of Grandpa's signature. Same starting S as the middle S in Grandpa's name. It's the same S in the middle of Grandpa's name. So this is company that makes us money is called Cinca Co. Most likely. Herbert Cinca. Yep. And then this implies Grandpa's name is Herbert Sinka. What is his last name? I don't know. Something to do. I forgot. Please fix. So Herbert Sinka something. Sinka Co. Same S styled over the signature. See, I care about the details because they matter. But yeah, once you are done that mod, please let me know because I'm actually curious about that. I didn't even know that the game supports modding, and I didn't even know that game had a modding community. Some games don't really have a modding community. Some games just sort of like live and die as they are, which is sad. But at the same time, it's like that's like we all live and die as we are. Like, think about this: if I never found you all, you'd be nothing without me. Nothing. So this is an empty room in this corner. There's no doorway to that side, but the wall is being painted, so maybe we could. Opportunity to earn money and spread money. In the office? Alright. Well, it takes 2 gems, though. Ah, shit. Okay, I'll just go to the Nook for a key. Hypnospace Outlaw. Yes, a few other people and you are adding in 2 prequel dates in October and some other stuff. The mod community is pretty small, though, because it's kind of rough. That makes sense. Yeah. I'm assuming it's like some homegrown solution to get the modding working. But that's commendable. And thank you for sharing. If you do ever get to share, I will gladly play it. Because I'm always down to play chat's creations. Because I can't create, and it's more fun to play your creations because I can't do it. I can barely hack it as it is, as a dude who talks on the line. You found a wooden brass magnifying glass. Inspect documents of the estate more closely. Fuck off. What? A journey, noteworthy. Also, the sequel comes out this year. Oh yeah, the sequel! Holy shit, thank you for reminding me about that. I forgot to write down what that was, and I forgot about it. So there's a whole chain of me forgetting things. Who do you call nothing? Alright, what is this video link? Now I'm afraid. Sonic gets called nothing. Did you just bait me into listening to a Sonic clip because you use Sonic as a way to conversate?
Precious little aliens! I'll harness their hyper-go-on power, and then nothing will stop me. I know I say that every time, but this time, really, nothing will stop me.
Boss?
What? Sonic!
Who you calling nothing?
A journey, noteworthy. I don't even know what to say, but that was actually perfect. That really was the perfect feeling response to what I said. So you know what? +2 to you. I loathe to give you it, but per the rules, it does fit. +2. Also, I thought the Slayer's X game was a sequel, but then I looked at it and then I realized that Slayer's X is just an FPS version of like the same story elements of like the same character. So I'm excited to see how the sequel to the actual game is, because I look at Slayer's X and I go, it's cool, but I don't want to play a Doom-like game. But I look at Hypnospace Outlaw and I go, there really is very little games like it. Other than no players online, but even that has a whole different vibe. It's not really a discovery game. It's just a game. You know what I mean? Like it's more of a puzzle game than an exploration game. As you continue on your adventure, you may want to consider getting something to scribble down your notes and observations. A pad, scrap of paper, or perhaps most fittingly, a journal will prove to be an invaluable tool you will not regret having beside you on your journey. Slayer's X is a spin-off. Dream Settler is a mid-2000s sequel with a similar feel. What? Dream Settler is a mid-2000s sequel. Oh, Simulator. Oh, Dream Settler on Steam. But it says coming soon. What? Sorry? Oh, as in, that's the name of the sequel. Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay, so I was trying to find the sequel by searching up the name sequel, but it didn't show up. Thank you. I was so confused. But thank you. Yeah, okay, I'll add this. Dream Settler. Like, not to say spin-offs are, like, bad, but, like, I'm really there to play the main game as it is. Also, I'm very glad that we started our journal. Otherwise, it'd be too late for us. Do you ever wonder, like, what else does Sonic do? What else does Sonic do? What else can Sonic do? One could say this clip is culturally significant in the Sonic community. You know what's crazy about this? That our community here on Twitch is dwarfed by the Sonic community. Like, think about that. Think about that. There are more fans of Sonic than there are me. Sonic eats chili dogs and runs. I feel like that's another Sonic reference that I just don't get. What does that mean? I get what a chili dog is, but what else does that mean? Also, this note is actually important. So this note gives us a lot of information that we've been needing. So first off, a snug corner reading room which serves as a quiet private place for guests to spend a few hours of their afternoon away from the hustle and bustle of the staff. We don't get it either. Oh. I'm assuming it's one of those lines that showed up in the show and they just said it and it's like, oh, they're trying to figure it out. I have a Sonic screenshot of a Sonic magazine talking about how Amy is like the hottest shit ever. But it's on my phone and I need to transfer it over. And when I do, I'm going to post it and show you all because I feel like it's like in the theme of that. It's like the same idea as the chili dog thing. So, not a line. You don't remember lines from things usually. You mean Sonic runs fast? Yeah, unless it's Cupcake. Yeah, but Cupcake, that was a work of art. Cupcake had a work of art there, and I think that was perfect, right? So, I wish I could take a screenshot of this and it didn't disappear. So, hold the button down, press. Hold the button down, press this, this, and this. Screenshot. There we go. This little image tells us a lot. This image tells us a lot. It's actually a part of multiple things that we found so far. Wait, is it multiple? Maybe it's just one. But the main one is the electrical box. So now we know what the electrical box is for. And because the electrical box had these lights. So noteworthy is here. We put this here, and then we link this to the electrical box somewhere. Where is the electrical box? The electrical box. Utility closet. Because this thing has this. The same color indicators. So rooms have colors. What does that mean? This. Corresponds to noteworthy note cipher. Let's say it's a cipher. So this tells you what it does. The color determines the action. I'm assuming this is important. There's also this thing, like one of the notes did mention that there's a there's a like a darts game. I think it was the 3 boxes room. So this so three boxes room note talks about dart game. Or was it the 3 boxes or was it the sexless bedroom? I don't know. One of those rooms talked about darts. Hey, over here. Here we go. Here we go. This is an incredible source of information. I can't believe that this is one of the best pieces of information that we've had so far. Look at what it says. Sinclair. His last name is Sinclair. Okay, so we know his last name now. I remember, because I remember saying Sinclair is a sick last name. Yes. Where's the thing about Grandpa? Cinca Sinclair. It was HSS Cinca Sinclair. His name is Herbert Cinca Sinclair, which is an insane middle name to last name combo with, you know, the alliteration ratio. These also are random every time, so I don't need to track these. So the courtyard is dead now. Only track the noteworthy stuff so we don't get confused, okay? Sinclair has many secrets that he will take to his grave. Okay, Sinclair has many secrets that he will take to his grave. So, text under bookmark reads, Sinclair has many secrets he will take to his grave. Sega adapted the chili dog gag in Sonic Unleashed from old Sonic cartoons. The funniest thing is that now there's an implication that apparently Sonic saves pigs from Eggman, not because they're his animal friends, but because he eats them minced in chili dogs. Like, as if Eggman is the guy who's like taking away all of his opportunities to be fed. Like I would do the same for Sloppy Joes. 100%, I would do the same for like Sloppy Joes. When schools stopped serving Sloppy Joes in my city, I was sad. It was deemed unhealthy and like it wasn't good for the kids, and so they outsourced to a third-party external contractor to feed children shitty stale pizza. We lost something then when I lost the chili dog, and so I understand what Sonic feels. I feel his pain. Antechamber appears to be sealed on all sides. There must be a way to open. The map here is interesting because the map is a bit like the map that we have here ourselves. And there's levers. We need to find levers in some way, but I don't know what. But this is good because we already know this from the security room. So, security room note tells us how to open antechamber. So, man, I love this game. I actually think that this game is my type of game. Because I feel like the thing about this game, right? We haven't really suffered the consequences of the repeating rooms yet, or like the losing the like access to like certain types of things, or like not getting the right combinations, so we can't progress yet. When we get to that point, I think it'll be more frustrating. But for now, this is pretty good. Like I actually like how this is. Utility closet. Nook, and security room. When we get to that point, I think we'll be frustrated more and more. But I think for now, it still works out fairly well. That it's not too complicated for us to deal with. And we haven't felt the pain yet of having, of like knowing what to do, but not being able to execute on it yet. Because this is the thing, right? I think the game early on with the step mechanic doesn't really matter because you spend so much of your time collating information, understanding what's going on, discovering new things. It's like, it's the same roguelike problem of any such roguelike game, where the beginning, probably all the way to like the mid-end game section is like really good. And then when you get to the later end game sections, it starts to feel very bad because you need a perfect run to succeed at the game. And in a puzzle game, and I feel like for a puzzle game specifically, it'll feel worse. Because at least in a game like Binding of Isaac or Slay the Spire or something, well, maybe not Slay the Spire. I think games like Slay the Spire feel a bit like this game. In the way that if you don't have the right combination of things, you have a cap on how well you can do. In Binding of Isaac, you just have to dodge the bullets and shoot the bullets. That's it. Not to say that like a level 1 run is like very fun, but it's feasible in the sense that you could have nothing by the end of the game, absolutely nothing, and still maybe beat the game, though I've never really seen that done, so maybe it's not possible. But you know what I mean? Like games with more ability for you to skillfully navigate through it and like apply a certain level of like skill element to it to help you get through it probably aren't affected as much by the fact that you can get a bad run, because it simply pushes the like scale towards more of your skill compared to more of your stats. But in a puzzle game and in games even that feel more action, like ARPGs, like Path of Exile, for instance, no amount of skill will save you from the fact that you have to have a certain amount of something to complete the game. I feel like this game is probably on that scale with Balatro and Slay the Spire and Path of Exile, where no amount of skill will stop the fact that like you have a limit to how much you can do depending on what you've drafted. And so I can see it getting frustrating as you get further in, but for now it's a working formula. But I recognize that I think I understand now what the reviews were saying about it could be pretty annoying. Chess pieces. So let's just order all of these, because like the entirety of our gameplay has been trying to understand what these pieces are. We haven't even gotten really to the end game. We've only done one puzzle. Like we've only really done one puzzle. And we're doing like the meta puzzle at the moment, I think, which is like the layer 2 puzzle or something. Like layer 1 being the puzzle boxes, layer 2 being like the whole space as it is. West Wing Hall. This. Okay, how do I select everything? One go. Thank you. There we go. Bedroom. I see how this could get annoying. And I hope we don't hit that point because I think the game is feeling good at the moment. But again, even a game like The Root Trees Are Dead, it can have that bit of frustration. But unlike most puzzle games, that's a skill game. It's weird how that in particular is like a very high skill game where you have a lot of agency. It feels more like The Witness in terms of like the way that you need to understand the space than it does necessarily a puzzle game like Tetris, where it's like you might not just have the right piece at the right time. If that makes sense. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? There's levels to this shit. I group all 3 of these. I can't group all 3 of these. Follow connection. Oh shit, you can do follow connection? You can do follow connection. Is Tetris classified as a puzzle game? It is to me because I never get past like say like the 5-minute mark, and so the pieces drop slowly, and so it's like to me it's more about how am I gonna fit this into my set of pieces. To others who are better at the game, I think it would feel different. Yeah. Church. Oh, this is the church. Church. And then this is the sort of like the mansion plus surroundings, outside windows. All very important. The parlor. Wait, this is where I got the thing, or maybe I don't know. I have to double check where I got that note. The three boxes room note. Maybe it's this. I don't really know. But parlor, and I need to go back to certain rooms. So certain rooms have notes. I have to look at them again. Also, I like how the screenshot that you have of the note doesn't reveal things. So look, even if you have the notes, if you look at it normally, it doesn't. Oh, sorry. Even if you have the note as a screenshot, it doesn't reveal something because the magnifying glass almost shows you a different view entirely. Like that isn't because it's small, it's just because it's literally just nothing. Even the color, it isn't even the same because the yellow on the gold is the same color yellow, but the yellow on the note, it's so faded out to be useless until you zoom in. Which incentivizes you to keep heavy notes, which is good because all I do is I keep notes. Holy shit, we've been going for 7 hours. I mean, I still kind of want to play the game, though. It's kind of hard. I didn't want to go too far, because I do want to eat at some point. But this game is really interesting. It's fun early on, and I wonder how much worse it gets. But for now, it's really good. But I do need to think about food. And actually, I need to order food, because everyone ate the food that I had at home. So, I do need to order food. And by everyone, I don't mean my wife. I mean my sibling. Where do we go? So we got that note, sure. Yo, is Grandpa ripping a fat one? Is he just like, dude? Is he hitting back those like bongs? Dude, he's raw dogging all of these like bongs. Yo, he's raw dogging that bong. That's a nasty looking bong. This is the star shape. Grandpa hitting up them bongs, raw dogging it. Down his throat, up his nose. Down his throat, up his nose. Grandpa. Oh, and he has a picture of a stair in his office because he's trying to figure out how these things work. Like Grandpa has only ever built a very long mansion, but he doesn't know how stairs work. He wants to understand how to build like a basement. So he's examining the stair to understand how you would even begin to place it. Because if you think about it, which way do you place this stair? How do you design the opening? How wide does the opening have to be? And where will you end up once you go up the stairs into the other room? Stairs actually have a lot of mechanics that you need to think about. Spatially, they're disorienting. That's why I stay in the basement all day long, to prevent myself from vomiting. Cease. Grandpa, I'm raw dogging these stairs down a Matarasi. So, I could go back to read notes now, but I'll get to those rooms next time. So I say we just continue in a straight line. Because why go back when you can move forward? Workshop. Combine inventory to create new items. You think one of us has lost the plot? It probably is me because I'm hungry. And actually, I do need to make a call to do something, and I'll be right back in a couple minutes, okay? I'll be back in 3 minutes, and when I'm back, we'll still play the game, because this game is actually very fun. It's pretty addictive. Be back in just a moment. You ever try to make a phone call, like, while you're listening to music, or, like, you know, someone calls you at, like, a very inopportune time? It was a bit like that. Like, I was just, like, in my left ear, I just hear her like, lyrics soaring. I'm like, oh, up your pussy, right? Like, up your river? Oh, that's really nice. Yeah, that's cool. It's like, oh, you want, like, a long neck? Like a what? Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, you're sucking that dick like you gave me a CPR. Nice, that's really cool. And then on my right ear, I'm, like, trying to explain something to my mother, and it's like, I don't know about this one. That was an experience. It's on the second track, right? So it's not on the VOD track, but it is on the live track. Did you hear the song? If so, then I set it up correctly. So you won't hear it on the VOD, except for the YouTube VOD, because I think it's funny to give the YouTube VOD viewers the full experience. But on, like, the VOD track on Twitch, yeah, you don't hear it. And honestly, if she does, like, you know, take my revenue, it's fine. I make no money from YouTube anyways. Yeah, you did? Okay, perfect. Now, I can combine items in this room. Spring screws and coils scattered at the top of the workbench show signs of this room's frequent use. A craftsman studio dedicated to creativity and invention. This room was used by their uncle regularly whenever he needed to fix or improve a gadget or contraption. I didn't mean to burp. I'm sorry. That was nasty. I'm sorry. Stones cut by hand and letters wrought. I don't know. I can't read sheet music. I can't read sheet music. I can't read sheet music. What? Stones cut by hand, letters by wrought. Okay. I'll save this for later, and I'll think about how to. I'll transcribe the sound afterwards onto, like, a. I'll play it on a guitar next time we stream. How about that? And I'll just transcribe it, and we'll see what it sounds like. Okay. The problem, though, is that, like, a lot of songs, I don't know if you noticed this, but, like, a lot of songs, the melody will sound different from the singing. Like that song that we just heard, okay? The way that, is her name Numi? I'll just use her, I'll use her legal name, Nimune. The way that she sang that song, and she said that she's sucking that dick like she's giving a CPR, it was like a high-pitched tone, like, I'm sucking that dick like I'm giving a CPR, but the song was going like, dun, 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 dun. So if she sang it like this song, it'd be like, I'm sucking that dick like I'm giving it CPR, but she didn't do that. She went higher. So it's like, you know what I mean? It's a whole different thing. So some songs don't sound the same as they're sung as the melody is. It's like, because the thrussy is a valid human instrument, right? And so in that way, I sort of wonder, will the transcription of the song sound the same, or will it sound different? Sucking that dick like I'm giving it CPR. That's gonna be like a mind warp for me. It's gonna be a mind warp for me, and I don't know what to do. Sucking that dick like I'm giving it CPR. You guys know when you give CPR, you don't suck the air out of someone, right? Like, you don't suck them. When you give CPR, like, you blow your air into them. And I want you to think about what that means, because when you suck somebody off, you say that you give them a blowjob. But like verbally, but like as like verbiage, it's not the same. Like, it's like when you give a blowjob, you're not doing the same action as you are given CPR, like you're sucking. So it's like you're sucking dick, but it's called a blowjob, and you give CPR, but then it's like you're not sucking dick like you're giving CPR because you're blowing and versus sucking. You know what I mean? I feel like there's like a taxonomy here. I need to sit down in my thinking chair. This is my thinking chair. Okay, look, because like okay, so Nimune, when she's talking about like sucking the dick like CPR, it's a nonsensical phrase because you blow into it, but you do put your mouth on it. Yes, but next time you either get a blowjob or you give one, I want you to try to blow air onto it. It's going to get cold really quickly because there's spit on it and you blow air on it and it's going to get cold. You can emulate this feeling if you don't have sex, which is all of you, by putting some water on your penis, standing in front of a fan, and you see how quickly your balls will shrivel up. After you take a nice fresh shower, dry everything but your balls and your dick, step outside, put the fan on it, and you see how cold it gets. You keep using that word taxonomy. You don't think that I know what it means. Okay, well, yes. How about air sounding? Well, air sounding is like when you push air inside the hole. It's like a reverse queef. But I think queef is such a unique word in and of itself that we can sort of co-opt it for like we can co-opt the experience of queefing for the male penis just fine. I think, and it's such a unique word that it fits. It's like the taxonomy of the word queef. Listen, you know what I mean when I say taxonomy, right? I use the word, it's wrong, but you know what I mean spiritually and conceptually, what I mean by taxonomy. You know what I mean. And taxonomically, the word queef can fit onto for penises the same way. The male experience has a queef-like. A message. 8. Song number 8, Stones Cut by Hand. Nothing special on this note, I don't think. Anything that differs? Something about taxes. Yeah, close enough, yeah. Taxonomy for an accountant is your receipts, and it doesn't matter the receipts whether they are part of your expenses or your income, because taxonomically it's the same thing to the accountant. Just as the word queef is taxonomically accurate for both the male and the female experience. Or, well, the penis haver and, like, the non-penis haver. Or the penis haver and, like, the vagina haver, right? It's, like, taxonomically the same experience for both. Just, you know, different... It's the specifics are different, but the feeling is the same. D. Why is there a D statue here? Is someone dead? Yeah, taxes are the same. Exactly. Wait, what was her name? Clara Epson, right? Lady Clara Epson was her name. Moon Pendant staff? No, that's Lady Clara Epson was her name. You see how easy it is with this board? I'm telling you guys, whoever plays this game, download Obsidian, use a canvas, just organize. Bro, I'm taking notes every day, man. Just notes all the time, bro. Broken lever. Could prove to be useful. This is a lever to enter the antechamber. The antechamber. The queen. A picture of a queen. As in, that's his queen. Laura Clara Epson is his queen. My wife is my queen. I call her my Amazonian queen. It's funny because when I went to watch a movie with the mod and like a couple other friends, she was telling some story and then she was like, "It's like your Amazonian queen." I'm like, "Oh yeah." I'm like, "So you know." Combine inventory to create something new. So is this just a random combination or can I choose what to combine? The true box does not always contain the prize. What? The true box does not always contain the prize. Yes. I feel like that's obvious, no? This is the 3 boxes puzzle. Isn't this obvious? Grandpa, you say you make puzzles and you make money from it, but you've only ever made one puzzle. Curious. It's like how I say that I know how to program, but I've never finished making a single Snow Job game, and we're on to Snow Job 9. Curious. You know what I mean? Keep the magnifying glass. Oh. Magnifying glass plus metal detector makes what? Burning glass? I don't know if I want to leave the thing, but that sounds kind of cool. Sleeping mask. Snow Job 8 was a letdown. You better not slack off this time. Is there a database of snow jobs? Yeah. Go to we need like a something hub. You know what I mean? Like something hub. Can light candles and ignite fuses. Wait a minute. Can light candles and ignite fuses. Wait a fucking minute. So I lose the magnifying glass, but that's fine. But I can light candles now and fuses. So, okay. So I should have maybe written this down because burning glass is created from... I need to actually write this down. This is actually very important. Snow job hub, sticky hub. Well, do I need to write it down? Probably not. Because either way, when I get here, I have the items that I have. No, but when I come back, if I need to backtrack, then I do need to know. Okay, yeah. Snow job hub, sticky hub. I don't know. Like it's... I'm no longer sticky, so... I'm trying to think of like what's a good one. Snow job hub. Like I wanted to roll off the tongue like point hub. And that's like a deep sentence. Like I really want you to like think about that. You want to roll off the tongue like point hub. Cock hub. No, but that's like too obvious. Snow job is like a very... Like because snow job was designed to be like a funny little haha deal, right? So... Okay, recipes. So these are the recipes. For now, I'll write this down as magnifying glass. Magnifying glass plus... What was the other one? What was the other item? What was the other item? Goop Hub? I feel like Gwyneth Paltrow might sue me. Actually, I was watching Cuck Hub. Cuck Hub could be good, but it had to be a positive thing, and I don't think Snow Job is a positive game because it isn't even real yet. I want to attribute something meaningful to the cuck so that they win at least once. That way they feel bad. Like, think about this. This is the ultimate cuckoldry move. Is you give a cuck a win. So you give a cuck a win, which then makes them feel bad because they're a cuck. They don't like winning. But then because they feel bad, then they're being cucked. They're being cucked out of the quintessential... They are being cucked out of the quintessence of cuckoldry. If you let them win. I want to call it a cuck hub once there's a real game that has an overwhelmingly positive review on Steam. That way the cucks win, thereby feeling worse, thereby ultimately winning in the end. With the ultimate cuckoldry experience. It's the quintessence of cuckoldry. The cuck taxonomy goes on. The jokes write themselves. Like, the jokes actually just write themselves. The cuck taxonomy goes hard. Again, like, this is what I want the stream to be. Is you come to this stream and you need to stay the entire day to understand what the fuck we've been talking about. This has been a conversation that has begun since, like, the last 3 games that we played today. You can't even, like, step into the room without feeling like you're out of place. Because this is all, like, a deep cut reference. What did I combine with the magnifying glass? Was it a shovel? Does anyone remember what I combined with the magnifying glass? I have short-term memory loss. I don't know. We'll just figure it out later. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Broken lever. I need to take a screenshot of every single one. That way we have a full taxonomy of every item that we need to use. Do this. You won't see the items because having to minimize and go back in is annoying. So I'll show you the end of it all. I'm cucking you of the experience of crafting. Oh, that should be like the ultimate adult Minecraft movie parody. It's like, it's just cuckoldry. And it's like the entire movie is you start the crafting bench thing, and then the very next scene starts, and you never get to finish. So two stories that have come to mind. One, I watched the Gwyneth Paltrow sort of relationship show where she sort of helps people get in tune with their bodies and their relationship with each other, right? And it's an interesting show that I think is rooted within a sense of like it's like she's like it's trying its best to be as good as it can be, and I think it is actually kind of like good for some types of people who like probably need that sort of type of self-love, if that makes sense. But there's one part of it that I found hilarious, which was there was a husband and a wife, and they're both like 50, 60, and he was complaining about the fact that he never gets sex anymore, and she was complaining about the fact that she doesn't feel happy. And I was like, these are two very different problems, okay? And he's not getting sex because she's unhappy, but she's not happy because she doesn't feel comfortable anymore. She's gotten older. It's sort of like, it's the trials and tribulations of being a woman in a society that's dominated, and really, I would say just like anybody, but like particularly women still, like there's a huge emphasis on how good you look. Whereas like for a dude, you can look like Adam Sandler and pretty much you're going to be fine, right? And it was interesting to sort of see that because at the end of it, they sort of solved it. And then she was like, I feel so much better about myself. I feel confident. I can finally move forward knowing that I love myself and who I've become. These battle scars of life are now mine, and I feel good about myself again. And her husband was just like, can't wait to have sex. And I was just like, dude, I feel like you missed the point of helping your partner go through this. Like I feel like he missed the point of why his wife was going through this and what the real problem was, and I felt like he wasn't really helping her. Anyways, that's a story about the Goop show. I forget what the show is called, but like Love, Sex, and Goop. And I remember seeing that scene, and I was like, some people, like, you just can't help. Yeah, I don't know, you just can't help. But also, that show was interesting because I never knew about this concept, but there's like a person who comes in to like teach you sex. So like they go in and they inspect your vagina. So they go in and it's like, okay, do you want me to inspect your vagina? And then do you want me to, which sex toy do you want me to like use? And it's like, oh, okay, yeah, use this one that feels like a little like funny. Use this one that looks like a spore monster. Dark room. You can't see floor plans while drafting in this room. And I think to myself, damn, like that's a pretty intimate thing to have. And mind you, they were there with their partner. So it's like their partner was there at the same time. And she's getting vibrated on by the sex therapist. And then like after 10 minutes, after she's like nutted, the sex therapist looks at the partner and he goes, do you want to try? It's like, buddy, you just gave her like a mind-blowing experience. I'm not going to be able to compare. So yeah, that show is interesting. There's a lot going on there, but I think that scared me. But I think for some people, I think that would help a lot. I think that would actually help a lot in the ways that I think some people could sort of use that type of support or like feeling, if that makes sense. There's a Cinca machine here. There's a Cinca camera machine. They make a lot of machines at Cinca, huh? The other story, which I'll take a photo of after I read this, a room dedicated to photo processing, development, and printmaking. This room is outfitted with safe lights which provide red illumination to which the photographic material is insensitive. However, due to a faulty installation, the safe lights often overload their circuit capacity and blow a fuse. Definitely this stream isn't for those under 30. You have to read between the lines of what the streamer is saying, not just go with the flow of the broadcast. Right away, you can tell it's a heavy stream, more of a drama. It leaves a lasting impression. Absolutely not a waste of time. 10 out of 10 would recommend. Good copy paster, +2. This other story is about what the fuck was the other story about? Wait, I have short-term I have to walk. Okay, I have to walk in. Sorry, I have to do this. Do I remember? If I go to this menu, do I remember? What was the story that I was going to talk about? It wasn't about Goop Hub. It wasn't about a show. It was about maybe it was about it was about an experience. Can everyone repeat what they were saying before? Or can you repeat what I was saying before? Can you repeat what I was saying before? Do any of you even remember what I was saying? Because I don't remember what I was saying. What was I saying before? I went into the menu, was checking this stuff. Maybe define before, like around the time of the Cuck Hub and the Snow Job. Snow Job 8 was a letdown. You better not slack out this time. Cuck Hub, Snow Job, Goop Hub. No, but I talked about the Goop stuff. It's whatever. It's like that scene in that show where it's like, if it wasn't important, you think that I said remembering everything that I said was parasocial behavior. Okay, but that's a deep cut reference to like maybe 6 hours ago. But also, see, exactly, like you just can't get this experience anywhere else. That is a very deep cut experience where you need like multiple hours worth of content. That was like 2 hours ago. Like, think about the type, because like, okay, this is the thing, okay? I've thought more and more about the streaming experience. I think genuinely it's one of the harder jobs. In the sense of like, I think I said this before, but I'm going to re-emphasize, comedians have it easy, okay? You think of a joke, you just reuse it over and over and over, and you just tell people that it's like fresh material, okay? I've seen David Blaine levitate more often than I should. And that's saying something. That says to me that David Blaine, without his levitation sort of like go-to, would be nothing in the face of real magic. Wait, that was the joke. It's okay. It's okay. It's been a long day of like deep cut references. It's been hard on us all. But David Blaine in the face of real magic doesn't have anything compared to real magic, right? Because he can't just come up with like with a cool new trick on the fly. He needs to prepare for hours and like trick you and stuff. No, man. Real magic, it doesn't need that shit. It's real. And that's the realest shit that you'll ever hear. That's the realest shit that you'll ever hear from me. David Blaine's got nothing on real magic. So I can't see anything, so it doesn't matter what I choose. Beautiful choice of a corridor. A perfect choice of a corridor. Basically, literally, blind pick genius. Wow. However, or it wasn't, but it ended up being one. You know what? That is true. Like, it's like, was it an accidental joke? Did they actually mean to say it as a joke, or did they really forget? We'll never really know. The dark room is connected to the boudoir because the Cinca Co camera says, okay, Cinca Co camera. Very important. This is connected to the Herbert Cinca Sinclair Company. Dark room. Somehow in that particular instance, I was using Gen Z parlance 8 on your brain. What? Oh, me using Gen Z parlance 8 on your brain. What did I say that was Gen Z parlance? I don't remember what I said at that very moment. Again, I'm making magic here, you know? Look, I need an archivist. You know how like, okay, so you know how like some historians will go on and they'll decipher and they'll record and like write down the various bits of language that they find? I need that, but for me. I need an archivist for the things I say. And actually what I need to do is I need to bring back the transcription thing. So I used to have a tool that would allow me to caption the voice. But I forgot to reinstall it. So I need to bring back the captioning tool. And I'm going to run an AI transcription tool on my videos because that's the one use of AI that is kind of useful. And I'm going to upload a log of how many different things I say because I was watching a video from the librarian of Northern Lion. And there's a new website called nlquotes.com where you can go there and someone AI transcribed all of his videos so that you can search for any particular quote, which says something. Corridor. A long hall with 2 doors at either end that had been one of your uncle's most frequently traveled rooms. Consequently, he had left strict instruction with the household staff that the doors of this corridor should never, under any circumstances, be locked, because he would always walk back and forth. and the staff which helped draft the rooms that he eventually ends up in. Damn, is that Granddad? Oh, fuck. He looks like a fuckable cut of meat. Holy shit, this guy is sick, dude. Yo. He could be, look, Grandpa could be in a Western wuxia. He could be the main protagonist of a Western-styled wuxia. Holy shit. There's still another model on my outfit. That's the thing, right? If I do it enough times, I could eventually have a model that just becomes me. You know what I mean? Like, I could eventually have something that eventually becomes who I am and sort of like says the things that I say. And I could have it be like, it could be genuinely interesting how far that could go, because I wonder how accurate it could be to me. I don't think it would be very accurate, but I think it would be interesting to sort of look at, to see, to figure out and decipher, you know, am I really that weird? Or is it just your perception of me? Sticky mortality solved. If if I died, and then you can talk to the bot. Reroll if you can. I don't know. So I can't, but I do want to try the mailroom. It's fine here because this is an empty space anyways. I'm gonna gamble on the dark room letting me go up. I have no dice. I'm gonna get the mailroom because I do want to see what's inside this room to get like an item. Sinkako. So there's also some Sinkako stuff here. And look at this. If I had the magnifying glass, this would be great. But this room is going to tie into the utility room, which is perfect. I just need dice. I mean, well, if I had dice, but even then, this is good. This is for me. That's a letter to me, because I'm Simon P. Jones. Is that a cat taking a shit? Oh, that's the stick that belongs to the platform. I thought, you know what this was? Look, I'll show you what I thought this was. I thought that was the shit that was coming out of the cat's asshole. Like that line underneath where it is, I thought that was like diarrhea flowing out from its asshole. What an amazing photo. A dedicated mailing room in which incoming and outgoing posts and packages are sorted and then delivered within the estate to their intended recipients. Imagine having your own estate mail room. Like, your house is so large and so occupied that you need your own postal service to like service and deliver all of the mail. That's absurd. But yeah, I thought that cat was taking a fat shit. I was like, holy shit, he is taking a huge dumpy. I'm gonna keep this for posterity because this is an important image. Incredibly important image. It's for the vibes. Diarrhea. So diarrhea. Come back after a day. Sinkako delivered. Delivered 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Does the number matter? Probably not. Sinkako boxes. So Sinkako. I'll take a picture of both just in case, but at least this is the symbol of Sinkako, so we know it's kind of tangentially related to Sinkako, which is Herbert Sinka Sinclair. Which is crazy because he runs his own mail service, puts money into his own mail service, uses his own mail service to get the money back in the form of expense tax breaks. He is the ultimate CEO. He made his own company in his own home that he employs himself, and he's the only employee, so he pays himself and gets a tax break by paying himself. Like, that's impressive. Here we go. Please return all correspondence and packages addressed to Denny Ravane to sender, as he is no longer employed with the staff, and if I had the magnifying glass, I could read this. Fuck. So I need to find this room again, and then I need to look at the magnifying glass. So this is also a very important room. So for now, leave it empty. But I could kind of zoom in later, but no, but no, you can't. You just discovered self-employment. You're not wrong that I just discovered self-employment. You're not wrong. But I feel like this is deeper than self-employment. But also, actually, you're not wrong because you make a corporation and you pay yourself with the corporation. So, utility room fuse box indicator settings. So actually, this is different. So this is the fuse box settings. What's interesting is that the color is green, black, purple, blue, red. Green, black, purple, blue, red, but there's no green here. So this actually is not the same. Order of operations, I didn't even see that. So this is not the same as this, actually. It's actually this. Corresponds to mail room cipher. So this is the mail room cipher, which means these three can now be moved around into separate disparate places. So for instance, this can go over here with this, and the parlor can then go over here. Perfect. But this, the utility closet, now needs to be moved down here. So there's a large web of interconnected pieces that's being built between these various things. There's a, like, basically, like, you know how, like, there's a pipeline from grandma's nudity room to the breeding room, back into the mailer room, into the utility closet. There's a pipeline. And what's crazy, if you look at the pipeline, there's a dark room with a camera link to the cuck company, which then links into, like, the dark room and the bedroom are linked intimately, and that says something. That says something. Corresponds to mailer room. There we go. To mail room cipher. So mail room cipher is press a blue button next to the red. 5 purple indicators are needed to activate the 6th. Okay, but I don't know what that means. More detailed instructions will be sent by electronic mail to the address client has provided. Email to the address client has provided. Email. I need to find an email. Implies we're missing an email. So this implies we're missing an email. That means we have diarrhea over here. Missing an email address. This is all the mail room. Well, there's still one more, actually. One more thing here. Sinclair monthly Royal Mail. Look at what it says on the side here. Monthly 4534782. Is that important? Probably not. But what is important is my magnifying glass. The candle thing wasn't really worth it yet. Simon P. Jones. From Dad. My father? Well, I'm Simon. Dad? Daddy? From my father. From Daddy. For I am Simone. For I am Simon. Okay, so I'm Simon. From my father. Okay. You've activated the new daddy response. Hey, buddy. What's my best dad voice? Where are your spankies? I stopped spanking you because people liked it too. I stopped the spanking bot because people liked it too much. People were like waiting to get spanked. I have a new thing in mind, but the spanking bot is like, oh no. Hey, buddy. How's it going up there in that big house? I think most people would be pretty scared being alone for this length of time. But I have a feeling you're doing just fine. I imagine you happy as a clam, perfectly content on the estate with the exploration and opportunities for adventure that present themselves each day. As of writing this, you're currently in the garage packing the tent. I wanted to try to post this letter before we depart tomorrow so that it has a chance to arrive during your first few days on the estate. But with all the preparations, I'm not sure that I'm going to find the time. There's so much that I want to say. I'm sure I'll forget to tell you Friday night. Sometimes it's easier for me to just, jot this stuff down. Father, you don't understand how to open up your heart. And I want you to realize, if you're a father, if you can't tell your child how much you love them and like what your thoughts are, how will they ever know the real you, right? You're yelling at me right now to come bring you a pillowcase. Hold on a second, I'll be right back. I can tell you're really excited, but I think you might feel a little guilty about being so happy the day after the funeral. Oh yeah, because he died and then he gave me the thing, right? So I was like, okay, he's like dead. Yes. Believe me, I know how long Uncle Herbert worked on setting this up for you, and I know from our conversations just how much happiness that this final project brought him. So do both of us a favor. Be excited. The house really is amazing. So much so that I wish it went to me. I know it's almost been 7 years since we were the last up there. I'm really curious to hear just how much you remember from those summer trips. You've always been smarter than me at this kind of thing, so I'm not sure how much guidance, inspiration I can offer before your trip that will actually be useful to you. Despite my best intentions, I'm sure that on Friday, I'll end up leaving you with a few of my overused cliche expressions when we say farewell. Later, alligator. Dad. Yes. Get some sleep each night, and don't spend all your time playing dirigiblocks. What, dirigiblocks? Is that like a Minecraft spin-off? Dirigiblocks, X Minecraft, X Digimon, Dirigir. I'm just too tired for this. It's like getting late. I'm like getting tired. Dirigiblocks. I think after this run, we'll probably end it. I just want to get this whole run done. This is a surprisingly good and addictive game so far, because we're still very early on. I'm still discovering new things. Again, this will probably fall apart once we get to the failure states, and we need to keep retrying and sort of like, hoping that we get the perfect run to take us to the very end, and then failing. But I think for now it works out well. And honestly, it's just one of those weird things where like a puzzle game, because it's already a skill-based game, you just need to solve the puzzle. When you take that away from it, it does become difficult to sort of reconcile that in your mind and sort of realize that there's now an RNG element to it, and that does make it feel bad. But I think it's worth the experiment to see how it goes. And at least so far, it is a very addictive experience just from the get-go, just to get the early stages. But I am worried long term. Long term, it's like how steady will this experience be? I have no clue. We're about to find out. Goodbye, mailroom. So how does it work? So it comes the next day. The day after drafting this room. So the next day I'll get mail. Okay. I'll wing it. Perfect. There's a continuation. Maid's chamber. Less likely to find items laying around in your house. Fuck you! A typical example of the accommodations for the live-in staff on the estates. It appears this particular bedroom belongs to one of the maids. Well, you're getting fired. If I ever find who you are, you're getting fired for taking all of my items. Staff notice. The day we all dreaded has finally arrived. It is with unprecedented sadness that we inform you of the death of our benefactor, employer, and master, the Baron of Mount Holly, H.S. Sinclair. Any staff who have an interest in attending services may contact Mrs. Babbage for details. In following the instructions left by the Baron himself, effective immediately, all work at Mount Holly is suspended. All live-in staff will have 1 month paid leave and must vacate the premises by Friday, November 6th. Signed, Mrs. Babbage. Get the fuck out of my home. It's my home now. Leave. Don't clean the stuff on the way out. You're ruining my vibes. Miller. This silence is uncanny. But I think puzzle games are the only time that you really hear me be silent. Because it's very hard for me to want to, like, talk and think at the same time. I struggle to think as is, so to talk and think, it's like pain and suffering. To do even just one of those takes every iota of my being. Can I wear this or no? What? I can't wear the maid dress? What the fuck is the point, man? What's the point of being a billionaire if you can't even wear a maid dress for like fun? You know what I mean? What a waste of a good life. God. Also, I'm realizing something. You know how we found that note that was like all the apples and stuff, and it was like 50 steps is enough inside the pantry. I wonder if that note literally means you need 50 steps to enter the antechamber to pull every single lever. But also, these cracks in the wall denote the fact that this is an automated home that somebody is like pulling the rooms into to like draft it. Mila. The angels! It's the Ajarian angel. Holy shit. Okay. Well, that's interesting. So there's a link between this and this. It's the one with the broomstick. Top left wings. Broomstick wings. That's a hoe. Not the angel, but the thing that she's holding. Well, I don't really know her. I don't really know her. She could be. I don't know. You. Mila the maid. Wait a minute. The Ajarian angels, are they the employees? Wait. He deified his employees? What are you? A unionist cuck? How dare you deify your employees, huh? Name of the Ajarian angel. Mila. So, this is Mila. Named Mila. Mila. So this is here. This is. I didn't mean to move it. Sorry. It's actually perfectly placed. I don't want to move it. Why does the group not automatically resize? That feels like a design flaw. But whatever. I'm not the designer. I simply use the tool and I get upset when it doesn't work the way that I want it to work. So that's Mila. The angel, the Ajarian angel Mila. And actually, it should be like this. So it should be the other way around, so we know where it's sourced from. Okay, so like that. Okay, good. So, and then Sinker also makes... This is fucked up. The company makes the tools that the maids use, thereby employing their own customers. The company employs their own customers. Holy shit, they're making... It's a racket. I wish I had the magnifying glass. So much. It wasn't worth it to make a stupid candle burner. It's so fucking useless. Ugh. Ugh. What a shame. So, this. She's like the lady from that one song. Mitten, something, dun dun dun. These are a few of my favorite things. That's what she looks like. Billiards room, which is actually one of the notes. So, okay, one of the notes has this. Wow. 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 Now this is a bar. You call that a bar? This is a bar. Billiards table. Lots of billiard pool balls. Very nice room. This is a puzzle room. Interesting image. 10. Dog chain. Dog tag 10. Dog tag 10? Is that a necklace or a dog tag? Can't tell. But I remember seeing this little thing here. So this has a rule from this section. So okay, this is very important. Billiards room. This smoky back room. Oops, sorry. Featuring a pool table and fully stocked bar, has served as a retreat on more than one occasion for guests lacking the social wit required for after-dinner conversation. A rather curious game of darts provided the less competitive players a unique opportunity to ponder over its unusual rules. One, very true. If you ever go to play pool and you leave the room to go play the games, you were the less socially adept person. But that's fine to be less socially adept. I'm not socially adept. I go outside to take a breather. So there's no difference between that and playing pool, and pool looks way cooler. So take heart in the fact that you're cool, dude. 2 was the billiards room thing. I need to take a screenshot of the board itself, which I'm assuming will change every playthrough, but this is just to reference what this is. The board itself is like here. So this is here. And then this is actually a part of some message that we got from the bottom left of the image in the Nook. Here we go. That's it. So this is the important bit right here. So this is all related in some way. So this belongs to this. Billiard puzzle notes. Addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. Order of operations. So based on that, we know that it's addition. It's addition. Where do you throw the dart? Order of operations, I'm assuming, is ASMD. No, D, is it bed mass? Probably not. What does this mean? Oops. 8? Oh, you literally add the numbers up. Okay, so 4? Yeah, I'm correct. So, and then, so you add 18. So 18 plus minus what? Did I need to remember the previous state? Probably. So the first number was an 8. If I look at my notes, the first number was an 8. And then it was minus 4 to make a 4. So right now it's 4. And then it's plus 18 plus 4, 22. And then yellow is what? Yellow is minus. So it's 18 again. What? 2? Yeah. I'm stupid. 8, 1, 3, plus these 2 equals 4. What does it mean by plus minus? So 18, so 14? That doesn't make any fucking sense. I can't believe it. But who writes it like this? This is not this is how a mathematician writes things. Anyways, 15 minus 6 is 9. 2 times, is it times or divide? Times 5 is 10. I wonder if the game has a mechanic where you won't draft this room unless you have the rule. Or did I just get very lucky getting the rule for the room? Because this is the thing too, right? When you read reviews for games for roguelikes, remember that someone's experience is fundamentally different from someone else's, purely because of the genre. Like, the motif of the genre is that, like, taxonomically, the motif of the genre is that you cannot have the same experience as someone else, right? Order of operations, I get the order of operations thing. It's how far away from the center it is. So you do what first? You do the addition, so it's 10 minus 5, because yellow is minus. You get 5 times 4, 20. Oh. Please clap on your end, please, everyone, please. Thank you. Thank you. I have a silver key. Unlocking a door with a silver key leads to a room with many doors. That's it. That's it. Also, it's not really a puzzle game so far. So that's the second puzzle that we've done the entire game, right? Of the puzzles, we've done the parlor and the billiard room. The billiard room wasn't a puzzle because we had the solution. I can't even begin to imagine how I would know what the solution is, other than trial and error, which isn't a puzzle. Like, that's the weird part, is like, if trial and error is the puzzle solution, that's no different from like a mathematical equation of some kind. The parlor has been the only puzzle we've seen so far, as well as the metagame of like what the statues are outside, as well as the rest of it. Everything else has, like, this has been a math problem and a system problem, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Passageway, we do pantry. We should do pantry. I don't need to ship my pants now. My pants are clean. Also, this is the room with the notes in the pantry, so 50 steps. I feel like that's saying something. Let me think about this. There's no banana. Really? No banana? Wow. No banana for me? Wow. So, this note is important. Pantry. Do I have an entry for the pantry? The glance? No. Billiard room? I need to figure out how to, like, make it larger, the text. I need a way to make the text even larger. Zoom to fit. No. No. Okay. Well, there's no pantry entry that I can see from just the words, even though the text is very small. Is there a way to do the text? No. So, what we do instead is we make a new entry for the pantry and we write down this note. By the way, my notes are lagging like crazy. It's getting to the point where there's almost too many notes. We do this. We do this. We go here, pantry. Then we do this note. This game theory, MatPat style, is that this implies this implies that you need at least 50 steps remaining by the time you get to the antechamber to open it. What do the fruit numbers mean? I don't really know. What? That's a good question. What do the fruit amounts mean? I don't really know. We'll figure that out as we go, and we'll figure out how this moves. I don't really know how to do this. But create the group pantry. This probably, I don't need the magnifying glass, but we'll see how we do. Now that I have screenshots, it's easy for me to go back and figure out which ones I need to, like, look at closely. So, special keys. Do I need the special key? Wait. Yes, because I want all 4 directions opened. Yes. Okay. While drafting, you will no longer be able to see all 3 of your potential floor plans. What does that mean? Weight room, lose half your steps. While drafting, you will no longer be able to see all 3 of your potential floor plans. Oh, as in, like, I won't be able to see what they are no matter what. No matter where I am. I'd rather lose half my steps. I'm still a bit too early to be able to figure it out, and I can recover some by just walking around into new rooms. Oh, bro, I'm getting pumped up today. I'm getting so pumped up right now. I pump my muscles, but the only muscle in my body that isn't strong enough to hold me up is my heart, because I've lost everything in life. An exercise room outfitted with weightlifting equipment. A good workout session will wipe you out, leave you with little energy left for exploring. So let me get this straight. So we walk into the room, and our character says, wow, cool, a gym, and they start pumping iron. And then they realize, oops, I have to get... Like, buddy, you're homeless. Does our character recognize that they're homeless? They're homeless. They live in a tent outside the giant mansion that their grand uncle gave them for free. And they decide to waste time by pumping iron, which makes them too tired to continue. Are you stupid? A well-stocked pantry is always a true test of large state. Keeping Mount Holly's wide gamut of ingredient supply stocked has always been one of the primary priorities of the house staff. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Are you crazy? Drawing room. This is bad. That's the only good room that I can go into because it gives me 3 gems, but I fucked up. Wine cellar. A short staircase leads down to this below-ground cellar, revealing an impressive collection of bottles from every respectable vintage of the last 200 years. This seasoned wine aficionado, the labels displayed here would indicate a preference for prioritizing extravagance and rarity over quality. Grandpa! Oh, metal detector. I was like, I don't hear the beeping of my metal detector. That's because I used it to make this thing. In the future, I won't do it like this. I'll just draw lines going to different things. So like base items go on top, combination items go on the bottom, and I draw the lines to the combination items. And maybe with the text, just so I can look at it quickly, but I think it's better to do it like the images, so it's good, it's good. Grandpa, you wasted all of our money on a wine room. Grandpa. Actually, this is me in a couple years. Well, not a couple years. I'm not dying soon. But when I do die, it's like I have no kids. So probably most of my stuff will go towards the kids in my life. Because otherwise, it's like, what's the point? This is a puzzle. The color of these bottles is a puzzle. I just know it's a puzzle. This is a puzzle. This family emblem that says Malcolm in the middle, it's a puzzle. Sir, new master of the house, that doesn't say Malcolm in the middle. That's just MCCXII, whatever that means. Conference room? Whenever items will be spread throughout the house, they're placed in this room instead. That seems awful. Drawing room. You may draw new floor plans while drafting this room. While drafting in this room. Commissary sells items. I'd rather spend my money. Who is selling me things? It's my house. Who is selling me things? It's literally my home. Without. See, I knew these images were important. The commissary will be closed from day 12 to day 16. Sorry for any inconvenience. The staff commissary is always stocked with household goods and supplies at a reasonable cost. It provides the servants of the estate an invaluable service, especially to the living staff, who may only expect to leave the property once or twice a month. Wow. So, we do this. Gotta fill out the board here. The shop is important to know, and there's deals on certain days, which is interesting. I may need a separate section entirely for time-limited goods, because otherwise it's hard for me to keep track of time-limited days. Because if it's spread everywhere and it's like day 20 stuff is here and there, it's like hard to see. So I need a separate grouping for like day stuff. Make it easier for me. So this sale sign, which you can't see, but you will see soon. Annual Maids Day, day 20 and 21 only, at the Mount Holly Commissary. Which is interesting because, so, like you wouldn't really expect that from a game like this, because the days keep going up. Unless there's a mechanic to bring the I was about to say bring the gaze, and then like the next word is like down, but like I just studied. Sorry, to bring the days down. Staff notice effective for the first week of December. Payroll for all live-out and seasonal staff will be managed electronically, as your attendance will no longer be registered at morning roll call. Wait, this is the same message as in the thing, as in the terminal. Gauge. Oh shit, why is it holiday gauge? What? Is it Christmas? Why is it holiday gauge? It's not Christmas, is it? It's April. It's not time for the holiday emotes. I need to fix that. The commissary will be closed from day 12 to day 16. Sorry for any inconvenience. Okay, so day-specific stuff is weird. I don't know if I like day-specific stuff. So because if days only go forward and they never go back, it leads to an even deeper feeling of you must play perfectly, which is even more frustrating in its own way. And I wonder if that's gonna be annoying at some point. So day-specific events. Oops. So within this group, there's actually two subgroupings in themselves. So day specific events. And it's actually these two together would be formed into day 12. That's stupid. I don't know what the point of this like, group is. Maybe it's just that our minds are still back in 2024. Honestly, yeah, I miss the good old days. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. And then this, with and without. What the hell does that mean? With, without. So, okay, this is good. Day-specific events can sort of be in their own section that I can sort of find easily and look back on every... So basically, as a flow, every single day, I begin somewhere. So I need to go to this image, and I need to go back to the blueprints thing. I start here. This is the center of the board. If we're at the center of the board and I need to look at it, I need to, like, I want it to center specifically on this. So I start every playthrough looking at this section. Right? Very nice. Based, as the kids say. And then, so you go over here, you zoom in. Wow. Based. So cool. I like my version. My version's way funnier to me. Because there was this one video that I watched that I can't remember what it was, where the guy said, "So cool." And that phrase has been stuck in my head ever since I was a child. To the point where it's infected my friends. Like, my friends will say, "So cool," too. And I feel sorry for them. So cool. Suck, no, it's not suck you, it's so cool. Like, so cool. There's no sucking. This is not the CPR song by Nimu. What's her name? What'd she say? What's her name?
Unzip more than Ziploc. You dig big hard like a metal. I got 3 hills for it like a pretzel.
just play it. Just play it for like half a second and just pretend like nothing happened. Just walk away. It's like accidentally opening up someone's phone and they didn't close their porn from last night. So all you hear is like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, you just don't expect it. It's like, what the fuck? And then you try to close it quickly, but it's too late. Like, you've already seen everything and like heard everything. It's like too late now. Chess pieces I still don't really know about. I'll leave it elsewhere for now, but there was a couple pawn pieces which might be important. Okay, so day-specific events, we'll start there. Pantry can go over here. Really, the room order doesn't really matter. It's just more so what's sort of important for now in terms of like the day-specific events. This is the only thing that needs to stay stable because now look, if I open up my notes, let's say I zoom in just a little bit more. I go here and then I go here. Boom. Goes right to day-specific events, so I can't lose a track of it. Okay. Is there anything else? Oh, right. The with and the without. So, with and without. What does this mean? WTF? Like, imagine our player character, commissary. Imagine our player character was like really into VTubers and their favorite VTuber was Numaye, right? And then so like they're walking around with like headphones on. But the reason why you hear no music is because this is playing in their ears the entire time as they're walking around.
I'm sick inside my river, but we're not going fishing. What to do every time you have a horrible day? I'll eat that sausage all day like it's Memorial Day.
And so they're solving puzzles and they're thinking about what to buy while this song is playing. Sorry, I'll just stop. Whoever you are, if you take my video copyright, you can. Like, please do. I don't want people to know that I listened to that song. Please. Thank you. Shovel. Salt shaker. Whenever you eat food and gain steps, get an extra step. What? So, right now, add these because these items are going to be useful for the item creator. The item creating machine needs more images of items so that I can catalog every single item. This is an item catalog, basically. So I do need to fill this out. Are VTubers like actually horny though? Like, okay, so let me ask this question, because you know how there's like, how many of them are truly like that like down bad, and how many of them are just like sort of like, because you know how like, I don't know about you, but like I have friends who like pretend like they're down bad, but then when they like try to like talk to people, they get all very stuttery and stuff, right? And I sort of wondered to myself, like, how many people are really down bad as much as you think that they are? Because like not everyone is made to be a baddie. You know what I mean? Like, like the baddie life is like a whole different type of lifestyle. Some people will like talk a mean game, and then you see them in real life, like try to go through their life, and they go, and it's like I don't really know how much of a baddie some people are. And actually, it's funny because I have a lot of friends who have tattoos, right? Some of them seem terrifying when you look at them. But like one of my close buds, he's so funny because he's like, he has this like really sick tattoo on him. He's like huge. He's like buff as shit. Like he can kick your ass, okay? But when you talk to him, he's like, hey, bro, can you go up and like order the food for me? I'm too shy. And I'm like, brother, you look like you could kill someone with your bare hands. And like he has the expression of looking like he will kill someone with his bare hands at all times. But he's like, hey, bro, can you order for me? I'm like, shy. And I'm like, yeah, sure, okay. Like we fight over who's going to make the order because we're too shy to like do it. Like the both of us. So like, you know, the baddie life, it's you, like you have to, you can't just choose it. You have to be molded into it. You have to be molded into that. Anyway, so at the movie theater, right? I made the mod order for me. So I was like, hey, okay, so because we were both standing like so all of us were standing in like that, and we were all trying to figure out what to have. So my one friend, he was getting a milkshake, I was getting popcorn, and then she was getting pop. And I was like, can you order for me, please? And then it's funny because the lady at the reception, she looked at me and asked me what I wanted. I then looked at the mod and I said, can you give me combo 1? And then as the lady, I saw her look at the mod, and then the mod looked at her, and then she said, he wants a combo 1. And I was like, thanks, Mom. Oh, this is the game Dirigia Blocks. It's a real video game. So yeah, you see me talk like some mad game? No, man. I can't even have a real What's weird too is that I can have a conversation for people in my life, but I can't do it for myself. It's just not the same. Like I can be a father, but I'm not daddy. You know what I mean? Thanks, Mod. Thanks, Mod. She's currently busy. Her boyfriend is back from his trip, and I asked. So it was funny. He came back last night, and I asked the mod, "What does he look like?" And she said, and I quote, he looks like he came back from the war. Mind you, all he did was he went camping in California. And I'm like, damn, that bad, huh? Like, what happened to him? Where's the mailroom? How do I search in this thing? Can you search in this thing? Can you search inside canvases? Like, I need to know where's the Obsidian canvas search. Is there a way to search for words? I have to download a separate plugin. Are you fucking kidding me? Canvas Simple Search by Daleks B. Quick Fuzzy Search. It's a fuzzy search that's been updated. Oh shit. Install. Sure. Sick. Just install, set a shortcut for the search mobile action, then you use it to fuzzy search. Search? What's the search modal? Canvas? Do I need to restart this? Restart. Reload app without saving. Was that bad? Did I save? Canvas? Can't. Am I stupid, bro? Bro? Am I stupid? Did I just fail to make it work? How do I see my plugins? I'm blind. Stop. 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 Stop, 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 stop. Stop, stop. Stop. Settings. Plugins. Settings. Plugins. It's disabled by default. You're kidding me, right? Canvas search. Canvas. Mail. Oh, holy shit, that's so good. Look at that. Look at that fucking magic. Okay, so it's at the bottom. And where am I now? I'm in the commissary, right? So, Oh. 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 Okay, so now we get this. You don't me. Where's the? He mentioned the game. Yeah, don't play Dirigiblocks too much. Okay, good. So now we have a reference to what a Dirigiblock is. Ugh. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So, this room is done. We got some stuff. We have a shovel now. I do kind of want to go back to the workshop to see what I can make. I have 17 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I see the annoyance of having to count your steps. Now I see the annoyance. And it's 5 back to where I was. Because if you want to see how this thing can be used, you have to go all the way back. Very frustrating. Shovel and broken lever makes what? Do it. One more item? What? You need one more item to make what? Unknown recipe. Shovel plus broken lever plus something. Okay, go back to the workshop. Workshop. Oh, so good. Shovel plus broken lever. So this shovel plus broken lever plus makes something, which we don't know what yet. But you see what I'm doing with the design? Like you like see? It's a web of decisions. It's gonna look so sick. We're getting closer to a masterpiece here. I just need to organize the notes a bit more after, and I'm good. But after, I've resolved myself to edit things, so it like looks good for you guys. So, we'll see how it goes. In here first. Open. Kitchen. Food for sale. Check one item and retrieve it on another day. Really? Well, my run is over, so I might as well do this. Yeah. Okay. What do we know about this? What items do I want to bring in? Claim tickets? There's a lot of claim tickets. Oh, you can press the button or do the thing. Okay, so basically my day is over. I fucked up in the positioning, but it's fine. We have a code room which lets me sort of enter and exit at will. There's another picture of a flan. Code check. What do we know about the items? What items do we have, basically? Let's check first what items we have. A lot. Key card, sleeping mask, coin purse, broken lever, burning glass, shovel, and salt shaker. If I give the burning glass, I then won't need to combine the metal detector as well as the what? If I get this, I can keep the magnifying glass and not waste it to make the burning glass, which is probably best. Key cards. What do we know about key cards? What's the occurrence rate of a key card if we go to security room? I need to somehow transcribe these images with OCR to get them into like real world versions. That way I can use it for other things. So I need to remember to go back to the days. Okay, so here, a to-do card, to-do. OCR notes, so searchable. There we go. Good. Security. Oops. Security room. Staff notice. No, could figure out the password. Yep. Keycard access. So this is the real one. Read manual type shit. Keycard access are likely to appear in higher ranks. So I only need to care about the higher ranks. But I could have turned off the power, but I messed up. But if I find the utility room, I can flip the power off and it'll still be fine. So I can actually negate the state of the world. I need another also container for like section to track state of the world, e.g. utility room status. I think that's an important one to check as well. Right? Or state of open doors in various parts of courtyard. That's a very important thing to have. Okay, so Braining glass. Okay. So I can now check it out tomorrow. Yep. Well, we have no more runs. I guess we just end the day. We go around and we look at things for a bit. There's nothing to look at, so let me just shimmy. Oh wait, I can just end the day here. And I have 1 star, which I don't know what this means. Call it. So, what's the meta progression of the game like? If there is any, even. If there is any. Mount Holly, a sizable inn. It's an inn? Why is it called an inn now? The Mount Holly Inn. Went to 31 rooms, reached rank 8, took 68 steps, found 9 items, got 24 new rooms on day 2. Better than day 1, because day 1 was a bit of a disaster. I won't lie to you. We save and continue, but we're really going to quit after. I just need to see what the cards thing is. If that even matters for the cards. I don't know. Also, I love how the text for the day 3 is a part of the world. So you see it reflected inside the water. That's really nice. Simon, you may not stay overnight. Herbert S. Sinclair. We know his name is Sinka. Well, that's a good game, I guess, everyone. Thanks for watching. This is actually a really cool game. I can see the frustration immediately. There's some points of contention around this, the RNG aspect, the fact that it can just end even though you're doing pretty well. I think the key of this game is you need to just go with the flow as best as you can. And you need to be meticulous because you want to get as much done within a single playthrough. You don't want to just say, I'm like 12 steps, let's basically call it. You want to go as far as you can because the more that you can maximize that feeling of fun and newness, I think the longer this game will last. But I can imagine it will get frustrating once we get to certain points. Like the billiard puzzle, for instance, isn't really a puzzle. The parlor game, it has different text on it. And that's kind of fun, but after a while, how many variations are there? I can see this eventually becoming something that will run stale, you run into repeats, and then you run into the problem with puzzles compared to action games. Puzzles require that first time feeling every single time to feel like a fun game to play. An action game can survive off of the repetition of its gameplay mechanics because it's your execution of it that changes and provides a new feeling every single day until you master it to the point where it becomes repetitive. With a puzzle, once you know the answer, you know the answer, but puzzles in particular can be divided into sort of like systemic puzzles versus like the actual puzzle instance itself. And in this game, even though we haven't seen all the instances, I think just from the parlor game alone, you can see that the system level has enough variation that you're really limited by the instances of the puzzle itself. What I mean by this is, you can play The Witness from beginning to end, and it feels like the same game, even though it's the same type of puzzle every single time, because the instances of each puzzle are different. It makes you think that in a different way. How far that goes, I don't really know, because it feels like there's multiple layers to the puzzles involving various details in the game. The Aegean angels, the rooms, the various things that you can find, the little motifs on the walls, the taxonomical angels, right? The rooms themselves have different notes and different things that you need to think about. The terminal password, stuff like this. But once you solve these once, there's nothing left to solve. The mystery of the items becomes a known thing once you write it all down and you remember each one. The notes, if you keep valid notes on everything, will eventually become just another piece of knowledge that you hold with no mystery left for you to find. Because we know everything about this now. Now, certain things become that much easier. Some things reveal new mysteries, but once all the mystery in a room is done, you're treading ground that you've done before. And remember what the thing said? It said we found 28 rooms, right? How many rooms have I marked down here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 rooms out of 18 had something noteworthy. Which means at least 12 rooms didn't matter at all and was either a detriment or a benefit or something completely neutral to the playthrough. Could have been a basic hallway. Some basic hallways have more information than others. And that's bad, because it ultimately means that, you know, the breadth of knowledge and the breadth of, like, the fun of the puzzle game is only insofar as some percentage of what content is really there. At some points, some content gets stale a lot faster than others, but all content becomes stale by the end of it. So, I'm curious to see how far this goes, this game, and how far and how fun it can be in sort of pushing you to get further and further, while it adds more and more frustration with the day mechanic and how heavy the RNG can be. The RNG makes sense, though. There's ways to manipulate the RNG, but not enough to really guarantee anything in any which way. And so, at least for now, it's still good. But we're in day 3, and these sales, for instance, these sales happen on day 20 and 21. And then the store is closed from the 12th to the 16th. This must change the way the store looks like, and I wonder how much it changes the look of the store. This changes how much you can buy, but it's only for 2 days, and that's day 20. We're on day 3. Long term, I don't know how this game will survive, but so far, I'm enjoying it a lot. I just wish we had more puzzles, but I think if you keep an open mind as to what you're dealing with, and I think if you're aware of the fact that, like, a lot of people will probably have a very different experience in terms of, like, I feel like a lot of people didn't even know about the Aegean Angel link to the statues outside as well as throughout the entire house. You need to sort of look at the review in that lens. Because now I look at these reviews for the game and I wonder how many of them even spotted this with the different numberings, with the ways that you're supposed to see certain characters, and the way that you can even get the names of certain characters from other artifacts in like different rooms entirely. Like, that to me says that there's no review of this game that can properly capture the complexity of it without spoiling its very existence as a whole. Because the fact that you even know this is in and of itself a spoiler to the core aspect of the game, I feel like. Unless this is a complete red herring and I'm just that lost in the sauce. Which I don't think could happen. I don't know. But I think this game is good. I think there's something there. But it takes you a while. But I think it's one of those slow burn games that will get good. Or at least it gets good at the beginning very quickly. And it might taper off at the end. We'll see how far it goes.